We lost we're on the talk show, but sadly Octavian's video here. I've got to re-add you apparently. Immediately. Problems with the cam. All right. Okay. Hello? I can't indeed. I just gotta resize you here. Sorry, guys. Sorry, chat. Sorry about this, but how is everybody doing? Everybody feeling good? Oh.
What?
Sorry, guys. I think we are muted. Yeah, I think we're. Now you can hear Octavian. I think.
Hello? Am I here? Am I real?
I really hope so.
Chat. I'm open Twitch chat and see if they can hear me.
I really hope so.
All good. Yes, we can hear him. Good.
Can you see him? And I don't. That's the. That's the proverbial. It was working yesterday, so this is there we are.
Boy, howdy.
There's Octavian. Just now the entire screen, so it's maximum Octavian time. That's not the worst thing in the world.
Large Tavian. Just hanging out here with my sand crab, having a good time.
But
these guys were really annoying in Act 1.
We have some really cool content for you guys in chat. We have clips, we have rips, we have RNG. We got a whole host of things to show you, and I really can't wait. So why don't we just get right on to it, right into the content, guys? Okay.
You don't have to wait.
We do not. All right, mainstream. Here we go. So we got Puck, Karn, Rise QT, and Havoc on the stream. But first, we're gonna run some clips because I think in the off time, Octavian, we had a couple of rips that happened. Some rank ones, some top tier gamers. So I'm excited to see him. I'm gonna say run it down.
Do we want to start on a good note, or a death?
I think we want to start
or happiness.
I think we want to start on a good note. Let's
good note. Okay.
Let's get it going. Yeah.
And I'm gonna pull on this extremely unethical clip that is not loading. God dang it.
1 of 1 here, guys. 1 of 1.
Okay. Okay. We're gonna go with the bad note first, then. We're gonna go with sadness because evidently that's what Twitch is interested in us watching right now.
Apparently they need the rips. Well, I mean the stream was ripped, so let's get some.
The stream is ripped? Wait.
No, we're good. No, we're good.
Okay. Okay. You scared me for a second there, BigSil. Come on.
I know.
Yeah. Let's just go to the deepest depth of sadness that we can plumb. No, never mind.
Never mind.
Do any of the clips work?
Production?
Oh,
can we?
Oh God! Help!
Production?
Help.
Can we?
We're gonna pull on this one. No, that's not working either.
So we might be live content for now. At least, yeah. All right. So that's
a little bit of a problem. We will resolve this, chat. It may be that some of the links were misentered. That's my guess. But with this many different clips not working, then I'm a little scared that that's not the case.
I'm gonna grab one that I added, and I know it's correct. So let's see. Okay, so it is the tool. It's the tool.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So for now, guys, you're gonna have to deal with this wonderful content that we have in front of you. We have Karn, Havoc, Pack, and Rise, and Karn does have his Oni-goroshi now, and he actually is farming with it. So very exciting.
Yeah, he just swapped over to the Oni-goroshi setup like half an hour ago or something. He swapped right before we started the stream. And he is going to be doing Blade Storm and I think also the new Rage Swirly Whirly skill.
Rage Vortex,
with single target. Rage Vortex, that's the one.
Okay. Professional cast, by the way. But no, it took him, I think, 12.5 hours to farm his Oni.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
I remember watching some of his runs and he was like estimating from some of his practice that it would take him like 7 or 8 hours.
Okay. Apparently we do have a clip that's been re-uploaded by production. Nope, and it's no clips today. Sorry guys for the white screens.
I mean, worst comes to worst, we can do the sort of like scuffed method of just watching the clips outside of the caster tool.
It's just I'm scared of the autoplay DMCA stuff. That's what.
This is true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because for those of you that don't know, Twitch does live DMCAs nowadays, or like they have the power. So, kind of a little bit scary. So we want to avoid all that if we can.
Oh, hang on, we have a boss fight potentially though. We'll see if Pot goes for it. He's standing in front of the boss portal. There he goes, going in. Good timing.
Al has been incredibly scary in the Gauntlet. All those onslaught mods, and honestly, just the minus res penalty from the chaos stuff is just really hurts. But he's really handling it well. You know, keeping him in the center, not getting his DPS out when he can. Uses a Val DD, and yeah, just dodging these snakes as well. Doing a really great job.
And this is the portion of the fight where you just have to exercise patience. Like, you can see he's not even trying to DPS the boss down here, because to stop and cast with all of these projectiles being spammed around the arena is just death. But so long as you keep walking in roughly a even circle, then pretty much none of this is going to touch you, and eventually Al Hasmin will get bored and go into melee form, and then you are free to DPS him again.
Exactly. I mean, I think a lot of players, myself included, I get very frustrated, and I do chase him around, and that's how I die, because I just stand still. But in the Gauntlet, obviously, you can't really afford to, or you don't really want, because money's on the line, right? You don't want to just rip for no reason, right? If you can make the fight last 5 to 10 seconds longer, but guarantee your safety, probably the best thing you can do.
Now we're watching some music videos. Hopefully that's not a problem. But no, Pak is just to check in on the players that we've got here. You mentioned earlier the names Havoc, Rise, Pak, and Karn, but it's a pretty wide variety of playstyles in this small selection of streamers, as we've got Forbidden Right totems from Havoc, Warchief totems from Rise. Is he watching a clip? Or he doesn't have his hands on the keyboard, it looks like, so he's watching a clip. I thought Rise was in the boss fight too for a second.
No, I think they're watching Garatha. I think Garatha just ripped.
We can watch Rise, watch a clip.
Oh.
Yep, there it goes, just in time. Oh my god.
And it's ironic. We were just talking about how well Pak did, and then we see Garatha just do the exact thing we told chat not to do. So what are the odds of that? Oh my. You hate to see it.
Fairly high. Karn is watching the clip too. So whenever things happen live, we'll just get them filtered through the various broadcasters.
Apparently so.
Because they'll get shared around. Everybody gets excited. There was death. Must show death to everyone.
So even if our clips don't work, we can rely on other streamers we can yoink them from their chat. So as long as it works, as long as we're getting you the content, chat, I'm happy. Apparently,
it looks like we are. So I'm not gonna be able to send them through to you since it'll have to be played through your end. But it looks like the clips are being shared in the Discord chat.
Oh, okay. Now. Cool.
The only problem with not using the tool is that I don't get to
see them,
be pseudo production and help BigSil by throwing the clips up onto the tool.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like I have to then it's a whole thing. We got this whole back end, guys. It usually works brilliantly as it did yesterday. So I'm not sure why today it's acting a bit funny. But that being said, we have 4 very different builds, as you said before. 4 very different play styles. We got 2 players playing totems, but one's playing melee totems, one's playing spellcast. Forbidden Right, which is arguably one of the strongest builds in the game right now, at least budget-wise. It's very, very cost efficient for what it does.
It really depends on your priorities. Forbidden Right is, I didn't expect to see much of it in the race, and we aren't seeing much of it. Havoc, I think, is the only person I've seen playing it, because it is very skill intensive to navigate with low gear. You have to manually avoid quite a lot of the damage coming your way, because you don't have amazing sustain until you can fuel agnostic, and you don't have really, really good mitigation. You just got a big old bundle of health with mind over matter. And yeah, if you're not manually avoiding a lot of those shotgunning projectiles, then you're gonna get shredded to bits.
I completely agree, right? I mean, I don't know, it's an incredibly damaging skill, and it works mechanically is really interesting, right? You can, especially if you're self-casting, you can use cast from damage taken. I know Rue 2 did this really interesting build, and it was millions and millions of DPS, but obviously not something available to players in the Gauntlet. So playing totems, but even then, as you said, it's not easy to get off the ground, given that I don't know, there's all these hurdles it has to jump over, but the second you do, it pops off, right? You're gonna be able to do all the bosses, all the damage on an even budget, but it's just getting to that point. So I'm surprised he's sort of he's playing at this point. Maybe he didn't farm a bit more or to convert later on to maybe in the mid 80s or something. But Havoc probably knows something we don't. The man's a god gamer, so
the strength that you do get out of the I was about to call it Holy Relic. That's not what it is at all. Out of the Forbidden Right, pretty much the opposite. Out of the Forbidden Right is relatively free, easy damage scaling. Like, there's so many means of pushing the DPS on it really far. There's some pretty common uniques, things like Soul Mantle, or less so Spire of Stone and Rain of Splinters, if you ask Rise, as I think he was farming for those in Soul Self-Found for like weeks without seeing one. That was Exile's Rip Clip. I thought that Havoc was dying. Nope, he's watching Exile's Rip Clip.
Which, spoiler alert, I'm Exile has died. He did die. Which...
Yep, it's a really rough Rip Clip. Octavian suddenly quiet.
I fixed it.
Would be strange.
It's odd, but I think it should be back to normal. Are we okay?
Hello.
Oh, okay, it's good again. Cool.
Now it's good again? Okay, good.
No, yeah, I mean, look, bears are something you really have to worry about, but I'm not even sure that's what killed them. It could have just been, like, tons of mobs. Being swarmed in Gauntlet is actually a huge problem.
Yeah, no, the bears hadn't detonated yet.
No.
There is a crit aura goat, like, right off screen, and that may have contributed to what got him killed, but the funny thing is he wasn't ignited at the time of death. And so it probably wasn't actually a crit, because anything that deals any amount of fizz damage and crits you is going to ignite you.
Correct.
Oh, no, but he's a saboteur, so he's immune to that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's actually not any proof. He would be chilled if it were a crit, because he can't be shocked or ignited.
True. Well, I mean, isn't chill always applied, regardless, as long as it reaches the threshold?
Yeah. I don't remember exactly how it works on monsters like that. Here, I will find the clip and look at it closely, but I'm pretty sure it was due to the crit aura goat that was like right off screen.
I mean, look, the reality is, I mean, I'm exiled that, like, he's so fast, he's going to catch back up I'm sure by the end of today. Not a problem. He probably has gear saved as well. He's confident in his build choice. Like, honestly, out of all the builds we saw yesterday, at least through the early acts and into Act 9, the Elemental, like, cooldown Saboteur was looking really good. Yeah,
the damage on it is quite good early on, but it does start to fall off a little bit in terms of clear compared to some of the gladiators. I was watching a bit of Exile's stream last night, and there was like 4 or 5 times where he mentioned, "Dang it, I wish I'd gone gladiator. Dang it, I wish I'd gone gladiator," because people were starting to catch back up on the ladder to him, and he's a very competitive player in that regard. But that pressure is now going to be gone to some degree. You know, like, you don't have to worry about maintaining that lead that you edged out and clawed and scraped your way into at the very beginning because of the rip. So, like, in some way, it can take a little bit of the mental load off, even if it's very frustrating in the moment. Obviously, you don't want the rip, but he'll probably be better equipped and be going a little bit slower on the reroll.
Oh, agreed. And look, the reality is, because he made it to maps already, you know, like, he has some maps completed. He has part of his atlas done. He has all his trials done, at least until Uberlab, right? He has this progression that is now he can fall back on, right? So it won't be as long to get back to where he was, right? I'm sure he has gear saved. He probably has flasks saved, which is incredibly important, right? Like life flasks throughout the campaign, quicksilvers, you know, and hopefully some uniques, right? Maybe some Wanderlust or something like that, where, you know, you can catch back up. A lot of these players, although they are gunning for first place, right? They really want to win the whole thing. They prepare for the just in case scenario. What if I rip? Okay, well, you know, please go fire away.
Sorry, I am reviewing Exile's rip clip off stream here, since sadly we can't review it through the practice tool, given the clips aren't working through not the practice tool, the PoE racing tool. And it is actually a single hit. That doesn't quite kill him. A single hit brings him from 6.3k life to 1.8k life. And then, you know, he's surrounded by a pack of mobs and he's short work at 1.8k life. But there are so many animations around him at the time when he gets hit, it's really difficult to tell what it is. There's a few fireballs flying through, there's a molten shell, but the molten shell's a bit farther away. So unless the map had AoE, which I can't see because it doesn't have the map mods up, I doubt it would hit him. I'm just hard-pressed to believe that, like, a fireball hit is what's going to chunk him that hard. Because it's not a series of multiple hits. It's one hit. Oh, it brings him to 1.6k life.
I was able to grab it
very quickly to 1.8.
I was able to get it for the stream, so they actually are going to watch it now. So
yeah, he's also chilled by the hit, so I do believe it was a crit due to the crit aura that's like slightly off screen from him.
So at half speed now, we're just
yeah, it's it's not quite a one tap. It's not a literal one shot, but it brings him the single hit brings him low enough that he's just too vulnerable and falls over after.
Yeah, it must be something, I guess, 1600 something like that, as you said, and then just gets hit to, like, he flasks immediately, but just instantly dies after that. Wow,
Yeah.
wow, wow.
His evasion as well not being as powerful a tool here because I believe that crit aura also gives accuracy. Though it may even have been a spell hit. It's honestly, it is too cluttered to tell exactly what
I think it is a fireball, because if you look, I'm going to pause it on stream here. But the fireballs that come after, there's only 2, so one of them has hit him. Right when he, like, on the exit, like, right when he's hit.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
Right, so... Because I
think that's the thing that last hits him, though.
Correct.
I agree with you. That fireball is what last hits him.
It's what kills him.
That's a good spot.
But what gets him there, right, to that low point?
Yeah, I still can't tell what chunks him that hard. Is it a leap slam or a shield charge from one of the Drox dudes?
It might just be an a crit auto attack. Like, the reality is, like, he's hit for what? 4K? 5K?
Yeah. He's in too deep is the short answer.
It could also be 2 enemies hitting him at the exact same frame when in a swarm like that. It's possible. It's just tragic, really. And he's not he's not a happy camper. And I don't blame him for that. All right, let's go back to the main.
I'm sure XL will climb back up the ladder somewhat. We'll see. We'll go back to live here, or do we have another?
No, we're live. We're back live. I think we'll sporadically add the clips, but for now we'll just. I think production is working on the the back end tools here to give us access. It may be at least something. You're 100% right. I mean, those leaps don't hit like a truck nowadays, but the reality is, he gets hit for 5K in a swarm. And then a fireball, which he can't... Well, it's unlikely he'll dodge, just crushes him.
Yeah, the mistake there was not due to any one of those individual hits that lands. It was just playing a bit too quickly, and understandably. He was trying to keep his lead on the ladder, and
Agreed.
From what I watched of his stream, he was starting to feel pretty pressured by folks like Steel, who were zooming along with bleed explosions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Steel's online right now, though, or else we'd check in live with him. Obviously, the Gauntlet event is a pretty lengthy one at 10 days long, so we may not always be able to check in on your favorite streamer when we're live because they might be sleeping.
Yeah, sleep schedules get a little bit messed up during this thing, so...
I'm pretty sure all of our competitors are human people.
Oh, Steel is live, so you know what? We can grab him. But we did have somebody ask about the ladder, which we can bring up at least quickly. We'll go over the top 5. I think that's a wonderful idea. Alright, so we have... Actually, Huwu Pain Arrive is the first... Gladiator as well. Unknown. Has claimed a bounty. The first to file a non-6-linked item. Huh. Congrats to him for grabbing the bounty. Pak is leading the Witches. We have YSYH, which some of you may not know, but has been a top contender in the past few gauntlets. DS Lily at 3. Ovi, another top witch player, and Necromancer always plays minions. Again, in the last few gauntlets has been rising through the ladders. Great to see him back. Exile sadly ripped. We have Vizniz. Oh, making a hell of a showing at the second shadow. Yeah, it's Kobe Black Mamba as well, just behind Dark. Well, about four levels behind Darky, but looking really cushy there on a Raider. Actually, Raiders all across the board for Rangers, which is not surprising. Huge defensive layers, tons of damage, tons of movement speed.
And I would suggest, because I think what I'm looking at is slightly different than what Stream is seeing, I'd suggest clicking on Steel's profile and pulling up his gear, because he has some pretty ridiculous stuff.
Let's see it. Steel Mage. Right,
the most ridiculous being the chess piece. Though evidently we are needing to reset the tool. I think that might mean we'll go down for just a minute on the tool and need to go to like the talk show screen. We'll see.
Fair enough. Yeah,
hearing from Viro at least.
Yeah, the tool is dead. I can't click anything, so we will.
Okay, bear with us just a minute, chat. Sorry about the clips breaking. They were working perfectly fine yesterday.
Oh! I'm breaking. Where's Octavian?
Hello?
Where? I gotta find you, bud.
I'm here. I'm right here. Follow the sound of my voice.
I think I didn't have you on a pop-out, which is my bad. There we are.
The clips were working perfecally fine yesterday.
Oh my
Last
gosh.
night I jumped into the tool and tested them just to be sure.
Oh my god, Victor, BigSil, what have you done here? We have Mega Octavian again.
Oh, hi. Hello. Happy to see you, chat.
There we are. Oh my. There we go. And you're back. Cool. And I will, I guess, you know, let me read the Discord.
I think the tool is functioning again. I'm gonna try running a clip through it. I'll let you know if it works.
Did you quit out or did you like log out?
I refreshed.
Okay, just refresh. Cool.
Yeah.
Sorry about this, chat, but hopefully this fixes all our problems.
The clip doesn't seem to
Reroll
be
this
working.
amulet.
Oh.
The slaughtery on it.
It seems they're still not coming through, eh?
Mm-hmm. Unfortunate.
That's okay, but we still have the live content for you guys, so just bear with me and I will grab that for us now. Oh, there you go. I think YOLO New is online as well, so we can grab the French connection.
Sure.
Himself.
I'll throw him into the corner.
Thank you, buddy.
Oh, he's watching us.
He's watching us watch him. Oh my. Or he's probably.
Wait, no. He's using the tool. I think that's. I think he might be doing
casting.
a French version of the cast.
That's pretty funny.
We'll throw. Is Garatha live? We'll throw Garatha down there.
Oh yeah,
He's with his reroll.
Unfortunate again.
Apparently, the clip issue is on Twitch's end.
I see. Okay.
Which, yep. Just okay. We'll just use a. We'll just watch clips through the browser for now.
That's fine.
So this is. There is nothing production could have done to anticipate this. Sadly.
No, it's all good, guys. It, you know, we do our best, but sometimes things break. But we're here to bring you live content, live action, and just discuss with you, you know, tips and tricks if you guys need help to get through the gauntlet, right? This is not an easy event. If you're struggling with Weaver, if you're struggling with Dwaydry, if you're just struggling with how do I gear, what build should I play, hopefully between the two of us we can come up with a solution to help you guys out. We'll
do our best. On the topic that we were talking about right before we tried the fix, which sadly was thwarted by Twitch, Steel Mage has had some pretty ridiculous RNG already, which is kind of par for the course for this man.
Yeah.
As he has, not only, as we saw yesterday, gotten the Lionized Remorse, I think it is, the shield, which is a pretty darn solid armor starting shield for this build and can pull you all the way up into like early red maps as far as I'm aware. But he also 6-linked an Astral Plate in 6 fusings? 5 or 6 fusings?
Yeah, 5 or 6
Something along those lines.
And
yeah, pretty good.
Pretty disgusting. And I think a half hour before the cast or something like that, he also dropped an intuitive leap.
Oh.
So yeah, still being the statistical anomaly. With Carve being the opposite end of the spectrum, right? But you know, I guess it takes all kinds, all sources. But it's not. Look, the reality is, it's still even with this RNG, who knows who's gonna win, right? I mean, it helps. Of course, I would rather have the RNG, but it's by no means a guaranteed of placing in the top 5 or winning it all, right? It's a really tough event, so yeah. It's only his second 6-link all league. We're only 24 hours into the race, guys, and he's got 2 6-links. Are you out of your mind? What is his RNG? Come on.
I mean, if I'm only gonna get 2 6-links in the course of the whole league, this is where I'd want one of them to be.
Yeah, in the first 24 hours, yeah, wouldn't hurt.
When there's money on the line and you're competing with the best in the game, this is where you want to place it, for sure.
No kidding. For those asking where Ziz is, Ziz will be live in about 3.5 hours on this channel. I believe he's sleeping. The man does need sleep at some point. I know that some of you won't believe that, but he is currently resting so he can blast the gauntlet for you guys live and hopefully take back the top 5 spot that he so desperately needs, desires, and deserves.
Yep, and we will gladly hand the reins over to him once he does show up. I'm actually a little more impressed than I thought I would be with the single target that Rise's totems were putting out on that map boss there. I was not a believer in the Warchief totem gauntlet build. Rise is stepping out of the meta here with this build for sure. And I think there's a few others who are also not believers, but Rise has kept trucking along and has proven me somewhat wrong so far. I mean, we'll see what happens when he gets to yellows and red maps, but I was thinking he would hit something of a damage wall even just on like high tier white maps, and it doesn't seem like he has.
Weirdly enough, and I know I'm going to sound crazy for saying this, but I've only played Warchief totems in softcore. so damage was never an issue for me because I was able to sacrifice my defensive layers, even on the like early white maps and yellows. But it's I agree with you. It is surprising that, considering this is the Gauntlet, that there wasn't this drop off early on, right? I really expected him to at least early yellows be like kind of struggle with the map bosses. But as you said, it's really kind of looking pretty damn smooth, all things considered. And his AoE is good. I think he seems really tanky. He's not struggling so far.
Yeah.
I mean,
his one worry is going to be a complete lack of an avoidance layer. That is kind of the thing that holds Chieftain back, as being a mainstay in Gauntlet and any other really difficult event like that. So I guess maybe hard mode, once we have access to that, is it's very difficult to get a significant amount of block or dodge. Even getting like blind into the build can be tough, and it's almost like a prerequisite to have some amount of avoidance on your build in the endgame and Gauntlet. Unless you can get truly massively Mondo thick, which is kind of the goal as Chieftain, you know?
Yeah.
You push for like 8k plus life, and you get, fortified through Vigilant Strike and tons of recovery. So you lean heavily on the other pillars of defense.
Oh, I mean, you're gonna want endurance charges as well. You're gonna want your huge Immortal Call procs, right? So they're just up all the time. How do you feel about that, Octavian? If you have 5 to 6 endurance charges up fairly consistently, if not with 100% uptime, do you like the Immortal Call choice, or do you prefer something like a Steel Skin or just a big Molten Shell? Because I know that is that sacrifice, right?
I think on Chieftain it almost always makes sense to go the Immortal Call route, even if you're not doing Endurance Charge Gen, unless you have really unreliable Endurance Charge Gen, which is unlikely for Chieftain, because the deciding factor, in my opinion, is less so whether you have Endurances to spend, and more so whether you have a large HP total or a relatively small one. Do you want to get some more mitigation to make that HP total more effective and buff out damage, or do you just need something like Steel Skin because your HP is still 6k or lower and you're getting into some dangerous endgame content? Then, I mean, sub Steel Skin for Molten Shell if you have good armor in that sort of situation.
No, it makes sense, right? I think it also comes down to personal preference, right? I know I just love taking less physical and elemental damage, right? And having like a 6-7 second like duration on it just feels so damn good when you have like the 5 endurance charges. And the thing is, he should be able to get them, like the endurance charges up back fairly quickly as Chieftain, regardless, especially since he's using left kick, like instant enduring cry as well. So yeah, it's I think it's great.
Yeah, and even on builds where you don't get the endurance charges for it, like some amount of percent mitigation is such a valuable tool to have from skills or an ascendancy at this point, because the other places you're going to pick it up are a lot of the time gear based. Phys mitigation coming from things like endurances. If you're not playing like Chieftain or Jug, it's going to be hard to get those outside of cluster jewels or min endurance crafts. And Fizz taking his Ellie as well is very gear centric through flasks and chest piece and helmet mods. So Immortal Call is a favorite of a lot of the players because it can sub in for that until you can get the better gear.
Well, I mean, it's
we
one
saw
of the only...
Exile using it on his Saboteur because you don't have access to Fizmit outside of it. You saw Havoc is making use of it, and the Hierophant is actually an excellent place for it. Again, even though you can't spend the min endurance charges, like just baseline. Immortal Call gives what, like 18%, 16% mitigation without spending charges?
Oh,
like it's just good.
I think it might be more than that.
I'll check.
Okay, thank you. No, but it is it's just a powerful tool.
It's up to 34% less Ellie and 35% less Fizz.
Which is
the
nuts,
duration
right?
is not very high without endurance charges. The duration is just not very high in general, I guess. But that's a powerful enough buff that it doesn't really matter. It's extremely worth it. But we've talked around that enough. We can pull up some bossing content because Steel is doing his 4-way fight.
Well,
something along those lines.
He's full screen now, so hopefully we can get a watch. This shouldn't be too much of a problem for him, really. He has the DPS, he has a huge amount of block, big molten shells. Honestly, he's just sort of sitting there and he's just not getting ticked down. So it looks really, really smooth.
this is how a lot of bossing on the Bleed Glad is going to look. Not any sort of like crushing levels of DPS. You know, if we had the opportunity to watch Exile doing some Saboteur bossing, it would probably be a lot more impressive than this in terms of damage, but Steel has the ability to essentially wade through a bunch of these multi-pronged attacks and stuff and do just fine. And the damage is enough to get the job done. I think it's going to consistently be enough to get the job done going forwards.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's just this really smooth scaling damage curve upwards, but it peaks a lot lower than some of the other builds.
I really like the Enfeeble cast. I believe Enfeeble cast when damage taken choice by Steel as well. I mean, obviously vulnerability would just be tons more damage, but at least currently he feels he doesn't need that damage. Like, look, I don't want to rip to just like Exile did, you know, getting swarmed or something like that. Let me just tack on less accuracy, less damage taken onto these mobs. Because why not, right?
That's kind of a nice chess piece that Rise has there. If Rog were kind with trying to socket or link it for him, but no, Rog does not want to do that.
Big chaos res, big life, yeah.
Yeah, it's an Astral Plate. That's like almost 100 total res or something like that, maybe more. Yeah, that's definitely more. That's like 110 total res and almost 100 life. That's a sick chess piece. We'll see if he tries to socket it.
I mean, that's endgame worthy, right? I suppose, like in an SSF event for 10 days, like you can't always rely on influence mods or anything like that, even though they want them, right? The reality is,
actually. His current chess piece is really good, though. I'm a little surprised. Oh, is that a chaos res roll? I read it as cold. Okay, that's why. It's a 30 chaos res roll. Yeah, that's what's giving it any sort of value.
Well, the stun and block recovery doesn't hurt either. I know it's sort of an overlooked mod. People don't really care about it. That being said, it doesn't hurt. It also has, by the way, 1,700 armor. So he could start thinking about Molten Shell, as we were just talking about how good Immortal Call is. But if you start getting into the 10s, 20,000 armor range, you know, maybe with flasks up, suddenly becomes a much more appealing option.
Yeah, armor's a pretty darn valuable stat when there's a lot more hits coming your way because of the proj spam. It's going to perform well in those sort of spammy situations. Just worth mentioning, though, briefly, because it has been on screen for a little while now, Havoc actually did swap to Frostbolt, it looks like. Yeah, I think that's Frostbolt with the MTX on his totems, instead of Forbidden Right, which I imagine is for the defensive layer of freezing enemies. Because the damage is certainly going to be worse. He might be gem swapping for bosses. Oh, he gem swapped, but not to Forbidden Right. He just gem swapped into some other support gem for the Frostbolt. And yeah, the single target is significantly worse than it was with Forbidden Right. But I guess he wanted the trade-off of much safer clear because it freezes.
I mean, it could also. I mean, I think the clear speed might actually even be faster on the bolts because like those projectiles go so far, right? Like the effective range of them. But you're probably right. It is for the freeze and chill. But it's just interesting to note that he's still like he's fine-tuning it. He's like, maybe I'm gonna convert later on the Forbidden Right. Maybe right now doesn't feel like it's in the best spot. Maybe he wants those some of these uniques and stuff like that to really elevate the damage or the survivability of it. But we do have Rise as well going into a 5-way, but I think it's nearly over.
Yep. Yeah, Rise's damage is significantly better than Steel's versus this content, though we are not really sure the progress between the two of them this late into the game. Steel is in a 74 zone, I think, and Rise is doing a 73 zone. So they're actually quite close to one another in terms of that tier.
It's always tough to measure progress at this stage, right? Because everyone goes in a different direction. Are people maybe chasing Maven first? Are people going for Elder Shape or just progressing their Atlas in general? Which is, I think, generally what people will be doing. They just want like to set up their Atlas in case they rip, and you know, to get to those higher tiers, maybe set up a Weaken or 8. But yeah, it's definitely not as clear cut as it is early on. Like, oh, someone's in Act 10, someone's in Act 8. Okay, Act 10 is ahead. At this point, there are many different avenues. Some people might be delving early because they maybe want to guarantee those 3 points, or maybe there's certain gear like Spectre chests they want. So right now, it's kind of like not a free for all, but it's lots of different avenues, and it's really interesting to see how each player attacks this issue.
And for the person asking who the player in bottom left was, that is Karn, and Karn spent the first 11 or 12 hours of the Gauntlet farming himself in Oni-goroshi, and has only just now swapped over to it, which is why he's still in the story, as spending 12 hours on Twilight Strand does tend to put you a little bit behind in story progression. But he's through to Act 10, and I think he's going back and doing some passive points and trials at the moment.
At what point do you, I mean, obviously he just kept going for it, got the Oni, that was his strategy, and I love him for it. But at what point do you think, like, you would stop farming for it? If you hit, like, the 8-hour mark, do you just think, Oh, but it's the next one. I think he was saying, or at least chat was. I was in there for a little while. It was like every run. It was like, oh, this is the next one, 100% guaranteed.
I mean, if you're that far in, you go for it. You finish it at that point.
13 hours,
like,
though. I mean,
personally, I never start because
that's fair.
Screw that.
13, the thing is, though, he really obviously loves the build, right? Like he practiced for this event with the Oni. Like it was this. Not secret because he was streaming it, but the people are thinking, okay, you're crazy, Karn. You're out of your mind. But
I mean, a lot of people didn't think he'd actually do it. I was like on the fence as to whether he'd actually do it, but he went for it.
I mean, 10 hours in, people didn't think he was going to do it. So I mean, there's a lot of non-believers in chat at the time.
Yeah, I mean the advantage here, the hope that Karn has, and what he's kind of banking on is that he just gets that 6-link immediately out the gate once he can play the build. Like you might find yourself doing 12 hours worth of farming in the end game for a 6-link or more. So Karn kind of just set that time spent farming back a bit, but like you can't. Like if you want to be as optimistic as possible about it, that's how you would compare it mentally.
Yeah.
But it's a really difficult comparison to justify because if you're farming like Tyrn's End for invasion bosses for a 6-link base, you're also getting sextants and you're also getting maps and you're also getting Alps and ROG currency and tons of other useful things. Whereas if you're farming Twilight Strand, you're getting depressed, and that's it. That's the only other thing you get.
I mean, you're not wrong there, brother. I think. You got to be a little bit mad to do it, but you know what? Look, I had Karn as my favorite to win it this time around.
It's a bold call. We'll see how it pays off for him, Kyle.
I mean, pre-Twilight Strand, I was like, okay, you know what? I believe he's gonna have a 6-link in like 8 hours. He's not gonna. By the way, he didn't level with it, thank God. Just in case
he only just swapped to it in Act 9 or 10. But he didn't. He didn't give himself the opportunity to die in Act 3 with the Oni-goroshi and just probably cry.
But hopefully it pans out. I mean, I don't know. I think if you die in Act 3 with an Oni after farming it for 13 hours, that's an uninstall situation. But we do have Steel heading on to Veritania. We're going to full screen to see how this fight goes. Should be pretty easy. We do have some tips and tricks for Veritania. She is one of the scarier bosses in Gauntlet. All those projectiles do shotgun.
This fight can be dangerous if you don't have chill or freeze immunity, which I doubt Steel has, as you won't get that natively as a gladiator. And he doesn't run Arctic armor due to blood magic, so it's a little bit spooky. Your positioning has to be kind of on point, as that chill ground that she leaves behind will chill you pretty massively, and multiple overlapping proj can pretty easily freeze you for her to get a big old slam. There's a lot of opportunities for that to happen as well, because the gladiator build, as we've mentioned, doesn't have amazing single target. It's very consistent, but it's not extremely high.
I mean, I think he's relying on his block heavily. Like he got hit by the shotgun and stuff, but did not get chunked. Obviously, just blocking the vast majority of those. But for most builds, you just can't do that. It's nearly like if you get touched, like it's a one-shot kill for the vast majority of builds. So leaning into his defenses, as you should. I guess that's the reason you go gladiator in the first place. But making it look pretty damn smooth. But that is only eye level I think 73. Veritania, we'll see when he gets to the 83s and they these red tier maps, but for now, looking pretty smooth. And
like for reference, that was the damage with a solid shield because he farmed up the unique shield as well as a 6-link. So this damage doesn't really get to insane levels. I know Spectral Shield Throw is a very popular part of the meta right now, but maybe a lot of people are expecting like mega giga DPS out of it. That's just not what you're going to see out of the Gauntlet versions of the build. Instead, it takes a much more defensive, consistent attack.
I mean, there's also, his shield probably will get better. I mean, I think it's currently sitting around probably just around 2,000 with the Lion Eyes, but he probably wants to get about 2.6k. But generally, if you do that, you're not going to get 100 life on your shield as well, which it's a sacrifice that he might have to make for DPS later on, but at least for now, he's sitting pretty, but I guess that's a problem for tomorrow's Steel, not today.
And I mean, the upside is you get goddamn fantastic clear. The bleed explosions plus the zoom that Gladiator offers is massive. Though I actually haven't looked at Steel's Ascendancy. I don't know that he's gone for Challenger charges. There's a real possibility he did, but I don't want to say it for sure without looking. So I'll pull it up.
I think my tool might be broken.
Oh. let me see if I can pull steel out of full screen for you then. Oh, it's not working for me either. We might just be stuck with full screen steel mage for a little bit here.
Let me see what I can do, chat. I love steel just as much as the next guy, but we got a lot of people on here. We're on the talk show mode here. Let me see what I can do just for a second.
Yeah, I'll try refreshing the PoE racing tool as well.
Oh, got Rise full volume there. I think it's back for me, so hopefully I can swap over back to...
Yeah, it's back for me as well. I think the tool might have just gotten reset, which means maybe production is still working on trying to fix the clip issue in the background.
Makes sense. Is Quantric online? He is not.
Yeah.
Oh, people are coming in with... There you go, master volume. A little bit of the MCA there. Sorry, guys.
That was like 3 seconds. It'll be fine. Let's see if we can get... Let's check in with Pak on our 4th camera.
Oh, perfect.
Unless there's someone you'd rather?
No, I love Pak. I mean, he's leading the... Pak is leading the pack, so I love to see it. He's been streaming for a hot minute, too, so he has slept, which is nice to see. I was always a big believer in actually not doing these like crazy sessions. I think people tend to play slower and less efficiently, forgetting the health costs, which is the major factor. But I think people are like they play better, they make better decisions when they're well rested, right?
It may be part of what contributed to Exile playing a little bit recklessly.
Yeah, no,
not to harp on that. We've talked that one over a good bit, but
the thing is with someone like I'm Exile or Lighty or Steel Mage or any of these guys on screen right now. When they ripped something like that, it's just disappointing, right? Because we hold them to such a high standard. I mean, I would have died way before then. I would have died to Weaver in Act 2. So the guy's way, I'm not going to criticize the guy, but it's just like we hold him in such high regard. It's like, oh, how did you make that mistake? And we're watching the clip like 100 times. Oh, you know.
Yeah, but then you look at the bottom of the clip and you see the uptime counter is at like 22 hours or something, and like the man looks like a walking ghost, and yeah, it becomes a lot more reasonable that he might have missed the crit aura in that pack of mobs.
Of course, and the thing is, it's I mean, that's part of it, and the thing is, that's not a crazy situation. I'm happy he slept after that. Like, everyone's being healthy, it's all good, but it's just nice to see these guys play at their top game, right? Play at the top level, I should say. I'm actually I'm surprised he's trying another estuary. Maybe it's just the highest map he has, but I'm not sure there's anything he wants there. But it's like his 3rd or 4th in a row for Steel, I think.
He may just need to progress the Conqueror in this region and might not have other maps that are worth running in this area.
We have Pack doing a logbook.
Oh, neat. I imagine that'll be pretty easy content for Detonate Dead to handle. The one worry that I guess you'd have is like the shield dudes, as you do. You don't have the benefit of something like Seismic Trap, where the source of the damage is technically the trap, so you can like throw it slightly behind the enemy and it works out. But outside of those, I don't really think there's any expedition mobs that are going to be too challenging for Detonate Dead, and they do leave behind corpses, so you do get those cascading corpse explosions from the unleashed DDs.
No, I mean, it's tons of damage, right? And like DD, as we mentioned yesterday, for those of you that don't know, it kind of ignores the increased life of mobs in Gauntlet, right? Because the corpses actually inherit the 40% more life, so it's essentially a free mod for DD specifically, which is really nice, right? It's essentially a one. It's more than a 40% multiplier. It's more like a 50 to 60% multiplier. Which is pretty insane when your skill already does crazy damage. Obviously, that's not the base skill, it's only the corpse explosion part of it, which generally is the vast majority of that base damage. And definitely a reason why a lot of these players are gravitating towards it, right? If damage is pretty tough to get in 3.15 reliably, so if you can just ignore part of the Gauntlet mods, okay, not a bad decision.
It does have some damage issues at the top end. There were some prep runs that Pak was doing, and things like Shaper and Elder, his damage was starting to fall off a little bit. If you're really like conscientious about it, you can work on fixing that problem by manipulating the corpse pool of those boss fights. So when you enter a boss fight arena with a Spectre summoned, that Spectre's corpse will be added to the boss arena's pool. What you can then do, though, is you can leave the arena, go get a different Spectre that's also high health, and then enter again. And then you can do that again, and do that again, and do that again. And you cost yourself portals, so if you have to log out, you have fewer portals to work with, but for each set of specters you bring in, you further improve the corpse pool in that boss fight and improve your average damage from your detonate dead explosions overall. So you go around picking up, as you know, maybe you burn 3 portals on it, and before you do that, you even respec your tree to pick up an extra specter node on the tree, since you're not actually fighting the boss until you've gone in and out of the portal a few times. It's a little weird, because you start your boss fight off by just entering and leaving a few times. I imagine Cyrus is kind of confused by that when you do it. But it is like, if you want to optimize your DPS for something like Gauntlet, where you want every little advantage you can get, it is technically optimal on Detonate Dead.
Oh, I mean, the thing is, especially for a fight like for Cyrus, for example, right? That's a fight all these players are very familiar with. 3 portals should be enough, right? And if it's not, obviously that's probably not a fight you want to undertake, right?
Yeah, you don't want to need to be logging out like 4 times in a boss fight.
Well, no, exactly.
If you need to log out 4 times in a boss fight and it's not because like your internet is failing you somehow, then that is a very bold boss fight to be taking in Gauntlet. If you're coming close to death that many times.
You also have a bit of a fan in chat. Someone thinks you're going to win the Gauntlet, so...
They don't know that I've made it to Act 5 at the latest right now. I have been playing a little bit whenever I'm not
don't be humble, Octavian. This is why I'm actually the one streaming here. On his second monitor, guys, he's actually playing. He's competing. He's racing.
I'm progressing right now.
BigSil.
I'm playing Detonate Dead as well. My character name is Poc's biggest fan.
It pretty much is. Oh, BigSil, Comcast isn't great. Okay, dude. Oh, all right. I see your game here. Gonna yoink the first place prize. Do some casting on top. Woo. No, we have fun here. We have fun. But that would be pretty damn epic, I'm not gonna lie, man. If you were just...
No, I'm not actually playing while casting. I'm not that good at the video game. Or casting.
Hey, you got me beating both categories, so take that one at least.
Thoughts on explosive trap for the Gauntlet? I think you'll have a easier time using the Seismic Exsanguinate setup if you want to do a trapper, but explosive trap could probably work. I just don't think it's the optimal choice for trapping.
Okay, so I think explosive trap, especially if you have the enchant and everything like this, it can do insane damage. I just kind of wish it didn't automatically convert to fire. I kind of wanted it to be pure physical, like that. It's sort of we have a lot of phys conversions things, but we didn't until sort of, well, I guess until Exsanguinate traps, which isn't really a trap. We don't have a pure like just a physical trap you can just launch, which is a shame.
There's seismic.
I mean that's a cooldown.
I don't blame you for forgetting because it didn't exist up until this league.
But it's not like spammable, right?
No, it has 3 charges defaulted.
Because we have like ice trap, lightning trap, we have fire trap, and then we didn't have a physical one, but it converted half of it to fire, right? And then we had all the we had like a physical long spell, which was like the long cooldown, which is like seismic. We had lightning spire. We had the flamethrower. Actually, we didn't have an ice one either, do we? So I guess there's a couple missing there just to round off the thing, round off the.
If you're talking about cooldown traps, technically the cold cooldown trap is siphoning, but that's not really a damage trap. It's more utility. It does get undervalued as a utility trap really often. People will say like siphoning a Megalo because the damage on siphoning trap is terrible. If you tried to use it for DPS, it would be very sad. But a siphoning trap, siphoning off of a single target, gives you more life regen than a level 21 vitality.
Okay, so it's insane.
It's really good for recovery and very nice in things like expeditions or breaches where there's a ton of targets around. And also really nice if you have trap CDR, because there's no cap technically on how many siphoning traps you can have affecting you. It's got a cooldown. So if you can increase its duration and lower its cooldown through things like getting a second charge from Second Wind, using advanced traps, using increased duration support, you can get 2 or 3 siphonings going at once and have like 4,000 plus regen in the middle of an expedition.
You should have talked to Exile before this. Maybe that would have... probably not. I mean, he was one shot, but... I imagine that tech is really, really great for something like the Maven fight. Because like you have all these like degens on the ground and everything, and these beams. If you can just have that regen ticking without... It's super
nice, yeah. One of the other little things, it can target Hydrosphere and will give you health back. It doesn't trigger off of Hydrosphere though.
But it can okay.
Yeah, so something else has to step on it, or you have to wait for the trap duration to trigger, and then it'll target the siphoning trap. But it's nice, because Hydrosphere also just applies exposure, so in the right build, you might want to be dropping it anyways.
Hey, look, I'll take all the regen I can get. Like, that's the more the merrier. So if that's what it takes, then so be it. Oh, actually, apparently Zai does use it on the seismic build, like the exsanguinate seismic build.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised. It's a really potent tool. Someone's asking if Steel would go Petrified Blood to pick up Arctic Armor. I mean, I guess he would be the best person to ask whether he will, but Petrified Blood has always scared me in hardcore because it doesn't delay the damage or stagger the damage, however you want to phrase it, from damage over time. So even if you do have like good leech and good regen and stuff, there's always that one bleed that gets afflicted, that afflicts you in a vulnerability when a vulnerability is on you from like a spine whipper or something that just bleeds you for 4,000 a second, and then you're gone before you can react. Well,
especially this patch, right, where we don't have permanent curse like immunity uptime as we used to. And also just chaos damage hits harder. Like, there's a lot of degens on the ground. Petrified Blood is really cool and really interesting, but I think if you can't take advantage of maybe like the low life extra damage from what's that node?
Pain Attunement?
Thank you. Thank you. If you can't take advantage of that, I feel hard pressed as like a gladiator or something to warrant using it. You know,
it's pretty niche in hardcore. Yeah. You need to be able to stack a pretty darn large amount of health to compensate for your weakness to dots. Like if you have 9 to 10k health, you know, pre Petrified Blood, so you're going to like 4.5 to 5k life with Petrified Blood, then I think it's a very legitimate option, because the ability to get another reservation, the ability to use things like the Bloodthirst, is that what it's called? The flat fizz per life gem. Those are all really, really potent tools. It's just the weakness to dot is so glaring in a hardcore setting.
Yeah, totally agree. That's it's just really hard to fit, right? It can work, it's just hard to fit, right? We actually have but of course Ziz is actually sleeping. And for those wondering, I know this is his channel. You're used to seeing the blue-haired man himself, but he will be here in about 3 hours. So we'll be handing off to him. So no problem there.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say if he was awake, he'd be streaming on his alt channel Nara Ziz, but he is currently offline. So.
Worth mentioning is there was a minor respec from Rise. He's still totems, but he picked up a couple of impale nodes on the tree. So I guess he's going for a more physical damage bent now. He has vulnerability in his, in his links too. So I don't think he's doing any fire conversion. I'd be very surprised if he is.
Oh no, I doubt it as well. I think like impale is so good on totem. Like, you're hitting so often, right? You're capping those stacks immediately, like very quickly. And it just essentially just doubles your damage, right, for free. Well, and you can ignore.
Well, I don't know about free.
Well, okay, okay, but you don't have to get pen. You don't have to get, you don't have to do combustion memes or anything like that to try and lower fire res. You can ignore a lot of other mechanics. So I guess it's not free, but it's a trade-off between those two things, right? And in the end game, when you're hitting for millions of DPS, which I think you probably will hit with totems, or at least 1 million or 2. Armor doesn't come into play against mobs in a major way, right? The Warchief totems do hit really, really hard, so you don't need as much like physical, you don't need physical pen as much, right?
Ooh, Hawk, my man, that is some really sick rod crafting. Look at that shield. Ailment Avoid, block, high life. He rerolled the suffixes like 4 times. I would not have rerolled that last button. He got rewarded for his final click. The shield previous to that had like middling res and Ailment Avoid, and then he's like, nah, this isn't good enough. And he clicks the button and gets freaking LE damage, fire res, avoid ailments, block. That is a disgusting shield.
Yeah, it's actually with 109 spell damage, by the way.
I thought it was 19. That's 109? 109. Spell damage. Okay, that is a really good roll. Spell damage is not the best damage source on Detonate Dead, though. Since you have so much corpse damage scaling, and the corpse hit doesn't count as a spell hit. So probably 60 to 70% of your hit damage from Detonate Dead in this variant of the build will not scale off spell damage. So it's like half effectiveness at best. But like, it's still better than
not having it. Yeah, it's still better than not having it.
Yeah. But just to inform anyone, maybe people who are interested in playing some Detonate Dead, you want generic LE damage, generic fire damage, minion damage, because you get the minion damage effects, notable, that sort of thing.
Yeah. It's still Yeah, I mean, like obviously medium damage, fire damage. There's the thing is though, it's still just nice to have, right? Just like I'd rather have it than not.
No, we can't go full screen, sadly. But Rise is doing a Drox here, and we'll see how the Impale swap on the tree has worked out for him. His damage seems more than good enough. I wouldn't call it amazing at this point, but it is outperforming some of the like bleed builds that we've seen do some bossing. I imagine there's a lot of room to scale still. I haven't looked at his weapon, but I can't imagine it's amazing yet. I'll take a look.
Yeah, I was literally about to ask you. Great minds think alike, man. Yeah, because if it's only about 400 or 500 DPS, he can nearly, I don't say double it, but he can get easily 40 to 60% more depending on where his axe sits.
Yeah, he's just got, I think it's like T2 flat, T3 flat or something, decent attack speed roll, and then crafted percent. Like that is the floor for a weapon. You can make a weapon like that extremely easily with the Granite Flask recipe. For those of you who don't know, there's a recipe where you use, I believe it's a Granite Flask and an Augment, but I would check the wiki to be sure that I'm remembering this correctly. And you do that with a weapon that has a Flat Fizz roll on it, and it ups the tier of the Flat Fizz roll by 1. It will also, give you a new weapon back, so if it has other rolls, those are going to go away. But it allows you to very reliably, if you can find a few granites, go from like a T4 or T3 Flat Fizz roll up to a T2. It doesn't go to T1, it won't let you recipe to T1. And then from there, you can just hog regal, hope for a relevant mod, and then craft something like attack speed or percent fizz.
Yeah, and that's a very decent weapon. I mean, you could also just harvest reroll craft, right? I mean, there's a lot of different... I mean, I say that it's so easy. Just get a 900 DPS axe, but that is what Lighty did last time. So just do it. We do have a couple questions in chat. Mawshine asks how I'm Exile doing. He is sleeping. Someone answered you, but he did die at rank 2 last night. So
unfortunate.
Yeah, but he's gonna come back. He has all his labs done. Well, I'm not sure Uber, but he has. He has a base for his account now, right? He has some maps done. He has gear. So hopefully this reroll will be a lot faster. And we also, someone asked if there are any tips to avoid the Dwaydry one-shot, either in Act 4 or Act 8. She's scary all the time. I think you touched on a strat yesterday about hugging the wall, Octavian, if you want to run through that.
Yeah, if it's the one before Malachi, so if it's the one in Act 4, then patience and playing around the outer ring is how you should approach it, because the most dangerous thing in that fight is overlapping projectiles, as it is in a lot of the fights in Gauntlet. And if you're playing around the outer ring, there's a ring of pillars, and the projectiles will get blocked by those pillars. So you're a lot less likely to be hit by like 3 or 4 proj if you don't go to the middle of the arena. Also, do your best to avoid the vulnerability area. But if the options are be in Vuln or run to the middle of the arena, Vuln on the edge is probably safer. But like it's safest to be in the enfeeble corner on the edge. Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to describe without like a visual for you guys, but sadly the tool isn't working as we want. But anyway, you use what you can, right? If you have bear traps, if you have decoy totems, just try and stay away from her, as Octavian said, on the opposite end. If you can't and you're melee, honestly, I guess decoy totem is your best friend, but it's really rough. Because she just shotguns you, and it's just very... I mean, over level. I mean, all the sort of standard tips and tricks will apply, right?
And for Act 4 Dwaydry in particular, don't curse her.
Yeah, do not curse. Yeah.
She will consume the curse, rendering it completely worthless, and also gain Unholy Might, which gives her Fizz's extra chaos. So if you curse her, you'll just make her stronger.
It's also green, by the way. Enfeeble. Someone asked in chat. Enfeeble is green, vulnerability is red, and temp change is purple. And Enfeeble tends to be the safest one, even though you deal less damage. If you're in the vulnerability circle, like you're 100% going to get one shot, and temp change just allows you doesn't allow you to dodge as freely as you otherwise would have. So it's even scarier than Enfeeble. So good luck, guys, and please keep us posted about how you're doing. Right, like we're here to help you get to the end game. Even if your end game is Brutus, which for me is definitely the case. This guy's a monster nowadays. But
he was scarier than Merveil.
Yeah,
I was like Merveil was a goddamn pushover, but Brutus actually nearly killed me. He's very rough.
The operative word there is nearly, Octavian. I think you're still doing better than 99% of people. You're popping off. Yeah, in Act 5 as well, by the way. Just after cast, he said, you know what, I'm just going to casually get through half the campaign. So, not too bad. 5 times before mud flats. You and me both, brother. You and me both.
for the next iteration of Dwaydry in Act 8, it's a lot harder. There's no like really the arena's a lot more open, so you can't like hide behind the pillars and stuff like you can in the Act 4 Dwaydry. But there is one thing that's really predictable about that Dwaydry. When she spawns, she will spawn in a random spot in the arena, and then always she'll maybe attack once with her ranged attack, and then immediately she'll warp to where you are with the I don't know what it's called in PvDB, but the bubble warp ability, where she teleports through the means of a big red blood bubble. And she does that as her first move after every time when she spawns, and also after every time you rotate the arena by clicking on the valve in the middle. So since you know that's coming, if you're playing something like a witch doing cremation leveling, or if you're playing traps, or if you're playing mines, basically anything where you can set up your damage, you can set it up right at your feet, and then as she starts the animation to warp to you, you dodge away, and she lands on all your damage and takes a big chunk.
Yeah. Great advice. Obviously hard to show, but great advice, Octavian, as usual. We have someone in chat actually saying that he got through on his first gauntlet ever, past Marvale in like 2 hours, which is, by the way, fantastic. I want to just congratulate Void 241. I think it's very easy to be to get used to what you're seeing on stream right now. You're seeing Rise, you're seeing Steel, you're seeing Karn, you're seeing like Pac just popping off, right? But these are not the average Joes. These are guys going for first place overall, right? And they've been practicing Gauntlet for over a year now, right? I mean, with all the different iterations of it. But yeah, I mean, practice makes perfect. Next time, I'm sure you're going to do it in under an hour. Next time, maybe you get to level 90. It's an iterative process. I know we brought him up yesterday, but Timmy, who's a household name now in the Path of Exile community. It was a bit of a meme when he first started racing. He was bringing up Path of Building on his during races and stuff like that, just kind of having a laugh. But now he was rank 6 overall, and then he stopped to farm for certain items. He made that decision for himself, but he kept pace with the top 10 players in the game, and that's what, in the last 9 months to a year. So practice does make perfect, right?
Unfortunately, did have a rip this link, which we had the clip in the tool, but the tool, due to something on Twitch's API, I'm not sure exactly the specifics, is not allowing us to show clips right now. So apologies for that, chat. But yeah, just to bring people the sad news, Timmy has perished. He did reroll though. He's streaming at the moment. We can pull his broadcast up and see how far he's gotten back. Awesome,
let's do it. On the plus side though, tomorrow we're gonna have a lot of clips for you. So yeah, be ready for some content then.
Can I bring Timmy up?
Or is it
might be frozen. We might have to watch these 4 streamers for the rest of the cast.
Oh no, you only have to watch 4 of the best players in the game. What? What a bird!
It doesn't seem like the tool is properly sending updates to the Observer client. No. Maybe if I just restart the Observer client, I'll let you know if that works, and if it does, then you can do that.
Please do. Yeah, but so I mean, right now we're just seeing people really start setting up their outlets, start setting up their characters for like these endgame, like for red maps, and then later on for bosses, right?
Okay, so restarting the client does work if you just close the Observer client, then reopen it through the controller client.
Perfect.
I hope we don't have to do that every time we want to swap someone, but at least we do have the option.
But for now, that's exactly what we're going to do. So we're on talk show mode just for literally 30 seconds, guys, but you get to see our pretty faces. Or hopefully. I mean, I don't look too grim today, but...
I combed my hair for this.
Oh, my. You went the extra mile. That's why you're a pro, Octavian. You're a pro.
That's why, if you're looking for the secret.
Oh, okay, we're back on here, guys. We got Timmy on the bottom right. I'm not sure what's...
I think Timmy's on both the bottom right and the top left. 1 sec.
Oh, my.
Hey, it updated.
Oh, it actually updated. So maybe Faderon has updated the tool. Whew.
Do we dare hope that we can watch a clip? I can try.
Try it. Go for it.
I just hope it doesn't crash anything. I'm so paranoid now. Nope, clips don't work still.
So the clips are broken, but the actual tool is working, which is perfect because we have the name. Yeah, great. Whew. And let me check. Do we have the nameplates as well? I know that was a problem before. We do not, but we can get those back on for you guys in just a minute. We're seeing a lot of diversity too, which is really nice. I know yesterday when we ended stream after about 6-7 hours, or 8 hours it was, or something like that. The top 10 or top 7 were all different ascendancies, all playing different skills. Which is really cool to see. I know in the past we've had this problem where at least the top 3 to 4 would all be playing slams because they were just the safest and strongest option for minimal gearing. And although I love those builds, they're super fun. I think a lot of people got frustrated that there was less diversity at the top end. But this time around, 3.15 shook up the entire meta. I mean, whether for better or worse is a separate issue. But at least for Gauntlet, it feels like a very fresh playing field. No one knows exactly what is best. There's a lot of different opinions. And because
it's oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say because it's a class gauntlet as well. You know, every ascendancy or every class, I should say, has its own prize pool. We're seeing a lot of diversity, which is really nice. A lot of fun for the viewers. A lot of fun for us.
Lighty was talking on stream last night while I was lurking that one of the, I don't know if I'd call it a downside, but one of the side effects of the fact that it's not just like slams all day or a day, as far as the meta is concerned, is that a rip, 4 or 5 days in would have been a lot less impactful in previous races, where you would have had a very easy time getting a slam build back up into maps and maybe capable of making a final run at bosses in the time you had left. Now with a lot more frayed meta and less strong builds overall, to be honest, which that was the goal. They were nerfs. Yeah, a rip at day 5 or day 6 is a lot more impactful.
Yeah, I would argue. Not argue. I would agree with that statement, but it was only true for slams. So, and especially in the last gauntlet was also a class gauntlet. It was only applied for Marauder and Duelist. Every other class, that was still the case, right? If you died day 5, 6, or 7, it's like it was rough going getting back to the top. So, I mean, I agree, especially for that first place overall. There's less drama, less tension. Oh, okay, he ripped, but he can come back in the next 12 hours. I know Lighty specifically said, I think, wasn't last gauntlet, but the previous. I'm Exile died like really early on, but Lighty said, "I'm still so afraid. You're so fast with the Duelist, with the slams. He could get back to fight in shape incredibly quickly because he had gear saved and everything like that, right? And he did. And I think that drama is lost, but so be it. For the sake of diversity, it's nice to see different builds, right?
What you gain is the tension going into every boss fight.
Yeah.
Not that it wasn't there at all before, but it's even more present now. Like, it's...
Exactly.
If you screw this up, you are really screwed. You're probably not going to be able to try Shaper again. You're probably going to miss out on those points. So I imagine players are going to be very cautious when it comes to prepping, and maybe leave some of the boss kills to the last minute, so to speak, the last couple days of the event. The
only way I see someone... or at least multiple people going in, is if someone goes in early, right? Like, let's say one of the saboteurs goes in tomorrow. Okay, now I have to start.
That would be something.
Why?
We see anybody doing significant bosses tomorrow? Ziri has been downed, by the way.
Correct.
We should probably mention that. Ziri has been downed by a few people, but I believe there's a bounty for Ziri for each class.
Correct.
Like there's 100 or maybe 150 on the line
100
for the first Ziri kill in every single class. So it's been brought down on Witch and Shadow that I know of. I don't think there's any other Ziri kills yet.
Actually,
Ranger. Lighty got Ranger.
I know we don't want to spoil anything. I'm going to, but I don't like doing it. But Dr. Dexter actually did get first Ziri kill overall. He tried to get it last time and he died on the way to Ziri, like in her temple, and it was pretty heartbreaking. He was really upset about it. But this time around, he actually did secure the first kill. Very excited for him, and he was doing it from a laptop using hotel internet. And he had and he had work like 6 hours later, after he finished the stream. So the man put in the work. So it was pretty damn impressive to watch. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's honestly awesome. That is some dedication to his craft. Yeah. I appreciate that, man.
No, yeah, I mean, it's awesome, and he puts on a hell of a show too. He's really entertaining. If you haven't checked him out, Dr. Dexter, Dexter DEXXER, awesome streamer. Yeah, and just it's great to see, like, in Gauntlet we've all these. Now we have these sort of household names. Maybe not the right word, but people who come back gauntlet after gauntlet after gauntlet, and they're making their name for themselves in this just for this event, which is really, really cool.
I'm scared for Ventura with this expedition. He's dropped to like half in that one expedition 4 times. He's backing out now though, but there's still a Fizzor or 2 in here. I don't know. He's playing with fire.
I know I was
like his life flask was empty a couple times, but he's okay. He managed it.
I know I've been a softcore gamer this last patch for 3.15, and generally I am, but the thing that's killed me the most by far is expeditions. Just like, as you said, like Aura, overlaps and stuff like this, just getting wild. And then misclicking, like, oh, you know, immune to physical, immune to chaos, or whatever my build's doing, which obviously these players are not going to do. They're going to actually read everything very carefully, but it's easy to just accidentally overlap a mod that is really, really scary, right? Maybe crit or extra fizz or whatever, like, yeah. So we'll see. Hopefully he can manage. They can manage to keep expeditions under control, because the rewards are too damn high to ignore.
Yeah, I worry for Ventura because I believe he's already had a couple of rips. He had the one, I think his was the rip that we saw where it was to the 6-second disconnect timer, which is really frustrating and can affect your mental, honestly, for like the next few days, even in my experience.
Oh no, I completely agree. And we actually have someone in chat, Starfill7, who's a a local of the Gauntlet cast. He mentioned the harvest can be really scary, and he's 100% right. I know last Gauntlet, it was the rippiest content, like by a mile. Like the vast, like all the like the bigger deaths, the more significant, impactful deaths, the vast majority went to harvest. There's a few to a boss or two, but the vast majority went to harvest. It's just things get really scary in there because you don't know what's coming out. I know Ziz is quite upset about. He's very vocal about that, especially in his interviews with Chris and some other GGG members. If you're gonna fight a Blister Lord, he wants the reward from it, but not even knowing it's there is like an issue, right? Especially in hardcore, right? Like you have to know what you're getting into.
The seeds do have 3D art, but there's only 3D art for each different tier of seed.
Yeah.
So you know it's a tier 3 blue monster, but you don't know if it's a Primal Crush Claw or a Blister Lord. And while those are both deadly in their own right, the Blister Lord is the much more dangerous one with multi-dodge mods from Gauntlet. And yeah, it's really frustrating not knowing. Like, am I gonna have to dodge away, dodge in? What's gonna be coming out after me from this pack?
I really wouldn't mind, even if I don't get the craft, I'm okay with it. Just specifically for the T3 monsters, have like a warning sign on the right, like, you know, like the triangle with an exclamation mark in it, and saying like contains Blister Lords, like 2x or 3 or whatever, right? Even just that little bit of information, or like the snake, the vipers as well, like that would just make me feel as a player like I have more control over the content that I'm engaging with, right? And it wouldn't break, and it's not like they're breaking the game. It's like, it's, you know, like that's. I'm all for surprise content, like that's great, but when it's unfun, like after a while, because it's a content you're engaging with over and over again, I don't love that.
I think one of the bigger problems with it as well is that it falls into a pitfall that a lot of Path of Exile content does, where it's really inscrutable, sort of like legacy content.
Yeah.
Because the only reason that I know what a T3 seed looks like specifically, and which monsters are T3 as opposed to T2, is because I played in Harvest. So I got the itemized seeds and I planted a ton of them. You know, I played like hundreds of hours in Harvest. So I remember which seeds are T3 and which are T2. But since that information isn't presented to you with modern day Harvest, how in the heck does someone who's not played Harvest League learn that? They don't, unless they look it up on PoEDB or something, because you don't have that information in game. All you know is you see big seed and big monsters pop out, but like you don't know if that correlates to snake big monsters or demon big monsters or what.
No, I mean I agree, right? It's like the case where like the rich get richer, right? Because you and I and a lot of other players, and I'm sure all of chat know, have thousands of hours in this game, an unhealthy amount of hours. We have this base of information that it's so hard for people to catch up to, and it just sort of sucks. I have this friend that just started playing like last league or this league, and like I'm like, oh, you should have done this, like this is like, you know, like obviously Harvest, this is really scary, and he's like, what are you even talking about? It's like I'm speaking a different language to him, right? And it's because it's not apparent or it's not made clear. And the thing is, I'm all for discovering content. That's great, but I think the barrier for some of these things is a little high, right? Like they don't have to learn, they shouldn't have to learn everything, right? There's at a certain point, it is nice to just give the players like a freebie, so to speak. All we're talking about is letting them know what monsters they're gonna fight. Doesn't feel like that's a lot.
So, I don't think you ever really lose depth if you give players the information to make the decision. What the game shouldn't do is make the decision for you. But like, you should know what the currency you're holding does.
Correct.
You should know what the monsters you're fighting are. You just, maybe the game shouldn't tell you when to use the currency or whether or not you should approach the monsters. Like, if you have the information, then you can make the critical decisions. But if you don't have the information at all, then you're not really making a decision, right?
Yeah.
Like, if I ask you to pick the box on the left or the box on the right, and I don't tell you anything at all about what's in one box or the other, you're not picking something. Yeah. You're not making a significant decision at all.
And you might not even make the decision for lack of making the wrong one, right? I know it's like not content free, but there's a term for it where you're not going to make a decision because you're so afraid of choosing the wrong thing that you decide to just not engage in the content.
Analysis paralysis.
Yeah, analysis paralysis. Thank you. Right. I'm sure that's not the case for something like Harvest. It's clicking the blue box, but for something like, oh, do I exalt this now? Like, top players or top crafters are exalting items because they know there's like limited mobs that they can receive, but the vast majority of players are just saying, oh, I'm just going to sell that for the guaranteed 100 chaos or whatever the hell, right? And if PoE over time can reduce some of that, I think that'd make for a better game. This is game rant podcast time.
we veered a little bit off
a little
the
bit.
Content at hand. I don't think we're capable of full screening again. I don't know what keeps causing this, but I think the tool is not capable of updating anymore. So for now, we're going to be watching Ventura, Steel Mage, Havoc, and Timmy. I hope that is acceptable to chat. I mean, we've got chat's favorite with Timmy here.
And we do actually have Timmy rolling the I'm Exile build. I believe he's going to change into Exsanguinate Traps eventually. But to get to that point, he is using the Elemental Cooldown Trap build, which I believe Dampen actually like sort of might have pioneered. At least that's what Chad told me. Which is pretty cool, right? There's a ton of damage while leveling. Honestly, he breezed through all the content. He didn't look to even stumble at all. It's pretty damn cool. And honestly, if I was going to play Gauntlet, I'd probably play that build, but I am a big Exsanguinate fan, and Exsanguinate Traps is just a ton of fun. Regardless of how good it is, it's just a fun build for me to play.
Can you give the tool a reset and let me know whether it's functioning?
Will do.
Just refresh the observer tool.
Okay. Just give me... Gonna have to refresh this.
Because I would love to be able to actually update who we're watching.
There we are.
Hey, yay!
Easy, yeah. Okay, so I just have to... So we can manage. We can manage it.
And we go to full screen. Let's find out. We can!
Oh,
at least on my end.
21st century. Wow.
The technology, it's here! As Havoc evidently skipped this passive point while leveling, which is a pretty common strategy in Gauntlet. This is arguably one of the... I would put her in the top 3. Valenta, that's the name. I would put her in the top 3 deadliest bosses in the stories in Gauntlet.
Agreed. Now she's all the projectiles can shotgun, so you gotta be pretty wary. A lot of players, as you're seeing, like over level, they get into like white maps. You know, they get to level their mid 80s and then do it. It's only 1 skill point, which does matter in the long run, but why rip your character after just getting to maps, right? Because the rest of Act 10 should not be pose anywhere close to a problem compared to Valenta.
And I think he has swapped back to the Forbidden Right totems as well. A little bit of indecision there on what he's going for. The better clear and extra defensive layer in the form of freeze from the Frostbolt doesn't seem to have been worth the damage loss.
For those asking where Ziz is, Ziz will be streaming here in just under 3 hours. He is sleeping right now, so he won't be on his alt channel. He's just gonna be streaming on Zizaran right after us.
Yep. We are only going to be live for 4 hours. The goal was to do mostly recap content and stuff, but given that the clip tool wasn't working for today due to problems with Twitch's API, as far as I'm aware, we are watching some live stuff.
And I'm not mad. I mean, we got some great content going on here.
Someone asks whether Bleed EQ or other slams are still playable for the Gauntlet. Ailment slams are not in a great spot, as in like Bleed EQ or something, because of the seismic changes. Seismic was a very potent tool for those builds, and the loss of a multi is pretty massive. But there still are some slam builds, they're just not bleed focused. Quantric is doing an Earth Shatter build, and he's just, impale fizz damage scaling. I don't believe he's online right now, though.
Quantric? No, I don't think so either. Again, I am kind of sad he didn't stick with the Sunder, but maybe he'll make a change after he gets some gear, but for now it looks like he is with that he's an Earth Shatter gamer, which I'm a little disappointed at. I'm not gonna lie to you. Not gonna lie to you, Octavian. I had high hopes for the Sunder boy. But we'll see.
Did I. I think his eventual plan is to swap off of slams entirely, though, and go for Rage Vortex. He's just needing either Chainbreaker or the Infinite Power Shield. Red Side Banner.
Well, probably farming up a ton in Lighthouse, because that is one boss where you can... It actually is one of the only uniques you can semi-target farm, right? So...
For those of you not aware, it comes from Lord? No, that's the wrong word. Warband.
Warbands, yes.
Warbands mobs. Specifically fire warband mobs. And the boss of Lighthouse happens to be a fire warband pack.
Yeah. So you can't actually target farm. It took, I think, like something like 70 or 80 maps last time of just running Lighthouse for him to get it last Gauntlet. So definitely not an easy grind. I mean, RNG is heavily involved, but the fact that you can do that, and it is a very build-enabling unique, is pretty damn cool. And I know he does love the Rage Vortex. He was playing it for a lot of the league. I know him and Rude too, they're very close friends. They choreographed them together. They came up with some really interesting stuff. I mean, obviously softcore trade, so those builds are doing like 30 million DPS. But if you can just get a fraction of that or keep the same idea, I think he's gonna have a pretty damn cool build.
Yeah, once you get the tools together, it's actually, I think, a really consistent Gauntlet build, as you have some of the advantages of melee, quote unquote, because you get access to things like Fortify very consistently, while also being to effectively just play at range. It's like if Vol Blade Vortex could give you Fortify, and yeah, I mean, that's a very powerful thing.
No kidding. It's also just it's a feel good skill too. I don't know. When I played it, I enjoyed playing the skill, and I know for myself at least, if I'm not enjoying the build I'm playing, I'm gonna play less. I'm gonna play less efficiently. I'm gonna be a little bit salty about it. So I'm, at least for me, maybe not these players. They're going for first place. They're going for prize money. But if I'm enjoying what I'm doing, I'm gonna play more efficiently. So which, to be fair, makes you a better player anyway. So hopefully Rage Vortex is something he really enjoys as well.
And it looks like Havoc is popping his way back into maps here after cleaning up those last few passive points from the story. Still fiddling around with various options on his character. I think he just hit maps relatively recently, as he wasn't playing right at the Gauntlet event start. So he's in that kind of awkward juggling gem links while also trying to get the right colors, while also maybe trying to just get boots that have more than 15 move speed if he was unlucky, that sort of thing. The transition period between end of story and maps, that's just feels uncomfortable on every single league start.
Oh yeah, I mean, from 68 to 75, your build just feels wonky because you're just transitioning. Maybe I have a 5-link, but then I don't have the mana to sustain it, or I don't have, you have all these pieces that you have to fit into your puzzle or whatever, and it's, I mean, it's super fun, but it's, as you said, janky for a lot of builds.
The advantage that Forbidden Raid is going to have, though, is it doesn't rely as much on gem level scaling, because you get all that flat from the totem health, so the damage is going to feel good. And that's, I mean, you can kind of sum up the advantage that Forbidden Raid totems has as the damage is good in, any discussion about it. He's not really going to have DPS problems, I imagine. He might have everything else problems. But someone is asking if there's any unique quirky builds that are near the top. Near the top, I'd have to pull up the ladder. There's Rise is rank 17 and doing Warchief totems. I would call that pretty unique and quirky for a Gauntlet situation. I can't remember the last time when someone played a dedicated Warchief build in Gauntlet.
I don't think it's been done. I honestly don't. I can't recall ever it being done.
Yeah, and then there is Karn, who's playing an Oni-goroshi build, but because he spent a lot of time farming the Oni, he's not near the top of the ladder at the moment. But he is blasting his way through the story and such.
Yeah, I mean, Timmy's using the build, but I think for now someone's asked us to put cams on, so I think we can. We should be. Oh, there we are. We're in cam 4 position. Hey guys.
Some guy in Karn's chat died to Uberhillig after farming for 18 hours.
Oh come on! No, come on.
Can we full screen? Because we have a boss fight here.
Oh, then go right ahead.
See if it works. It doesn't work. The tool isn't updating again. Okay, we're gonna look at small Steel Mage then, and not be able to update who we're watching. It's okay. It's okay.
It's still an early Maven fight. I mean, this shouldn't pose any problems, right? I mean, it's really only those later, the 10 waves and stuff like that, where it gets really spooky, especially if they all break out at once. That can be absolutely terrifying, and might even be rip the instance for a lot of players, right? Why subject yourself to something that brutal, which might, in some cases, is harder than Maven herself. Some cases, not all of them, but in some cases.
I mean, maybe if you've witnessed Tolman or something, which is a mistake that I've done in the past. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Tolman is a boss for Mausoleum, who will cast Detonate Dead on any nearby corpses, including boss corpses, and those have a lot of health. You'll just get one shot.
Yeah. If you're not playing a Detonate Dead build where you can pop all those corpses, probably want to avoid that one. That's just to keep yourself safe, So we see them just trucking along. We see actually, is that a? Yeah, no, we see Rise actually do another logbook, which I'm surprised actually how many people were seen do like the logbooks like right away. I know they're a ton of currency. I know they're a ton of content, and it's really really good for your progression. But I felt like, at least when I was doing them during the league, pretty vulnerable in them. Like especially if you have a boss or anything like that, it's pretty damn spooky. Like, you can get some crazy mod stacking in there.
Yeah, the advantages though are the targetability of it. Like you can target certain layouts if you you know, have the knowledge of which layouts are going to give you which kind of rewards, because there's some that'll give you enchants, some that'll give you more uniques, some that'll give you, you know, legion splinters, which later on is going to be a really big deal when people want to go for their timeless jewels. And then two, just in being able to target which artifacts you're trying to farm. You know, maybe you have Tujin offering you an Exalt, and you don't want to reroll his inventory, but you have a bunch of exotic coinage piling up, and you really need some more grand artifacts, which is precisely what happened to Lady yesterday. So the option to go and run a couple expedition logbooks and target specifically Black Scythe ones and get that currency that you need is really, really useful.
I mean, it makes sense. I just thought they'd be wary of them, just they thought they were gonna rip. Because I mean, I did. Maybe that was my build being squishy. I was playing softcore, but.
Well, expeditions are also really variable in terms of how dangerous they can be.
That's
you
true.
know, if you were alching it and then you were also clicking on some remnants that had things like pen or 20% coal or whatever, it's going to be a lot more dangerous than running it white and avoiding every remnant, except the irrelevant ones.
I mean, to be fair, you're describing exactly what I was doing. I was just alching them. Oh, okay, I want at least 80 quant. You know what I mean? And then just honestly just clicking on any reward I wanted. I wasn't really thinking about the mod stacking too much, but obviously these players will not be so haphazard with their choices. I think they're probably going to really take the time to make sure they're clicking on exactly what they need.
Yeah, Expedition's a great example of a really, really customizable mechanic, you know, which is something GGG has aimed for over the course of the last few years even, you know, go all the way back to like Metamorph or something, where you had the option to click all of the organs on the far left and make a really dangerous one, or maybe if there's powerful crits and extra prod, you don't click those ones.
Maybe avoid that one. But I mean, that's my other favorite league too. I love Metamorph. I know some people think it's kind of boring, but I don't know, having an extra boss that's just kind of crazy at the end of a map, that's just content that really appeals to me. So to each his own, I guess.
I would be very I would advise caution to anyone who's getting to maps in Gauntlet about Metamorph.
Yeah, don't do Metamorph in Gauntlet. Like that's avoid it. I mean, I know the not essences. The quality for your rings and all that stuff. Like they're great, but they can come at the cost of your character with Metamorph. It's incredibly scary content. I mean, I enjoy it, but I don't think I would do it in this league. It's
just get him out of heists.
It's really rough.
I'll be back in just 30 seconds though. If you
do your thing, bud.
Handle things while I'm gone. I'll be
back in just
a moment.
Come on. You're talking. I'm a professional, Octavian.
I believe in you. You got it.
Yes. All right, we're gonna go back to four-person gaming. We have Timmy in the bottom right. We did have a question previously about this build specifically, about the cooldown trap build. I'm not sure about its endgame viability, but I know at least for leveling, it's incredibly powerful. How to set it up though? You're gonna use Lightning Trap as your spammable ability, as you can see Timmy is doing in the bottom right. And then you also use Lightning Spire Trap, Flamethrower Trap, and potentially Seismic Trap as your sort of, well, the cooldown traps. If you can get advanced, I think it's called Advanced Trap Support, it reduces that cooldown as well. So for bosses, you have these like big spike damage abilities. And hopefully you can like multi-socket all of them, like you multi-support them each, to just really get some crazy damage. Lightning Trap generally is far more than enough damage to just clear the content in the game. Like all those little small mobs, but the second you get to like Tukahama or any of these sort of like mini bosses or end of the act boss, having the ability to just throw down these big spikes of damage, your flamethrower traps, your seismic traps, that all stack on top of one another, suddenly they get deleted instantly. I'm sure if you go to I'm Exile's character, it still might be alive. He doesn't make a lot of build guides, but I'm sure he can answer some questions, or at least his chat will know. He's offline now, but when he is back online, definitely a resource that you should take advantage of. And we see Steel just dropped the logbook. I know I'm jumping around, but hopefully that answers your questions. What do you think is the MTX meta? Oof.
Hello.
Oof. So
I'm back.
We're currently talking about the MTX meta. I'm kidding. I'm teasing.
None. I like Havoc strat 0.
Fun fact, though, actually about your Spectral Shield throw, which is really, really cool. I think it's I think it's the Sunrise Shield effect, which is just it's just a shield MTX. Actually, will make like your Spectral Shield throw like a fire disc, which is really cool. And I think the Celestial one works as well, which is pretty damn cool. But I mean, do go test them. Check YouTube. Don't take my word for what the exact name is, but there are shield MTXs that will affect your Spectral Shield throw itself, which is pretty cool.
Rise has got some troublesome mods chasing him around here. He seems.
I have faith. I
have
have
it
faith.
though.
Yeah, and I think it's just like he's near the end of his loop, so it's just some of these guys are really thick.
Yeah, and it looks like as soon as the totem started slapping the monster, it got slowed. So I'd imagine Maim is probably in his setup, maybe on the protectors or something.
I would hope so.
Get that extra damage scaling off the Warchiefs and also a little bit of slow for mobs chasing him around like that.
Oh yeah, I mean, Maim isn't always. Okay, so let me rewind here. 3.15 with the nerf to all the support gems in general, utility gems they're more appealing now, right? Like maybe you don't just slap in a 40% more damage. Maybe you take 35 or 32, but you have this slowing effect from Maim, right? For the versatility, the utility, and maybe on bosses as well, right? It just helps you dodge abilities more, lets you kite away better. There's more of a decision-making process now. I mean, generally, the more damage, the better. But at least now we have you don't feel as punished for making that decision, which is really cool.
Yep, and also, I mean, in this build, it's easy enough to just throw it onto the protector links, which is not the main damage source to begin with.
Oh yeah, I mean, in Rise's case, like he has essentially like a utility setup and then like a damaging setup, which is like, it's an awesome build. And I think there's actually, I was watching a couple of smaller, some other streamers today, and there was a couple people playing the build, so people have taken his build and they're running with it. So hopefully we're gonna. I'm not sure it's meta breaking, but there's other people doing it too, which is pretty cool to see.
Meta altering.
Meta altering. Fair enough. Gotta laugh, eh? I mean, he's a big influencer, right? Like, his builds tend to be incredibly powerful, so if you're gonna copy someone, he's not a bad idea to look at Rise's build.
Hey, 1 out of 6 for Havoc. He gets his first Uber Lab trial.
Nice.
I think the tool is slow to update again, though. If you want anybody else, if you want to refresh to some different streamers, let me know, and I can do that, and then we can just refresh and get them running.
All right, let's have a look at who's live here. I'm pretty happy with who we got.
Yeah, we can sit with these folks if you want.
Yeah, pretty happy for now.
I was just wanting to let you know.
No, I appreciate it.
Well, you'll have to let me know if you want to swap, because I can't do it passively, sadly.
I know, me too. Yeah, I mean, look, that's why they make a great team, Octavian. Communication, name of the game.
Shucks.
We have fun here.
I don't know why Chad is just shouting corn at us.
Oh,
but...
maybe they want Karn, the Oni-goroshi gamer.
Is that true, Chad?
I think I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, that's a pretty damn. He's playing Bladestorm as well with it. Oh, and that pitchfork? Is that a pitchfork? Oh,
I couldn't tell you.
I mean, you know what? If we can get Karn in, let's do it, right? Let's see what can happen.
All right, I'll get it reset. Give me just a moment, and I'll tell you when to refresh.
Perfect. Being slow is the best I could do. What do you mean, Oddlog? If you mean slowing mobs, it's really helpful, and going slow is gonna help you go through the campaign too. But just don't go too slow.
Give me just one more second here.
No, do you think?
I threw Garotha onto it because I wanted to see Garotha's reroll, and it turns out Garotha isn't rerolling. He's doing what Waggle was doing yesterday, and just sitting in mudflats. And I don't know if that's the content
that maybe people want to see. Yeah, I mean, do go check him out. It's great content to watch, but it can get a little repetitive on our stream. So,
all right, go ahead and give the tool a refresh. It should be 4 new streamers now. And Karn is in the bottom left. Finishing up, it looks like some of his passive flint quests he's going towards the Valenta fight.
Oh, okay. So Oddlog is saying he said go slow is the best advice we could give. Yeah, I mean, over-leveling is great. You're level 16 in lower prison, so you can fight Brutus. I mean, that's really over-leveling, but the thing is, if that's what it takes, then do it, right? I mean, obviously, there's a few things you can take advantage of. You can have a nice decoy totem, right, to keep the Brutus far away. You can use a bear trap as well. You really want to use a ranged skill as well, something like Molten Strike, although a really fun skill probably isn't going to be your best friend in that fight, because he might be able to one-tap you. So if you can use, like, even if you just alter it just for that fight, your playstyle, maybe use Spectral Throw or something like that, definitely something I would recommend. right. Yeah, Bladestorm with Oni-goroshi. Yeah, so if anyone has a unique build this time around, it's Karn. He's put his own twist on it. He's actually practiced farming Oni-goroshi as well. Like, this man's really put in the effort. Oh, you're using Split and Steel Oddlog? Perfect. Great. Love the decision. And good luck.
It looks like Rise has gotten himself a 5-link axe base. He's trying to roll a better weapon while at the same time getting a second 5-link, which you could very well go ahead and throw the Protector in there for dual damage links.
No. Yeah, I think you definitely 5-link the Protector, right? There's like no aura setup or something like that because he doesn't have an Enlighten, which is very unlikely, right? To even find.
He's run himself out of Scours here. This is the Rise crafting method, which is not any particular crafting method, but instead throw everything you have at the upgrade. Rise is very, very consistent about this. Every time I tune into his stream and there's a crafting session going on, you know, he'll burn through all of his essences, burn through all of his fossils, burn through all of his Alex. I've seen him go so far as to do the vendor trick for resetting Onyx amulets, where you can vendor an amulet with 3 different colored gems because he ran out of Scours, so he kept re-vendoring the amulet to clean the mods off because it gives you back a white base.
Come on, Octavian, you're breaking my heart here. you're breaking my heart. I mean, that's
he was doing that with a Shaper Onyx amulet trying to get the charge on kill mod. Rise is not afraid of spending his resources.
I mean, power to him.
Well, it's the correct tack to take in solo self-found if you are certain that the way you're spending them is on the next most important upgrade. Like, it can look really scary to someone who's maybe not as familiar with solo self-found because they're like, oh, but I need to hold on to that. What if I need to craft this thing in 2 hours or whatever? But if you're as experienced as Rise is, you know you don't need another upgrade in another 2 hours. You need this upgrade now. Put everything into getting this upgrade now.
I mean, I can appreciate it. I just know I'm a hoarder when it comes to all like currency and Path of Exile. I'm like, oh no, I don't want to spend anything, like, and then just let it accumulate until the end of the league, and then I'm like, oh, why didn't I spend it to make a fun build? But
is that base actually 6-linked? Someone in chat is saying it is, but
it just looks like it. It's like one of those pseudo 6-link. It's 5-linked, but it has like a it's an actual line up top, but it's not actually linked. No.
We don't have the benefit of larger.
We can't zoom in.
Yes, sadly.
My only... I don't want to say argument, but the only thing that I think is another option, like, why not just run more Haywork Hamlet and farm some essences, right? Because, like, I mean, Alex, I felt pretty... Until, like, week 2 or 3, I felt pretty Alk-starved this league, and I wasn't even playing SSF, right? So, I mean, why not just, like, farm essences for the extra hour or 2? But maybe that's too long for him. Like, I don't know. There's different options, right? Like, available to
I mean, why not do both?
I mean, true.
Burn through the Scour Alex because you don't need them for something else immediately. If you fail, then you go back and like that's the thing. People will very frequently. I get questions in my chat from folks who are relatively new to solo self-found, like, I have this target, I have this item that I need for my build, this base or this unique or whatever. How do I get this? And there are often some strategies that are going to increase your odds. So, like, if you really need, I don't know, let's say you're just trying to get a generic 6-link base, like targeting things like Heist with the armor boxes in them, or targeting things like Tyrann's End for the invasion bosses that drop a lot of 6-links, targeting things maybe even like Glennock if you're farming 6-links in order to get divines out of them, Glennock for the corrupted strong boxes. But, like, if you just focus on one of those things and try and go all in on that and do it to the expense of other stuff, you're probably not going to accomplish your goal. Solo Self-Found is not a place where you can find the best strategy and put all your resources into it, because those alterations that you have in your stash, unlike in Trade League, are never going to become fossils. They're never going to become essences. They're never going to become what might be the optimal tool. So use all of your suboptimal tools as well as your optimal tools, because that's all you have.
Yeah, you can't convert them, right? Yeah. So it's no, I see your point. That makes a lot of sense. It's you have to use everything that's available to you, regardless of its efficiency, right? Because you might not have the option to just farm Haywork, right? Or to spend your time doing that when the other options are available to you. Less efficient, sure, but still available.
Yeah, for folks that play mostly software trade, it can be a mindset that's a little bit foreign, because in softcore trade, the goal is often to figure out what your target is and then narrow your focus as much as you possibly can on that target, because it's the most efficient way to get whatever you're trying to accomplish, and spending time in other content would be extremely inefficient. But in a solo self-found environment, not varying up your content is often the less efficient route until you have, until you're like towards the end game, your character's like 94 or 5, and you have a large bulk of resources built up underneath you.
That makes a lot of sense, right? It's just I'm not as familiar with like I mean, I play the Gauntlet usually, even in my spare time. This league I haven't had the opportunity yet, but generally I play trade. So you're right. It's a mentality I'm not as familiar with as maybe a lot of these other players are. So it's nice to hear your perspective. And honestly, I now that I've heard it, completely agree. It makes a lot of sense. Wow, look, we're all learning, chat. Thank God we have this resource right here for us. My God, fantastic.
Are we, just because I don't have the stream up, are we seeing 4 streamers at the moment, or are we
currently 3? Currently 3. Yeah, because I think Timmy is just sort of AFK.
Yeah, I was asking because I wanted to replace Timmy's cam if chat was actually seeing it, but given they're not, it's fine.
Well, we can replace them. Who do you have in mind? Let's go 4 screen for a little bit.
Well, we don't have to. I was just wondering.
Yeah, 33% more content for the viewers. Come on, no problem.
Let me see if I can find somebody who's online.
So Rack, I generally play Trade League. I just don't have a lot of time, and I like to be able to get any build I want going. But in this event though is hardcore SSF, so there's no trading.
What kind of health pool should I have for Act 5 Kitava's Shield Through Glad 2K at the moment, by the way? 2K is not terrible. Normally in like non-gauntlet, I aim for between 1700 and 1800, somewhere around there. So a few hundred above that is a decent enough point if your damage is feeling good. I mean, anything better you can do is obviously going to be great, and if your XP still feels fine in something like the Chamber of Innocence, then there is no harm in farming another level or 2. But I don't think your HP total is going to be the huge issue there. 2K should be enough.
Yeah, 2K should be fine. Familiarity with the fight is pretty important. If you're feeling really, really uncomfortable, go try it out in like on your softcore character, your standard character, something like that. And just try and run around. Like, don't even attack Kitava. Right? Maybe phase them to get to the harder phase, but practice does make perfect, right? If you're not leveling a lot of characters every league, it might not be a fight you're comfortable with, which is fine, right? Or if you're used to softcore where you just zerg a boss down, again, playing hardcore is a very different experience. So sort of subject yourself to those rules, and then try it for real in the Gauntlet. There's no harm in practicing, right?
Certainly not. Certainly not.
I'd be pretty surprised if you said yeah or no. Never practice. Look, if you're not blindfolding yourself, going right into the content, you're doing it wrong.
You want to surprise yourself? That gets rid of all the fun.
You're not wrong. To be fair, like when a new boss comes out, to be fair, I do try and go in the blind, but Gauntlet's a little bit of a different beast.
And there was one other question in chat. Someone was wondering which Atlas region would be the best if they're just getting a couple Atlas points and want to push to presumably something like 90 for levels just to get entered into the drawing. The fastest ones would probably be like the Harbinger nodes in Valdo's Rest, or maybe the Breach nodes in New Vestir. But sorry, not Vestir, Arthane, bottom right. But those are going to be some of the rippiest ones as well, and I would prefer to take it slow and steady if I were you. So honestly, I'd rather run like Tyrn's End for invasion boss kills, because they are very safe, even if they're not amazing XP, and they'll give you a lot of mapping materials like sextants and chisels and all that to sustain your map pool really easily, while also potentially giving you a nice 6-link or 5-link base to work with. So that's what I would recommend if you're staying in lower level maps and you want to safely grind up to like 90-ish or so. Yeah.
No, I completely agree, right? You also got to find maps that aren't too difficult, right? Like, as we spoke about Tolman before, like don't subject yourself to content that you feel is overtuned for your character, right? If you're not trying to push for rank 1, if you're just trying to get level, I say just level 90. I mean, that's a hell of an accomplishment. Less than, I think 500 people did it last league, last Gauntlet total. So like, that's an incredibly difficult goal, and good luck to you. But just really try, like, you don't have to be fast about it. You have 10 days, I mean 9 now. But as you said, like, go to Turn's End, go to Haywark Hamlet, do some, but farm maps that you feel comfortable with, right? It's not always generally even the points that are there. It's just like stay in white maps, right, the whole time. Don't even if you're level 89.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, it's inefficient, but it's fine, right?
In the course of the 9 days that we've got left in the league, like T5 maps can get you to 90 for sure. And you can, even in Gauntlet, you can get to the point where on one of the more meta builds, something like DD or Spectral Shield Throw or the trap builds, you can get to the point where you're very comfy in T5-ish maps. Like you're OP for them, even with Gauntlet mods. So take it slow and steady and stay in that tier of map if your goal is purely to get 90. But we do need to refresh the tool. I think I've got it working.
Oh yeah, it's all back. I did refresh about 2 minutes ago, and it just had Dr. Dexter on the bottom right, and I knew he was offline, so I didn't refresh the observer. So I'm happy that now we can refresh everything. So it should be working. We got packs, Rise, PT, and Havoc popping off.
Briefly test whether the full screen functionality is working.
Do you think?
And it seems like it is, as we can watch Rise navigate some traps in full screen.
Very scary.
Hopefully it doesn't get stuck in full screen.
Actually, Chieftain actually is one of the easier builds to actually run trials and like the lab with. I find like just having all that recovery, all that physical defense just feels so damn good.
Yeah, it's very effective for this, and I think he had all 6 of his trials done. I think that was the last one.
Yeah, is that the last one, or was he just doing it for an offering?
They're all glowing. He's got 6. Yeah, he might have just done it for an offering too. Yeah, he might have.
I mean, but I feel like why subject yourself to that content though, right?
Boot enchant. Like there's the regen boot enchant, which is pretty sick on Chieftain, but like, yeah, that doesn't seem worth to me. I agree.
I guess we'll. You know what? Let's stay full screen for the Metamorph fight. Let's see how this goes. We were just talking about how rippy it is.
Selecting no mods. Yeah. That was all white organs, except I think for one. So this is as safe as a Metamorph can be. I was going to say very safe, but it's Stygian mobs, and there's going to be a million detonate deads that you can't see because of the Metamorph proj spam.
Yeah.
There they are. There they are. Yeah, this is really nasty. Doing Metamorphs in Abomination maps is always spooky, because the summon effect will summon like 5 or 6 rare Stygian revenants, which are the big spider-looking things. And when you kill undead near them, they will resurrect those undead, and then when the undead die again, they'll leave behind a corpse explosion. So it's this like super delayed corpse explosion effect.
Actually, I just want to see if he goes into the. Well, no, we can go for screen, which is great. It actually goes back now; it's not locked in. But I'm curious if he's just going to go directly into Uberlab.
Yeah, I am not certain whether. Oh, he didn't have an offering. Maybe he got all 6 trials done, but he didn't have an offering. He got his last one off burning an offering.
Yeah. So for those of you that don't know, I think it's either 3.14 or 3.15. You can now enter, similar like a Valve fragment, you can enter it into the map device, and it'll automatically open a trial for you. It's not necessarily one you don't have, but it opens up a random trial. So if you're only missing 1 and you have 5 offerings to burn, chances are you're going to get it, but it's still 1 in 6 every time. But and you cannot get offerings out of those opened trials. So if you see it opens one you don't have, like you can still do it for EXP, but really...
He never rescued Navali. That's why he was in the climb, for the person asking in chat. He never rescued Navali. Rise is like level 80-something, and Navali's been sitting there waiting the whole time. He wanted to try and get a twice enchanted, I'm assuming.
Yeah, probably. That's actually really funny.
Apparently today's Uberlab is dual swords. That's pretty spooky. Hopefully it's not also curses or something. Curses are really dangerous now with the warding flash changes.
Yeah, I mean you have to take them all down. Like you can't afford to leave any of them up. No way.
Even in the process of taking down the curse totems, it can be pretty dangerous, because what they'll do is on death they'll cast an empowered version of the curse.
My God.
So you can get like super vuln, and then if Azaro even hits you with a basic attack, you'll just bleed out, because you are almost guaranteed to be bled.
Well, he is entering Uberlab, so I'm excited to see this.
It is apparently fonts today.
Oh my God, okay.
So the curse that it casts on death is only casted near the font. So if Rise is aware of that, and Rise is a very experienced player, so I imagine he is, he'll hopefully drop his totems down and then run away and let the totems kill off the font while he's nowhere near it, so he doesn't get affected by the mega curse.
Hey, I'm pulling for him. I mean, I think this is the first Uberlab we've seen. I think obviously other players have gotten their lab done, but it's the first one we've seen on stream, so it's gonna be cool to see how his build, which pumps out a lot of damage, and pretty safe, actually handles this, right? Azaro being, I don't know, for me, just a very uncomfortable fight. I know I've fought him like hundreds, if not like thousands of times, like farming Uber Lab and stuff like that, but I don't know, it's not a fight like I'm ever like feeling, wherever I feel like, oh no, this is going to be a cakewalk. I always feel like if he hits me with one of these giant wind slashes, or like if I get hit by all the barrages by the goddess, I'm dead. So, and then even more so in Gauntlet, so we'll see how it goes. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm curious actually as well to which points he's left last. I could satisfy that curiosity by going and opening his profile right now, but I kind of want to wait.
The drama, the anticipation.
Yeah, I want the suspense of seeing what he's going to click on when he gets to the end.
No. I mean, do Steel Mage as well. I would think so. I mean, you're taking the activation range, you're taking the endurance charges probably, and you're probably taking.
Somebody in chat said if he gets to the end. Don't be mean.
Faith. Oh, have faith and rise. I mean, we don't want to force a reroll this early. Come on. Come on. And Pak is playing his patented Detonate Dead self-cast. So he uses Spell Cascade and Unleash in the Detonate Dead link. So you pop like 12 corpses, up to 12 corpses at a time, which is pretty insane, considering your damage is not affected by the increased mob life. So pretty insane altogether. I think is this in the map? Oh, is it a Desert Spring map? I thought maybe he was saving skill points for later, but he should be, I think, in first or second EXP wise. So he's popping off.
Yeah, Pak is doing really, really well, and it makes a lot of sense that he's doing as well as he is, because as you mentioned, he's just really experienced on this build. He has made a few adaptations since the last time around. I think he has gone for, he changed his reservation. In the previous version of the build, he'd run Herald of Ash for clear, but the game has, if anything, gotten more dangerous lately, so he swapped that over to a Flesh and Stone for the blind.
Yeah, for 10% extra reservation, you're just taking less damage from ranged mobs and blinding the ones that are close to you. So, I mean, I agree with the decision. You're already shocking anyway, so you don't need skitterbots or anything like that. So, and the extra AOE from Herald of Ash didn't feel. It doesn't feel as necessary. Like if you grab a couple AOE nodes on the tree, right? I feel like I'd much rather have the defensive layer from Flesh and Stone.
Detonate Dead totems viable. I mean, maybe in general it could be neat, but I doubt that's Gauntlet viable. One of the weaknesses of the Detonate Dead build is already the fact that it does have a little bit of a delay on the damage, being a double cast skill. You throw that on totems, it's going to get exaggerated even further.
There is one bit of cool tech though that you could do is on a regular self-cast Detonate Dead build like Pak, you can have a Desecrate spell totem for like bosses, and it'll just constantly cast like corpses on the boss, and you just always pop them over and over and over again. So maybe you can remove like Spell Cascade or you remove Unleash, so you can just pop them over and over and over. But not having full control of your Desecrate doesn't feel great, as we see Rise just entered his first trial. Gets hit by the Wind Slash, actually, half health right there.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. Honestly, after seeing him take that damage, I'm really not worried anymore.
Yeah, that's dual swords Wind Slash, and he just tanked it like a champ.
Yeah.
Thankfully, both Endurances and Fortify were up, but those are pretty consistent tools for him. Drake has a long duration. Fortify is down right now, though. Oh, did he just tank a slash with Fortify down and also not care? He's fine.
Yes, he did.
He's fine.
More than fine, yeah. I'm actually really surprised how tanky he is. I mean, I shouldn't be. We've been watching him for the last 2 hours, but yeah, that's pretty damn impressive. Even at level 85, right? I mean, sure, that's, some players only get to like level 90, 92 before they finish their Uber Lab, but he's looking buttery smooth. I guess his gear is pretty damn good. I mean, he has a 1700 armor chest piece, I think, or was that the one he hasn't equipped yet?
I don't know whether or not he managed to 5-link that. I think we moved away to watching someone else before he finished running through all his currency, but I'm sure he was burning all his currency trying to do it. And just one final thing on the Detonate Dead. Someone mentioned in chat that there's a lot of buttons to press until you get Trigger, and that is absolutely true.
Yeah.
But technically, Trigger did get a lot easier to pick up this league, as previously it would only drop in eye level 76 or 75 or higher zones, but now you can unveil Trigger on any eye level of weapon, starting with map tiers, so like 68 or higher.
I mean, it just look. For such an impactful mod, I'm really happy they made it more accessible. I'm sure now it's harder to get like the 4-second cooldown one, but for a lot of builds, 8-second is actually fine, right? A lot of your duration is going to cover that regardless. So
for the for the Detonate Dead build in particular, you get a bit of duration scaling off of the Ascendancy, and Bone Offering has a fairly long duration to begin with. So 8 seconds and 4 seconds, there's not really too much of a practical difference. If you really wanted to, you could even throw in increased duration support. It does cost you a trigger slot.
And especially, I mean, speaking on Puck's build as well, I mean, as he goes down to half health, by the way, chunked by a mob, he's also...
Corrupting Blood, Puck. Okay.
Okay. He's also running cast when damage taken, Bone Offering, so his uptime should be like permanent, with or without the trigger. So yeah, but that was a little bit spooky, Puck. Don't do that to me again, please.
Corrupting Blood is one of the things that Necro doesn't deal with as well. You don't have Leech until you can get a Leech amulet through like an Influenced or a Delve base or something. You don't have Agnostic, as you can tell by the fact that he has some amount of energy shield, so he hasn't picked up Agnostic, or else I would have gotten rid of that. So for recovery, you're kind of relying on your recovery on block from Bone Offering and like Enduring Cry and Life Flasks. So if you're not on top of them staunches, you start to melt pretty fast.
Yeah.
You're very resilient to hit damage, and you're very resilient to all the projectile spam, but dots are a weakness.
I think it sort of feels like that's the case for like a lot of builds these days, right? Because dodge and like block are so prevalent now in like the metagame. I mean, they always have been for a while, but it feels like now they're even more mandatory, especially in the Gauntlet. That dots are going to be like the scariest thing for the vast majority of these players.
The build can deal with those really well once you get the tools together. It's just the first like few days to maybe. I mean, it depends on your RNG in a solo self-in event, of course, but you know, if you can get something like the Overleach Keystone that I always forget the name of on the Vol Jewel, which is a great option. Corrupted Soul? That's the one that gives you life as extra ES, right? I forget the names of which ones. But yeah, if you can get that Overleach active, you also are leeching to your energy shield as well, and you get a significant bubble out of that. You can see he already has about 1200. Immortal Ambition, that's the one, thank you. And then on top of that, it is possible to get fire damage leached as life through like 3 or 4 different kinds of amulets, be it a Delve amulet, a Temple amulet, a Delve ring, an Influenced Warlord amulet. It's just none of those are available to you right away. So you've got this like danger zone, so to speak, where you have to be very cautious of dots for the first couple days of mapping until you can find one of those avenues to really solid recovery.
Yeah, and we are going to see these characters chase that. Oh, actually, Steel Mage, actually, it's his boss fight, but he's going to finish the map first, but we will go full screen. Actually, no, we won't go full screen, because I think Rise is about to go into his Uber trial, so we maybe have 2 boss fights at once, all the content at once, so pretty exciting to see.
Content window opening. And
it's always the case. Everything happens at once. You know what I mean? Everything happens at once.
A fresh new 5 link for Pac as well, which is kind of nice. In answer to the question whether Pac is going to be going for the Blister Lords, those got their HP nerfed a couple patches ago, so they're no longer. I don't think they're even better than the Heist Spectres.
No.
And they're not.
I mean, it's close. It is close though. Like, I mean, there's much more of a decision to be made, but there is an arguable best one, and I think you're right in saying that it is the Heist one.
The Heist ones are the easiest to access. That are like they're the best out of the easily accessible ones.
Yeah,
but there is a higher health one in the Primeval Ruins and Delve. But that's a pretty rare find, especially this early.
Is there one in? I think there's one in Synthesis maps as well. I could be wrong. I mean, I haven't looked into it recently. But...
I'm not sure on that. I didn't think Synth maps had spectrable monsters, because the reason why DD has such crazy damage for Synth bosses is because the Synth mobs can't spawn as corpses in your Desecrate pool.
See, you say that, but I've seen them as specters. We are gonna. Oh, I tried to go full screen for Rise, but we don't have that capability right now. So we're just gonna watch him in this final trial. Hopefully, he can take this down really quick. It doesn't have culling. It doesn't say, maybe on his protector, but
he's got the damage though.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah, no, oh. And we've seen him tank a wind slash, so even if he didn't dodge that final slash, he was going to be fine.
I'm just always afraid of the crit, right? I'm just always afraid of that one like 5% chance that you just get bopped. Actually,
and it was Talia for the last 2 points. Huh. Hey, I guessed a thing correctly.
Well, claps for Rise and claps for Octavian, I guess.
Yeah, I was equally difficult for me as it was for Rise. I'm very skilled here.
Hey, I mean, take credit where credit's due, right? All right. Yeah, I think everyone's just trucking along. It's really cool to see that Karn actually has. I don't want to make a comeback because that's not really fair to him, but has been able to recover substantially from his 12-hour debacle or 13-hour debacle with Oni-goroshi. He is using it now, and obviously just crunching his way through the maps, his damage is going to be a lot better, actually, than a lot of these other players, because he already has a 6-link, and it tends to be a really strong one, too, if you optimize it, which Karn has. So, yeah, I guess, like, he sacrifices his early game for hopefully, like, his, the middle being a lot stronger.
It feels like everybody lined up at the starting line for this race, and, you know, Karn showed up, and then at his jumping off point, his starting point on the starting line for the race, he decided, I'm just going to dig a pit here and start from the bottom of that. And it's working.
Just went directly to the gym. Everyone else is racing. He's like, I got to train some more, guys. I need a couple more.
I'll be right back. Let me go do some Rocky stuff off screen.
Yeah, you see I'm Exile. He's like blasting. He's on his 4th lap, and Karn's just like crunching weights, doing some squats. I'm catching up by the end. Oh, we'll see how it goes, but I'm really excited to see it. I don't think he'd farm another Oni-goroshi if he did die, but he does still have like 3 Scions, right?
What? I'm sorry to interrupt. Rise just got the Detonate Dead as a chance to detonate an additional corpse helmet enchant.
Of course he did. Well, you know what though?
He was talking about re-rolling.
Yeah, he was. So if that isn't a sign, I don't know what is. But hopefully, you know what though? I really hope Rise doesn't reroll for the sake of it this time around, and sort of just sticks with this build, tries to push it, and if he dies, goes to the DD. That being said, the longer he waits to make that change, if he does want to do it, the worse, right? So, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, and there's an argument to be made that Helm enchant is not even optimal, because with Spell Cascade and Unleash, you don't generate enough corpses for it to even feed it necessarily.
Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt.
It's really cool with Vol DD, because every explosion has a chance to trigger that from Vol DD, each individual explosion. So if you are somehow able to feed it enough corpses, you can get a Vol Detonate Dead that will just absolutely demolish things, but feeding it that many corpses is pretty tough in a boss fight.
Yeah. I mean, you'd need that. Then you would need the totem, I think. Like, that would be the intention, right? Like, you need to have a Discord totem, or like, Unearth totem, maybe, and like you're casting on top. Oh, someone's at rank 34. Oki's yet again.
I don't think we have a stream for that point.
We do not. Sad to see him go F in chat for him. Sorry about that, buddy. Hopefully better luck on your next character. Come back strong, my friend. Come back strong. After Act 8 Dwaydry, correct. Polly's is asking the next scary fight after Malachi. I mean, you have to be wary at every boss fight. Honestly, Tukahama and Chevron, or Chevrudi, can be really scary. But, yeah. Just pace yourself. Brine King can be a little scary too. Like he pumps out a lot of damage, but hopefully you have some overlapping AoE or something that can really just bop him. And
if you stop to do Rislatha on level, she can be very scary. But the chaos damage side boss in Act 6, because your chaos res is probably going to be in the negatives, and she can cause overlaps.
Yeah, so like minus 50 at worst.
Right? I would just come back to that one later, if I were you.
Yeah, I mean, like the reality is like. I imagine if you're getting through Malachi, this isn't your first time through the Gauntlet, or isn't your first time like playing the game. I would hope not. I hope this isn't your first experience with Path of Exile, but just get to a place where you feel comfortable, right? That being said, as we pointed out, Rislatha and like Dwaydry are the next big like raid boss type things. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Just over level for those bosses, you know, and then you should be okay. I say that so casually. Like, just over level. Like, that's like, oh, it's a one-stop shop solution, when in reality it's pretty spooky. And don't be afraid to like just farm gear as well. We keep talking about over leveling, or at least I do. But if you're playing like a melee skill, or you're playing like Rise of Totem build, or you're playing like a bow build for some odd reason, you know, taking the time to maybe craft a nicer weapon or something like that to just get you over that like damage hump, so you can really trivialize those bosses, is not a bad idea either.
That is a heck of a lot of prod spam that Pak is facing.
Yeah.
This is the environment where the Necromancer build excels, though. We were talking earlier about its weakness to dots, but this kind of off-screen prod spam is its bread and butter. You can still get overwhelmed, and this map is kind of rippy with the shocked ground all over the place, as he certainly doesn't have shock immunity, but he's doing fine.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you that don't know, with Bone Offering, you heal on block. So if you're getting tickled, if you're getting hit by like, or pelleted with like hundreds of different attacks, but they're only doing a little bit of amount of damage, you'll out heal generally with Bone Offering, or you know, a block on life on block shield or something like that, or ES on block. So you know, super strong against that type of stuff, but as Octavian so aptly pointed out, not great for degens or anything like that. So, yeah, hopefully it's standing up in this map, so hopefully it can last him for the rest of the map too.
Yeah, this is a tough one that he's running through, though. He doesn't have all the map mods up on the side, but even just the shocked ground is pretty nasty. It's a mod that's often underestimated, but it's equivalent to like 17% more damage taken because presumably, unless you're running something like Abyssus or Aura Sacrifice, you don't have any other increased damage taken effects on you. Oh, okay. I thought he took his hand off the keyboard for a second there. I was very worried, but he's fine. He's fine.
He's just having a little music break, little coffee break in midstream, no problem for Puck. And actually, one thing you're gonna notice, I know we keep talking about Puck, but one thing he is doing, which I really, really love, is that he's pre-placing his desecrates. He's not even seeing mobs, and he's just laying it down and like right-clicking to pop them. So he's trying to off-screen as much as he can. I mean, granted, this is a porcupine map, but definitely best practice, right? And that would have saved Exile, right? He ran into a pack, got swarmed, and then died because of it. But if you can keep sort of these monsters at bay preemptively, like that's definitely going to be an incredible defensive layer. Hard to do for 20 hours straight, but pretty strong.
One of the strengths to that is the behavior of Detonate Dead with Unleash and Cascade means that you really only have to tap a pack with like 1 or 2 corpses, because as the monsters die and thus turn into corpses, which most things do when they die, they are then going to get exploded by the cascading detonates or the unleashed detonates that didn't target your desecrate, because you don't generate enough corpses with a single desecrate for full stack unleash spell cascade to actually consume. So really all you have to do is like touch the edge of the pack, and oftentimes the whole pack will go pop anyways.
We actually have a 2-time champion in chat, Lighty7. It's good luck, man. Yeah, so far you've been putting on a hell of a show. Apparently got 11 toxic grains equipped. You gotta hit that level 21 gem, guys. Come on. Actually, pro tip: if you are playing a spell, like please level gems in your offhand and try and hit that level 21. Gem levels are incredibly important, even more so now in 3.15. It's about 10 to 11% more damage, and you kind of really need it. So, good luck, my friend, and hopefully we can get you on stream at some point.
Yeah, and drop an Empower. That's good advice.
Yeah,
too.
just drop an Empower. Yeah, not a bad idea.
Go ahead and drop one, lady. I believe in you.
I to be fair, I actually do. I'm a big believer. So we'll
yeah. If it were Steel Mage, I might.
I don't know. He's gonna run the invasion boss. Is gonna drop a level 2 off the top, easy.
Oh man, I don't know if it can even do that.
I think you used to be able to, but now you can only run just the one. Just need 7 pure X to make full use of Empower. I mean, this is true. This is true. Yeah.
Hey, you got one yesterday. You're on the way. I've been lurking.
Yeah, because for those of you that don't know, you can craft, or you can guarantee a +3 craft on bows with multi-mod and all these other things. So you need to do the Pale Council. There's a few steps in between here and there, but he does have 10 days, and I mean, it would just be easier to drop one, right? So, good
Pale
luck.
Council is not really even that hard to reach in Solo Self-Found as well, because of the prevalence of coins from Tyrn's End.
Yeah.
Tyrn's End, the solution to everything.
I'm a big fan.
Not really. Hayward Hamlet is the solution to everything, but I like Tyrn's End better.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, I'm a big fan of boss fights, even if they are just like steamrolls, but yeah, crafting availability is going to be your best friend, which is the Hayward Hamlet sort of package. You know, your essences, your harvest. It feels bad not to abuse those things, right? Okay, who do we have here? I think Karn just found his first trial. Obviously a little bit behind in that progression and Atlas progression, but should be catching up pretty soon because he's actually zooming now that he's actually in maps. I think the second he equipped his Oni-goroshi, he just was flying through maps, and he doesn't really need a 6-link, right? Because he already has it built in. Yeah, should be buttery smooth from now on. And
he's gonna have some sort of, I guess you could call it passive power gain in the form of that flat damage that he's gonna gain for levels. So he sacrificed his soul and 12 hours of his time in order to get 2 of the things that your typical melee, or I guess generically attack build, would have some trouble potentially farming, which is a very nice weapon and a 6-link.
Yeah, I mean, look, some people see it as like a very Buddhist. I actually kind of like the decision. Look, is it something I would do? Maybe not. But he's also practiced with it. He's got unlucky with the RNG. Instead of taking 8 hours or 7 to 8 hours, it took nearly 13. But he has found solutions to his problems, right?
Does have to log out there though from the trial. A little bit of poor positioning on some of the spike traps. I didn't see whether he got bled stepping off of one or if he was just out of flasks and didn't want to risk running through the rest of the sequence.
Monk ass.
But takes the safer play. It's going to cost him a little bit of time, but a lot less time than farming another Oni.
Oh my god. I mean, I really hope he doesn't rip. I hope he just plays like super safe. And I think the thing is, I think that is the name of the game for him at this point because he knows. Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, good luck to everybody in chat. Anyone else wanting to farm an Oni? Just good luck. That's all I have to say to you. Just good luck. Apparently, someone did in Karn's chat. He was also doing it and took 18 hours, and then he ripped with it or something. Just unfortunate. Just unfortunate. I mean that would. Sure, that'd make me uninstall the game. I think that's the. And I'd reinstall it immediately after, but I would need a clean install. Oh, you finally beat. I mean, actually, the Oddlog finally beat Brutus.
Hey,
my man.
Congrats.
I actually beat a raid boss. Congratulations, dude. That's actually huge. I think. I mean, when we said time and time again, Act 1 is now. I mean, it already was, but now is the hardest by a wide margin, right? So taking your time and overcoming those hurdles, like if you can beat Act 1, you can get to maps. Just take your time, ask a ton of questions. If you feel like you're hitting a wall, come in here, go to Lighty, Rise, Steelmage, Pak, talk to somebody, and hopefully they can give you some advice to get you over that hurdle. But yeah, just take your time, man, and congratulations. Sorry, I went on a bit of a tangent there, but I was pretty hyped. Like we were talking about the last hour. I've been waiting to hear back from him, so I'm pretty excited.
If in answer to the person who's wondering better ways to approach getting Pale Council in Solar Self-Found, the two biggest sources, or I guess three, the three biggest sources of silver coins in Solar Self-Found now are Tujin haggling, as he'll often offer stacks of 10 or 20. Tyrn's End, if you have the invasion boss nodes, they can drop stacks of between 8 and 20. And the heists that give prophecy returns, which I'm horrible at remembering which heist layout gives what. I believe you can get them from, is it engineering? But don't look it up. Don't take my word on that because I have a historically bad memory as to which heist job gives which reward.
Yeah, me as do I. And I played a fair bit of heist, but thing is I just run everything because I want to level all the guys up to 5 and then just do lock picking. So I couldn't tell you, but I think there's some other tips and tricks. I mean, as long as you have the silver coins, just try and keep your prophecy bank like a quote unquote full, right? Like don't keep the sharpened blade in there. Try and get rid of all of the cheaper sort of crappy prophecies. Like don't seal them, don't use them, right? Because you're filtering them out of the pool available, right? So if you are gonna try and just spam one and get rid of it, I like to reseal and then search for the one you really need. Just limit that to only one, right? Don't cycle through everything. A little tip, I know people do that when they farm prophecies. So, you know, it might just get you to where you need to go that little bit faster.
Karn is going back through his trial now. I think he was on the final puzzle when he logged, so this might be the end of it. And he was taking his time and being very cautious, and I don't really blame him. Oh no, there's one more puzzle left. He could still get bled out by spikes. Hopefully it doesn't happen. And
Rise actually in a boss fight. I think this is a 5 or 6 way. No, sorry, a 4 way. And looking, again, smooth. Again, I don't know. His build is looking mighty fine, honestly.
Yeah. Now he's got Tassalio. It's a huge spike in tankiness.
Oh, yeah. I thought that's why I thought he had it, because his life just was barely moving before. So I'm very surprised that was the case that he didn't.
Like, huge recovery, some fizz taking his fire, I believe, so good fizz mitigation. Things that he was already doing pretty well before, but now he's just absolutely crushing at, because on top of endurance charges and fortify, he has that fizz taking his Ellie now. Yeah. And as well as that...
Ooh, Karn goes real low. Less than 100 life from the spikes.
He did swap to Raslatha Pantheon before going into here, so he does have passive flask regen.
Okay,
so he's probably just going to wait for that, if I have to guess. We're going to be seeing Karn sit here for like a few minutes, not quite that long, I'm exaggerating, but half a minute or so. He's got 1 charge back. He's kind of brave walking forward with just, okay, he has 2 uses now, it looks like. Just
that's very spooky. My god. Pro tip, guys, if you are really struggling with lab traps or labs in general, Enduring Cry is essentially like a free flask every 3 seconds. You can top yourself up. I would have taken multiple life flasks rather than just one, just to have the option, right? They can be really scary because they do % health damage, right? So even if you're super tanky or you have like 8,000 life, you're still gonna get chunked by these things.
Yeah, the one of the best tools is just really, really high recovery, which is
Correct.
why Chieftain and Agnostic Mind Over Matter builds are so strong. Slayer to some degree if you have something to leech off of before running through the traps, but you have only like a window of that super high recovery because you can't actually leech off of the fonts or whatever they're called, the little totem things.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not a... Even after all these years, because Lab was released in 2.3, not Uber Lab, but just regular Lab. Traps still pose a major problem for a lot of players, because I think for the vast majority of the game, you don't really have to watch where you're stepping as much as you do with traps, right? Like, you don't have to time yourself, you can just blast with dash and whirling blades or lead climb or whatever you're using, but it's in this instance that you really have to be careful. It's more like a strategy game, nearly, how you approach it. And it can be or a platformer, maybe I should say.
You could find elements of either, I'm sure.
Yeah, so just practice makes perfect, but even someone like Karn, who has probably done hundreds and hundreds of these things, can get low from them. So don't be too hard on yourself if you're struggling with them as well.
Yeah, and as you can see from Karn and how slowly he's playing, patience is the name of the game if you're worried about traps. As it's oftentimes better to just sit and take a spike or let a saw blade pass underneath you rather than panicking and trying to run as quickly as you can to the end, because that's a recipe for running into another spike or running along with the saw blade. Better the evil you know than the evil you don't, I guess.
No, agreed, right? And honestly, like, you technically can not get hit by anything if you do take your time and you time all the different like platforms or the blades or anything. You can avoid them in their entirety. But patience is definitely a virtue in this case, or required skill set for these things. I think actually, do we have Rise in another logbook area, or is this just inside a map? No, it's just in a map. He's in Marches. Never mind.
He got a medium delirium jewel as well, but it wasn't the totem one. I imagine there's going to be a little spark of excitement every time a medium cluster jewel drops for Rise. And then the inevitable disappointment when it's not a totem cluster jewel. Totem clusters are extremely powerful for pretty much every totem build because it's the most consistent source of onslaught for these builds. You can get, I think it's called Sleepless Sentries, which is a notable that gives you onslaught if you've placed a totem recently.
Yeah, which is just 20% cast speed, attack damage, and move speed, right? Just insane, right? And honestly,
you can adjust the speed, but yeah.
Oh, true. Still though, really nice. And not something to be passed up. No. A lot of cluster jewels bring so much power to all these like builds, like whether it's brands or whether it's totems, minions. It's just an SSF. It can be that struggle to get the right one, and you're likely might not get an 8 passive. Maybe you have to get a 9 passive. Maybe you have to get even a 10 passive early on, and then slowly get, because if it's a 10 passive but it has the right nodes or notables, it's worth maybe sacrificing the extra point or two to get it right.
Yeah, there's something of a saving grace as well with the vendor recipe for 5-1. Did Steel do that, boss, or is he opting on saving it for later? Or
so this is the second time we've seen him skip. I thought he made a mistake the first time; he just forgot about it in his estuary. But now that we've seen it again, I think it's a deliberate choice he's making.
Yeah, you do. So if you pursue the strategy, you don't get influenced items on the Conqueror respawns. So he's not doing this to farm Hunter items, because you're not going to get any Hunter packs or any Hunter influenced items until you go and kill that Conqueror. It's only the first spawn of a given Conqueror that's capable of giving you those. But you do get a free map once every 4 maps, because you get that cycle of 3 to spawn the dude, and then Zana will give you a free map. So it may just be that Steel wants to stall out at this tier of content for a little bit. Maybe he feels like his damage isn't good enough to push higher level Conquerors. I'm not sure the reason, but he's getting the extra value out of a free map every 4th run.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be also like just map starvation too. Like, I mean, unlikely, but it could be. I would doubt it because he's so early on. But I mean, it's hard to tell exactly what these players are because we don't have access to like their stashes or anything like this. But the fact that Steel's doing it means there's a very good reason, right? This man is an SSF legend. He knows exactly what he's doing and how to get to where he needs to be.
it gives you some extra consistency targeting a certain zone early on as well.
Yeah.
Because you get, an extra, 25% maps for whatever zone it is you're doing. So if you really wanted to target like Haywark for essences or Tyrn Zen for invasion boss kills, not killing the Conqueror and just looping that Conqueror over and over again will essentially guarantee you a Tyrn Zen or Haywark map drop every 4th map. Which, given that you can't target single maps or anything, or target regions as easily as perhaps you could before, is rather nice. If you have a clear idea of what you're doing it for.
Yeah, I mean, look, it could be harvest farming, it could be... I'm not, in this case, 'cause I don't think he's in Haywark Hamlet, but, like, maybe you just need, I need a ton of essences, or I really need to get Legion Splinters to get my Timeless Jewels, right? Like, there's a lot of different reasons where you would want to stick to one zone, and having just that bump really, really helps. Oh, and we have a little chant going on by Vyro. I love to see it.
Oh, somebody said it was Lexajoris, so I imagine that's for like a cluster jewel then, with the Delirium nodes. That'd be my guess.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think Bleed really, really scales heavily off the cluster nodes.
Wide, peepo happy.
What a cozy... like, I know Ziz brings it up a lot, but what a cozy emote. It's just a feel-good... Just
an excellent frog.
Yeah, it just makes my heart smile a little bit, which maybe it shouldn't be doing. That's like a bit of deformity, but it brings some joy to my day. It's nice, like I don't stream very often, as you know, Octavian. So when chat does pop off like this, it legitimately brings a smile to my face.
I never smile. I hate happiness.
I hate happiness. Well, welcome to the cast, brother. We got another 8 days of this.
Put those frogs away. Only sad frogs.
Only sad. Any smilers? Oh my. Oof. I don't know why, but that smile just is. It's not a friendly smile. We'll see.
It's sinister. Yes.
It very much is. Papa, okay. Chat, how are you guys doing, by the way? We haven't checked in up on the chat. How is your Gauntlet expedition going? Your expedition, you know what I mean.
It's an expedition into the Gauntlet. It works.
Which is in Expedition League. Hopefully you're doing well. If you do have any questions or you want tips or tricks or anything like that, please give us a shout. Hopefully we can help between the two of us. Or maybe chat can help you too. Died at 49, that's okay. I mean, that's... Oh, I guess you're one level before the MTX draw. That's brutal, actually. Oh, no. At 4 Dwaydry is bullshit. Agreed. You're not wrong. Level 8 for achievement? My man. Doing Dominus? Good luck, Tumblr. Good luck, man.
I believe in you. I'm more scared of the laser spinny Piety.
Yeah, Piety's pretty scary.
And Dwaydry.
Oh, no. Heal JD died to Weaver with 9 stacks of the slow Petrified yesterday. Oh, no. The only thing I could advise you to, because I'm sure you were staying close and you weren't getting hit by the EK or something, is just portal out. If you have some spare portals, just portal out, portal back in. That's like one of the only ways to remove those stacks. And it resets the fight a little bit. You get your portal, you get your potions back up. But yeah, it's rough. I'm so sorry, man. It's brutal.
First Gauntlet I ever did, I made the mistake of doing a minion build and like leveling as a summoner, and the Piety Spinny Beam fight was like the hardest part of it because I had no minion survivability yet. So every time she did the spin beam, all of my minions died. I had to portal out, resummon them, go back. It was like 6 portals to kill that. I did it though.
We had a question from Void241. I think you actually asked this question before as well about fizz to fire conversion for like I believe contrary path. So okay. So I love the new totems, but I think they're strictly worse than Warchief totems in nearly every instance. I think they're fun, and in some cases can clear a little bit faster, but I don't see... In Gauntlet, it really is about... I mean, you can play whatever you want, or you can make anything viable, but to make your life a little bit better and a little bit easier, I would stick with Warchief totems personally. But if you do take that path, please share your progress with us. I'd love to hear how it goes.
Yeah, Conch Path has the advantage of teleporting its way through like maps and stuff, but the damage is just going to be really rough. Doing fire conversion is you're going to have to deal with res, where instead of going for full fizz, and then you also are giving up a link to the Earthbreaker support instead of, and you're in a link-starved environment anyways, because you probably have a 5 link at best. I wouldn't really recommend it.
Brutal. We can't actually play YouTube. We can't play YouTube clips right now, but I will check it out personally after the cast, and we'll have a little chat about it for the because we have his rip clip to Weaver, which is just unfortunate. I mean, it's one of these bosses that is a real wall for a lot of players. As we mentioned before, though, if you stay close within melee range, it's not going to use its EK ability or its spitting web ability. I think someone else pointed that out in chat too. Yeah, simple musings as well. So if you can stay close to Weaver, that's going to be your best bet to avoid some of those scarier abilities. Use Smoke Mine so you can keep it blinded, so the melee attacks have a 50% chance to miss you. Maybe Decoy Totem. There's a couple things you can do, but yeah, good luck on round 2, brother. Good luck.
We have.
Oh, we have.
I don't know if you want to try and get it onto the stream. We do have that YouTube video.
I can maybe grab it. I'm trying to. I think Rise just entered a Baron fight, which is.
Oh, okay. Let's watch that.
One of the scariest bosses in the game. It's all shotguns all the time. For those that don't know, you can guarantee that you always have a square to play with here. If you go into one of the corners when he charges up his mana square ability, it'll target along the rows and columns that he targets. So it gives Rise like a lot more room to sort of play around in, and obviously able to get him down quite cleanly, avoids all the overlapping shotguns, and calls it a day.
Yeah, it actually seems like a really safe build for doing the Baron fight. His DPS wasn't anything too impressive there, but it was enough to get the fight done, and unlike something like, I don't know, maybe Spectral Helix, which some people were thinking they were going to see, but I don't think anyone's picked up, or, you know, like Quantric on the Earth Shatter, for instance, where you have to actually get close to the enemy, you can constantly stay further away from Baron, and that means that when he fires off his projectile shotgunning thingy, he's going to fire it in a spread, because it works sort of like, I can't remember the name of it.
Veritania's?
I don't think it's quite... No, yeah, actually you're right, because Veritania, if you're right under her as well, her projectiles will be spread closer together. Yeah. So essentially, if you're right on top of the boss, you're way more likely to get shotgunned.
Yeah.
Because screw melee.
Because screw melee. All right. Well, I mean, I think they're just making slow progress with their Atlas. It's kind of nice to see. I mean, obviously, we want to see rips just for the sake of it, but I'd like to see these guys attempt some bosses with these builds. I'm really excited to see how they progress them too. I mean, because it's only a 10-day event. Like the actual gear progression is kind of limited by how much you can, like, time-wise, right? Like, you don't have not 3 months to just like, oh, okay, I'm gonna farm out the perfect influence gear. I'm gonna really spend my time like getting all these exalts. Like, a lot of these players might only find 2 to 5 exalts during this 10-day event, right? Which really limits you if you want to do something like multi-pawn or something like that, right?
Yeah, I think you'd be surprised by the level of gear that these players can get, though. It really starts to ramp. A lot of the players are planning around things that, you might not immediately think of as being solo self-found targets. So stuff like planning around certain timeless jewels in endgame versions of their build, and the like, planning around certain clusters as well. It's with the Atlas passives and with the amount of playtime that these players put in, you can target farm some relatively endgame tools.
Oh, I mean, look, like I know specifically players like Lighty and stuff always have like insane gear. Like he just knows exactly what he needs to do to get exactly what he needs. But I know myself, that's definitely something I struggle with even after all these years of playing Path of Exile. It's just getting to the whatever gear threshold I want effectively, right? I tend to meander around like the middle tiers, and then I'll just like save up and buy like my perfect item. Obviously not something available to me in SSF, but yeah. Well, we'll see how these guys progress.
In this particular league, it's not the best because Harvest existed, but this is a fairly friendly league for min-maxing solo self-found characters in the endgame because of the prevalence of bases from both Gwenin and Rog. Both of them are not super likely to, but likely enough to give you influenced items that you can get your hands on the influence base that you need if you're willing to be a little bit less than picky about it, If you just need, like, an armor chest piece that's got Hunter, and you're not going, like, hard for the astral plate, or if you just need a wand that's got hunter influence and you're not going hard for the best tier of wand, you're probably going to be able to get it after a few days of grinding out expeditions.
Perfect. I think I'm gonna pop our lovely faces onto the stream as well for a little bit. Oh, there we are. Hey chat, how you doing?
Howdy everybody.
Hey everybody. Just like tuning in. These are the actual voices. I'm joined by my co-host Octavian. I was about to say BigSil, but I'm BigSil. So Octavian and BigSil. Really excited to be here. Wonderful sponsors. We're sponsored by Shopify, Redbull, who sponsors the cast, and Zizaran and GGG. So it's pretty cool to be a part of this. We have a ton of people in the back end. Vyro, Mr. Madicky, Cronax, a whole host of people making this all possible. Faderon for the tool we use, and for the Path of Exile racing. I don't know, man. It's pretty awesome that all this work, like, because we can see behind the curtain how much work actually gets done, right? Like, it's not. This doesn't happen overnight. Like, Vyro talks to sponsors and GGG for like hundreds of hours to make these things happen. So if we can get a clap and chat for production, that would be pretty damn awesome. Maybe I don't know. I think it's cool.
The community as well has chipped in, and through a lot of different means. We've had the bounties, which were all crowdfunded, I believe. I might be wrong in that, but a good number of them were crowdfunded through individual streamers.
Exactly.
And then there's the Gauntlet core crowdfunds to begin with, which Shopify was matching 1-to-1, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they match up to, I think it's 30,000, but I could be wrong. But yeah, they've been a wonderful sponsor, wonderful partner to work with, and can't wait to see what the future holds for us and Path of Exile as a whole. It's really awesome. I look like Leonard from Big Bang Theory. I'll take it. Like one of the most recognizable faces. I think I'm a little bit better looking, but that's just the vanity leaking through. So, although I did, after 18 months of COVID lockdowns, now that I'm double vaccinated, the family's double vaccinated, I am going back to the gym. So hopefully I can cut out those unwanted COVID pounds from a lot of Doritos and cake. So
yeah, I'm in the same boat. Yeah. Also haven't had a haircut in like more than a year.
I was lucky that there was like instances where we weren't under lockdown, so I was able to like quickly get a haircut. But I looked disheveled for like 80% of the last 2 years.
Well, I live in Florida, so there hasn't been a lockdown for a while, but I just don't want to go outside.
I understand. I get it.
I'd rather let my hair get long than go outside.
And it suits you, brother. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think it look fantastic. Come on. No, but I think
hairstyles aside, should we refresh the tool and get some new broadcasters in here?
Yeah. Dealer's choice, brother. Dealer's choice.
All right, we may have to refresh after I get it set up.
All good.
Give me just a moment.
Just give me a heads up. Whew.
I don't know who's on. Oh god dang! Since it's not updating quickly, I don't actually know if the people I'm pulling in are online. It's a bit of a crapshoot.
It's okay. We've dealt with far worse, and we're gonna manage to pull our ways through.
Is Lighty online yet? He was here earlier. Yeah, Lighty's online, so we can check back in with one of the leaders there. And
perfect.
Who else? Let's bring Ventura back on.
Love it.
All right. Is the tool updating? It's updated on my end.
It was not updated, but let's hit F5.
Give it a refresh then.
Yeah, and it updates automatically. So even if this is the workaround we have to deal with, this is not bad, right?
Yeah, no, this is workable. This is manageable.
Yeah, and I'm sure like by tomorrow or even the day after, we're gonna have this all working buttery smooth for you, chat. Obviously, we want the best experience for you. And by the way, if you do have feedback, you want to see our faces more, you want to see different streamers on the cast, you think I'm slamming my desk too much, which I've been doing. I apologize. I just get very animated, Please do let us know. Like, all feedback is welcome, positive, negative, you name it. Don't even have to write it like well. Just DM me on Twitch. Send it to me on Discord at BigSil. I'm happy
just
to listen. Just
caveman it, chat.
Honestly, I mean, like the thing is,
cast good, me like, or cast bad, go away. Those are your options.
I mean, I'd like some details, but overall, this is only our second time doing the casting like the Gauntlet, so we really do want to make this experience as good as we can for you guys. Because that's the whole purpose, right? We want to make a place where you can tune in every day, usually get like a review of the previous day. We couldn't do that today because we didn't have clips, but if there are specific content you want to see, please let us know.
interviews is something that's a little bit difficult to work in due to the nature of the event. Like, we might be able to do it if somebody's like finishing up their stream and heading off to bed, but most of the players are going to want to focus on blasting and doing maps and, you know, killing monsters, being gamers. They don't want to come on here and talk to us.
No, I mean that was the one problem we did. We did interview I'm Exile after he won, and it was unbelievable last time. He was on this high, he was freaking out, and I was so happy for him. But the interviews are tough, right? Because these players are playing, and talking to us while reading their chat and maybe reading Ziz's chat could rip them. But it is something we can look into, because that would be pretty cool, right? Just talking to like, oh, Steel, why did you make that decision? Why aren't you killing your Conqueror, right? Getting an answer to that question would be really cool, and doing it live would be nice.
And I didn't realize it wasn't on purpose, but in bringing Ventura and Lady onto the screen, we did get our 2 Toxic Rain contenders. So that's it's good. And checking in on a playstyle that we haven't watched any of so far today. The one complaint that I was hearing consistently from Lady during his stream, and which is kind of reflected for both Lady and Ventura here, is that the life totals are a little bit low for the Raiders, but that gets offset by the massive amount of avoidance that you get from the Ascendancy. I was watching Lady's stream yesterday, and somebody in chat, presumably new to the game or new to Gauntlet, was like, "Is his game bugged? He's running through all the monsters and never takes damage." It's great. It's like, oh, sweet summer child, you've never seen a Raider before, have you?
You've never seen phasing before. Ooh. The thing is, actually, you know what though? Even if you know Path of Exile but you've never played a Raider before, you might not know that it doesn't have the phasing like
the visual.
Yeah, the visual, right? It's not present only on Raider. So this guy's like, oh my god, is Lady hacking? What's going on? He's like cheating. Oh god.
Why is this game bugged? Every time I try to run to monsters, I just die. What the heck?
No, it's for those that don't know, please get phasing on your builds somehow if you can. I know there's a point in near Raider, or near Ranger, that it's like phasing on kill. It's gonna save your life. Get a quartz flask if you have to. It's just really good.
Yeah, freedom of movement is the one near the Ranger area.
Yeah,
it's a really cheap early anoint. I think the most expensive portion of it is like a teal or something. Like it's a very cheap early anoint, and not only gives you the phasing on kill, but also dodge chance and move speed while phasing. No,
it's a really powerful notable. I mean, but even if you just go to the first node in that, I think it's a 3-point wheel. If you're there, it is like a 10% or 4%, 5% chance on kill to get phasing. So.
Ventura getting Thankfully, the boss is gone, but he is out of life flasks and at health, which is just never comfortable.
No, you never want to see and that's the thing with Path of Exile, because we use these globes. It's like even if it just goes down to about a third, which means you're still pretty healthy. It just seeing it go from like full to nothing, it's always like this panic moment in Path of Exile. So hopefully they can avoid doing that, at least for now. I know Ventura. I think Ventura ripped day 1. I don't know. I can't confirm it, but he's looking pretty good now. Looking pretty damn good now. I think an interesting point you brought up before, it's about their life totals, which are feeling a little low compared to some of these 6K, 7K gamers with the Juggernauts and Marauders, the Duelists. They are avoiding the vast majority of hits by being a Raider, but that one-shot potential is still there, right? If they get through all those layers, whether it's dodge or block or just pure evasion as well, there is a fear that they can just get one-tapped, so a lot of them do take Wind Dancer as well. Sometimes if they can get Fortify, I mean, not in this case because they're using Toxic Rain, but there are tools at their disposal which I'm 100% sure they're using. But getting swarmed, at least getting hit multiple times in Gauntlet is actually the way you're going to die the most, right? Whether that's through shotgunning of cannibals or bosses or a variety of projectiles coming at you. Being one-shot from one individual hit is actually less likely in Gauntlet than it is in the regular league. Well, in a way, right? Because you're mitigating more damage. But I hope that I'm getting my point across.
And one of the things to deal with that towards the end game that I mentioned, I briefly alluded to it earlier, is I did hear talk from some of the folks practicing Raider, though it was more just talk than anything else. I don't think anyone did it in a practice run, of potentially swapping to Helix in the end game, because you need better gear to get Helix going for end game DPS. You need an actually decent weapon and maybe some good attack speed gear, things like that. But if you can get that going, you have the benefit of then working Fortify into your build and working in a significant amount of Leech, because Toxic Rain can often struggle with Sustain outside of a Life Flask and maybe an Enduring Cry. So it's a potential endgame swap. I don't want to make it sound like it's definitely going to happen and all these raiders are going to be helixing by the time they're level 92 or 3. It's just something to think about, something to keep an eye out for, because you might see some of these players starting to collect the gear for that if they feel like Toxic Rain isn't competitive enough in the very end game.
I'd be pretty excited to see that.
Yeah. The downside, however, is Helix is essentially a melee skill for bossing if you want to get maximum uptime in your DPS. And so Toxic Rain is a lot safer in that regard if you don't have like really nice gear.
I guess it's going to be like a case-by-case basis, right? If you get the +3 or a really good +2 with attack speed or something like that, maybe you'll stick with Toxic Rain. But if you're really struggling to get that ramp going, maybe it's day 5 or 6, just thinking, you know what? I already dropped a really great sword, or I dropped a great dagger or claw, or whatever you need. It'll be nice to actually at least have the option to change, right? I think that's... we saw Havoc before. He was switching between Frostbolt and Forbidden Right, depending on the circumstance, whether you wanted freeze or wanted single target damage. Having a build that you can... like hot swap, maybe it's a strong word, but like if you can like with a couple nodes or little 1 or 2 pieces of gear change, is pretty nice to have, right? And maybe it does require a big respec, but even having the option to do that is pretty is a real strength of some of these characters.
It's not too uncommon to see in the context of Gauntlet. Like we know for sure that there's at least one player who's planning on a swap like that. It's not from Toxic Rain to Helix. That's a lot more up in the air, and I don't think anybody really decided on that. It was just something folks were thinking about before the league start. But Quantric is not going to be slams the whole way through. His intention is to swap to Rage Vortex. So oftentimes you'll see these evolutions of builds even past the point where they get into higher tier maps. Something that was done in previous gauntlets with some of the Detonate Dead builds is you would collect mana gear and then go Archmage Cremation eventually once you had nice mana gear. But with the changes to Archmage, I doubt we'll see that happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was just one of those options that was previously available. But great example, though, right? I mean, the second they had the ability to, they could. And I just had, by the way, I just had a note from production. And it's a pretty cool one. We actually have a PoE ninja of this event. So I think I'm going to bring that onto screen. We can check out what builds are popular, what's not. I think that's in the Discord there for you, bud. And
I'm seeing it, yep.
Cool, I'm going to pop that on stream, guys. Hopefully this works out well for us. Yeah.
And you may have to refresh the player if it's not showing up on the player.
I got it.
Cool.
Oh, I didn't know we could put it on the player. I actually just opened it on on stream. But oh, it's embedded in the player. My mistake.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
It's all big fancy.
I apologize. That's even better. Can we put center F5? Sorry, guys.
And this will give a good overview of what the top of the ladder is looking like. Not unexpectedly, it is quite a lot of gladiators with shield throw, but it isn't purely gladiators with shield throw. In fact, the top of the ladder right now is a Saboteur Exsanguinate Seismic Trap, presumably. As we see Exsanguinate, Seismic is probably just in a 4-link, which is why it's not showing up on the list there. I'll let you take it away, though, since you have control over the player here.
Well, apparently, actually, it is not in my player. I did refresh and everything, and it's not available to me. I replaced both the observer and the player, so something is a bit funky just now.
Just bring it up on a separate page then, I guess.
It's on stream. They can see. All good, guys. So we do see Gladiator at a whopping 36%. Not too surprising, honestly, having access to block, bleed explosions, which of course takes advantage of the increased mob life, so they do a ton of damage. Saboteurs, again, great starter class to get a lot of tools just built into the Ascendancy. And, you know, the fact that I'm Exile is playing it and he was the last winner, and a lot of people look to him sometimes for builds, again, popularizing it.
This is evidently a snapshot from yesterday, so this isn't current to now. This is a snapshot from end of day yesterday.
Oh, it's the latest snapshot. Okay. I mean, still though, I mean, it still gives a good representation, right? Like a lot of these players will be like a lot of the people competing are going to be starting on day 1 at the very least. But Poacher's Aim. Okay, I'm actually surprised that 14% are using Poacher's Aim.
Yeah, it's an easy source of Pierce for the Spectral Shield Throw build early on, as you get it guaranteed from a side quest during the story. And you don't really want to run Pierce as a link. It's pretty suboptimal. And so you can get something like Pierce Craft on a glove. It's a good use of a dual socket.
The main skill links here, which because this is a snapshot from the end of yesterday, the vast majority of players actually playing won't even have a 5-link. but some of the top players will. So it's cool to see that like 10% of these top players are using Special Shield Throw, 3% are using Exsanguinate, which is the vast majority will be using Exsanguinate traps. But some people are playing it on Scion and using it as a self-cast, but they are way down here. Where is the Ascendant? Actually, over here. And Cremation, obviously, still super strong. You know, right alongside Ancestral Warchief, popularized by Rise. And then you have Detonate Dead, popularized by Ziz and Pock. But I think that's kind of a quick little overview. I mean, I think we can look into this more, maybe look into some builds. But for now, I think we should head back over to some content, if that's okay.
Go right ahead. Do you mind taking it away for about 30 seconds again? I just got to get up real fast.
All you, brother. Don't worry.
Alrighty. I'll be right back.
Oh, I guess all me, I guess. Alright, let's minimize that. And hopefully that kicks in, and we're back on. Great. Oh, there we are. Oh, never mind. I'm here. I'm still here, guys. Production is working as hard as they can to make this seamlessly smooth. A lot of it is user error, which is on me. But you know, we will get there. You know, hopefully by tomorrow, all the kinks will be worked out. As of right now, we have, I believe we have Lighty top right, trying to blast some his 4-way. I think it is. Maybe it's a 3-way. It doesn't look to be struggling at all. It is level 71 zone. High cam if you want. There's nothing behind the cam right now. Oh, there is. Oh, there is now. Okay, there we go. And we see Karn doing his thing with his Oni-goroshi, bottom right. There is now. Perfect. This is what I mean. Best production in the business. I'm getting live updates. He's like, just turn off your cam. We got you covered. There's someone bottom right. It's okay. Perfect. We need to prank Octavian. Oof. I mean, the man's. I don't know. He's very aware. He's unscrupulous.
I'm back.
Yeah. See,
I'm back.
It's hard to do.
Can't slip anything past me. I'm back already.
The streamer. I know the streamer names are missing. But we have Pock on the bottom left. I believe we have. Is it Lighty top left, Ventura top right, and then Karn on the bottom right. So I got them mixed up before.
Real Karn.
Real Karn. Yeah, real Karn, because we accidentally added a fake Karn.
So, and the wrong person is Karn yesterday, so we had to edit it.
But if you are looking for Karn's channel, it is just Karn_, like twitch.tv/Karn_.
Yep.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for bearing with us.
And I am not surprised to see Pock doing some delving. He's going to be... I mean, everybody's going to do some of that eventually, I imagine, for the points, but an early focus on delve makes a lot of sense, as Detonate Dead. As if you luck into Stoneskin Flares, as in you luck into a Primeval Ruins, you can get a pretty significant damage boost. Yeah, like... I think it was really interesting when the community found that out, that like your specters populate the Desecrate pool. And the thing is, it's a significant increase in damage. It can be up to like 40 to 50%, like depending. I mean, it can also double your damage if you get very lucky rolls, but on average, it's like 30 to 40% more damage, which is just insane. It's variable too, depending on the content that you're doing. There's some places where it absolutely shines. The most notable example that some folks might know of already is the Synthesis bosses, because the corpse pool in there is full of monsters that you can't populate into a Desecrate, so you get like almost entirely your specters and do like double the triple damage. Yeah, I mean, Synthesis is legitimately there's no corpses to populate it with, right? So you're just getting the big boy damage, while Shaper is actually it's a much harder fight for DD, because they don't have all these weird like horrible corpses from like the Malachi or whoever you have, or even just that zone in between. So it's very diluted. Yeah, and they're weak corpses as well. Like it's really punishing. But you know, it's nice to have. At least I think it's nice to have content for builds that is harder or easier, depending on what you're playing, right? Like, I mean, I see that. I love the comment in chat. Watching Karn makes me aggressive, and watching Steel makes me depressed. What's wrong with Steel? Is it just because he's played Shield Throw Bleed Blad? Yeah, Blad. Shield Throw Blad 4 times now, or however many? Like, I guess for the last, 8 weeks, it's been non-stop. I guess nearly, I don't know, the man loves what he does. Also, to be fair, insane RNG, right? Like, just intuitive leap, 6 links drops, or, in 5 fuse. What are you talking about? This seems normal. It seems normal. Octavian, what kind of client are you playing on, brother? What kind of RNG you getting? Right, you don't stream, dude. I don't have that streamer privilege, dude. And for those that don't know, this is a meme. There is no such thing as a streamer client. I know Ziz actually does get DMs about that, so just want to clarify. We are kidding around here.
Well, maybe not steal, but for us.
Ooh, a logbook drop.
Yeah, I know.
Is he going to do it? It's got some black scythe. That could be worth running.
I mean, I
Find
feel,
out. Yeah.
especially because it's day. It's still like I know it's day 2, but it's very early day 2. I think you take the risk, right? Like, yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's not even that much of a risk.
No, exactly right. No one's even come close to dying in these things. I guess it was just me and all my builds. I was very cautious about them.
I wasn't trying to put you down, man.
No, hey, no, I'm the one doing that. You know what I mean? But no, I had a terrible time. I mean, I loved the content, but I was ripping left, right, and center in these things. So, obviously they've figured something out that I haven't. I guess it's just playing well is the key. But they're obviously not rolling them incredibly difficult. They're not alking them. They're probably going to run them white for the most part, and they're probably not going to stack all the craziest mods on top. Yeah.
Someone in chat is asking what's special about Black Scythe logbooks. It's just that Black Scythe currency is extremely useful at this point because it allows you to buy a lot of sort of like side currencies that don't drop that often. You know, you can maybe buy some scours or some regals or some silver coins or chances. Chances being really useful because Zana wants chances for her maps, and if you want to fill out your Atlas progression, having a lot of those is really useful.
Yeah, I mean, chance orbs, unironically, are some of the most important currency in the game right now for these players.
Yeah, early on they're very, very useful. You'll often see people doing the trade for fusing's 2 chances in Zana's, or sorry, in the town vendor inventory, so that they can satisfy Zana's need for chance orbs.
Like I know in Trade League you might only buy the ones you haven't completed. Oh, I'm just trying to look for those few maps, but the reality is in SSF you might want to load up on all of them every single time, right? Just to have this base of maps that you can just sort of lean onto if you do get kind of screwed by RNG, right? And when you don't need the chance orbs for Zana anymore, you can use them to buy scours from the vendor, which scours tend to be, at least this league, a little bit harder to come by. I know 2gen does have them a lot, but you can go through a lot of scours, especially if you're rolling gear or if you're just like really unlucky with your map mods. So chance orbs are definitely not something you want to hide. So do check your loot filters, guys. Make sure those are very well highlighted and you're picking them all up. My rant about chance orbs is done. I mean, you're not chance. I know. I really like chance orbs. I mean, you can also just get a headhunter, but I mean, unlikely though.
No. I don't believe you.
Can you imagine though? Like someone just like throws one at it, like I don't know. I mean, we're gonna see one of these guys get a headhunter, but I'd be surprised if they actually used it, right? Like it's super powerful, but I mean, it's only for the mapping process, right? You'd never use it on a boss fight or anything like that. So
I'm curious what that shield is that Pak is rolling with. It looks like it was max lightning res with damage per block chance. That is actually a really lucky shield for this early. Pak has had some crazy lucky shields. Didn't he have the one with like life and block and element of void earlier too?
Element of void.
Let me look at his profile.
100 spell damage, like 90 life. That being said, you did mention that spell damage does not affect the explosion of the corpses. So if this new shield does have just the generic damage per block chance, it's significantly better for him.
Yeah, it's 1% damage per 1% attack block, as well as 11% spell block, and +2 max lightning res.
So he's looking at like 40% just raw damage on that thing.
It is only crafted life though, but it's a bunch of damage and some very nice defensive tools. Every mod but one on the shield is an influenced mod.
I mean, my god. I mean, he's running around, by the way, with like, what is it, 8k effective, 9k effective life? Just so you know, like 9.5k effective life.
I don't think it's even unreasonable to count the energy shield in. I don't know if you were or not.
Oh, I am. That's with it. Yeah, like.
Yeah, because you do have some decent ES regen out of Necromancer, so it's up decently often. ES Leech isn't even a bad link for Detonate Dead, as there's not that many different supports which will scale both the spell hit and the corpse hit. So the generic damage multi out of ES Leech is decently solid. I don't think it goes into the 5 link, but it might be a 6 link that you end up opting for.
Yeah, I mean, I because of what it brings to the table, right? I mean, it is more damage, but it might be less than some other options. But having essentially an additional effective 1700 life, like that's really hard to give up. And now we're looking at bird traits or something like this.
Breed traits and characteristics for what look like a Doberman, some kind of dog.
We're going through a biology course with Pak over here. My God. Whew.
Time to heist.
Oh, God.
Good transitional content into heist.
For those of you that were
That's a good segue.
For those of you that were planning to skip class to play the Gauntlet, Please don't. But we do have a professor right here on teaching biology, apparently, in POC. So maybe you're still going to get some educated regardless.
And in terms of Path of Exile education, this is another great reason to hoard those chance orbs from Tujin, because if you want to get your heisting going, you're going to need some contracts, that's the word, that only require level 1. And it can be really frustrating to drop the specific one you need, so the vendor can often be quite helpful for getting somebody new into your harbor. And it looks like Pak actually got unlucky and didn't get what he needed because he left without buying anything.
I mean,
unfortunate.
Heist is one of those things that, like, a lot of players really don't enjoy the content, but the reality is it's so efficient, like, time-wise. Like, you can get so many rewards out of it. And honestly, like, alt gems and stuff, although obviously these players aren't banking on getting them, there's some really powerful options in there for their builds, right?
He even has a trigger weapon already. He's using a mace, a one-handed mace. So obviously not the ideal base. But it does have the unveiled version of trigger, which is a 4-second cooldown. So his bone offering consistency is really good. It's 100%. His bone offering is 100%. And it did have the open prefix to craft % fire damage. So it's effectively a 2-mod item, but it's, one of the mods is like the most important mod, so it's fine.
That's actually kind of insane.
It's sort of, maybe it's a 2 1/4 mod item. It's got 31 strength. That's 15 life. That counts as a mod.
Hey, he might need strength on gear, right? So if he can free up a mod on something else, then let's count it, right? But
possibly. Strength is relatively easy to get on this tree since it paths all the way down to unwavering stance for stun immunity.
Which is a great option, by the way. Like, being stunned is not something you want to happen. That's how you die in this game, just being locked down. Yeah, like, if you're unable to act in this game, you're probably already dead.
Oh, he's doing the spicy tree, though. Okay, so last time there was a Gauntlet event that I was playing in, which I didn't play in the last one, so the one before. Pak and I were talking over Detonate Dead Trees, and I didn't like the pathing down to Unwavering Stance because I'm very greedy and I like to use Blind in all of my builds, and he's using Flesh and Stone, so he is using Blind. Unwavering Stance makes it so you can't evade, so Blind is useless for it. And the other option for the tree forgoes stun immunity, instead pathing over into the shadow area, and you can even go so far as to path over to, what's it called? No Witnesses, in order to get elusive on kill. And you just become this untouchable mapping machine, because not only do you get the extra speed and cast speed from elusive, you get a bit of dodge on top of that. And you still have Necro Block, and you have Blind, so nothing ever connects with you. The downside is it's a little lower on life, so it's more vulnerable to being stunned, and it doesn't have stun immunity.
I mean, I kind of like that choice too. I mean, it's also going to make your mapping faster. Like, elusive is just, it's going to make you go through the content faster, right? If you can get to these, if you can get to the point where you're ready to do these bosses a day faster because of move speed and dodge and all these other things, I kind of like that option, right? I mean, especially if you keep, maybe he's using Soul of the Brand King, I'm not sure. I mean, it's not a great way to get stun immunity, but it's something, right?
On the topic of stun immunity and stuff like this is a build I could spend like the whole stream talking about. I love Detonate Dead. Hawk is a really good player. I've done a lot of theory crafting and watched a lot of theory crafting about this build. So stop me if I get too deep down this rabbit hole.
You go, brother.
But
you go.
The addition of something like ES Leech or just getting the ES regen from the Ascendancy does help to deal with the stun problem as well, because if you have Energy Shield, you have a 50% chance to avoid being stunned. Or rather, you have half chance to be stunned, which is not quite 50% chance to avoid, because if you have 50% chance to avoid, and then it works kind of like Blind in that way, where it'll take your chance to be stunned and cut it in half after stun avoidance is calculated.
I see.
So the fact that he just always has his energy shield up he has it down now because he just took a bunch of hits, but consistently has the energy shield up thanks to the regen, means that on top of all the avoidance he has, stun's not really an issue. He's never going to get stun locked. Between the ES recovery and Brine King, he just never gets stun locked. There might be that one key stun that screws you, though. Like, you are leaving yourself open to that one really, like, 1 in a million shot of the key stun that ruins you. But like I mentioned earlier, it has the benefits of potentially getting elusive. You can pick up the other block wheel on the tree more easily, so it frees up your anoint, because normally you would anoint that block notable. You can get a lot more dex out of your tree, which makes gearing easier. There's a ton of side benefits to pathing over to Shadow.
That's actually really interesting. I actually forgot about the anoint there. Like that's actually it opens up a lot of different options. You can get
the
phasing on kill. There's a lot of different things you can grab.
The anoint of choice is usually the wheel down at the bottom left of the tree. Let me go find the node. I have the passive tree open right now. Aggressive Bastion. It only costs a black oil at the top, which isn't like crazy cheap, but is certainly very doable in solo self-found. And it gives you 4% attack block, which is great. You're a block build, and then 5% chance to gain an endurance charge on kill. So if you don't want to go the cluster jewel route or enduring cry or min endurances, it gives you endurance charge uptime while clearing for very minimal cost.
I mean, as you say that, I think he already has 1 min endurance charge.
I think he unveiled that onto a ring.
Of course he did.
Yeah, that's why. So he doesn't actually have to go that route because he got lucky and unveiled min endurance onto his right ring, which also has dex and res and crafted life, which is a pretty darn solid ring.
It's I mean, his gear's for literally like what 26 hours into the race, and he has slept, by the way. Like he's well rested. His gear is actually nuts.
I do want to mention though, he doesn't currently have no witnesses. It's just an option you can do with the shadow version of the tree. It does cost a significant amount of points, so usually you end up having to cut something for it, and he might not go quite that far into the shadow area. It's just it frees it up as an option.
Hey, you know what? I'm a big see. That's what I love in Path of Exile though. Options. Like just that one word. I like being, even if it's not the most efficient thing, even if it's just not the best thing to do. Sometimes it's just nice to know that I can do it, right?
Yeah.
Are flame dash totems something that are good? No.
No.
And honestly, they're garbage. But can I do it? Yeah. That's fun. Like the fact that I can do it is fun to me, right?
I love that we're like getting into the nitty gritty of like theory crafting for these particular builds. We're talking about options, and you're like, I love options. I get to play flame dash totems. Do we have a video for the submerged bounty?
Because that would be nuts.
It's in the Discord. I see it.
Oh, okay. Let me. Sorry for not keeping an eye on Discord, guys.
No, don't worry about it. I'll happily inform you. Just let me know when you're hitting play on stream, and I'll hit it at the same time.
Okay.
Scuffed, but it'll work.
Hey, as long as it works, let me just hit pause immediately. Okay. We are gonna transition over. This is the submerged kill. Here we go. I'm gonna click. I'm at 3, 2, 1. Oh, I'm gonna also mute. It's 8 minutes long, so we'll see how this goes.
Yeah. This is gonna be an ordeal, chat.
Yeah, but I'm very excited. For those that don't know, this bounty is you have to be level 1, so you have to de-level from level 2, using a Orb of Scouring and a Scroll of Wisdom. And then you have to use no gear, no passives, no nothing, and complete the quest and get into the Submerged Passage.
Does this include a bunch of resetting at the start, or... No, okay, I'm scrolling through the thing. It looks like he only resets a few times before he gets one that's acceptable. The reason he's resetting here is he's trying to find a Gwenin that's close to the entrance. Because with no gear, no passives, no abilities, he can't damage enemies, and he's got to get the quest done and get to the other side. So he's looking for someone that can damage enemies for him, and that's Gwenin. So he's going to start the event here, placing an explosion where there's 0 monsters. So the event... Oh, there was 2 monsters. Oh, no.
Ro is coming in. For those that don't know, we saw Waggle attempt this literally for hours and hours, and so did Garatha. So the fact that it's been claimed is... I mean, this is really spicy. This is not easy. Oh, he's actually getting charged by a fair few of these guys here.
I want to say it's like deceptively hard, but I don't even think it's deceptively hard. This is just hard. This is just bullshit.
I'm gonna play playback speed 2, by the way, from now on.
Okay.
Because I think there's a little bit of zooming going around, and we can skip ahead after. I'm not gonna make chat watch a full 10 minutes of this, but it's just gonna be cool to see. Like he's actually using Gwenin to bait these rows individually.
How did he get all this move speed without any boots on?
that's the 2 times lifestyle, my friend. But we know for a fact we know for a fact that the Chaos boss in here, Glenback or something like that, it is faster than the player. So if you
Who's back, Bloom?
Thank you. If you see that guy, you're instantly dead. And its Art of Celebration is the runner.
Yeah, because you have no regen. You have no levels to invest into regen. You have no items. You have nothing. You have no flasks. So the chaos damage aura that Oozebag Bloom does to you is permanent damage. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure as well, if you reset the zone, you lose. Like you have to do it all in one take, so to speak.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, you can, like the second you leave the instance, even if it's come back to the same instance, the run is ripped.
Let's do a gauntlet where this is the whole event.
Oh, get out of here, dude. You know what? Hard mode's coming, dude. So
Screw points for Uber, Ziri. Let's do points for Uzbek Bloom.
Every single zone, you have to do it without killing anything? Oh, my. So this is a bounty.
Doing this for $150. That's why he's doing it.
I mean, it might be a bit jarring. I'm gonna lower the speed. I feel like it's messing with people's eyes. I'll go 1.5 speed.
Okay.
Just because I feel like that's it's a little bit wonky. But yeah, but
yeah, this isn't live. This is a clip of the winner.
Correct. Oh my god. Because Waggle was attempting this for like hours on hours and hours yesterday. Like this is a really really tough challenge.
And it's so tragic when you fail an instance too.
So because but the second after you activate Gwenin once, I think she obviously remains active for the rest of the the zone. But she only has a small aggro radius, so he has to bring each of these rows individually to Gwenin, who's the actual MVP of this entire thing, by the way. I think he has 2 of the 3 fossils here.
And sadly, you cannot get Einhar to help you out with this one because Einhar only starts spawning in Act 2 and onwards. So there are no worthy beasts in Act 1. Einhar does not care. Look at that pile of Roa corpses around Gwenin.
I mean, someone's gonna have a Roa dinner tonight, if you know what I mean. Like, forget about.
It's a Roa banquet, man.
This is a banquet. This is a buffet. My God, this is actually hilarious, by the way. Like,
there's enough Roas to feed a kingdom.
Until I saw Waggle use the Gwenin strat, I honestly didn't think about this. I thought it was just gonna be like a run and dodge, pray to God Uzbek doesn't hit you type of situation. So it's my co-caster is Octavian, who of course you recognize the voice. He is the man of many podcasts and many streams. He's a pillar of this community, and I'm very proud to have him as a co-caster. A lot of fun.
Yeah, that is worth mentioning from chat that the strat works because Gwenin kills don't grant any XP because you have to be level 1.
Yeah.
As well at the end of the challenge.
I used Rog to kill Abixoth. You are a stronger man than I, my friend. That's pillar of the caged god of this community. Yeah, I'd agree.
So if you're mapping, don't let Gwenin steal your kills, or else you won't get XP for them.
So just to reiterate, this is a bounty challenge that you have to get through the mudflats as a level 1 character, right? With no gear, no flasks, nothing equipped. But to be able to do that, he's using Gwenin to lure the Roas to kill them. And so you have to actually D-level using an Orb of Scouring and a Wisdom Scroll at the vendor. So that's why this looks all odd. He does have that is the last fossil. Goes down to 12 health. He can never recover. So hopefully, yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. You're a little bit ahead of me, but
sorry, buddy.
No, it's fine. It's fine. He cannot take another hit here. He's got to get to the end. Oh my gosh.
Congratulations, buddy. I mean, and the thing is, Gwenin doesn't give him EXP. So if he leveled to level 2 during that, it would have invalidated the race. So, really cool tech. Very impressive. Grabs his quest reward. Whew. I'm color me impressed, my friend. Color me impressed.
There's a photo finish too.
And the card is offline, but that's $150. Well earned, honestly. And I'm not sure, and we haven't been able to talk to them, but that could have been 24 hours of attempts, nearly. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna refresh the player again. We only got stealments on the bottom right.
Yeah, I can fix that. Okay, it is not updated at all.
We're getting
who's actually here.
We're getting them in. Don't worry, guys.
Oh no, that's offline. Let's bring. I know Lighty's online, and I think. Let's see if Terrence is. I don't think we've had him on the broadcast yet. There we go.
Great.
Let's get Terrence in here.
I think
who is doing
Exang, Reap, and
Spellslinger setup. Yeah. That's awesome. Does he have a tabula? I think he's got a tabula. Judging by the art, I'm gonna look this up because it's hard to tell.
Again, it's my favorite skill in the game, so I'm very hyped to see it played in any sort of capacity. I think also, again, talking about options, I think that's why I like Exsanguinate so much. You can play it as a spellslinger, you can play it self-cast, you can play it with traps. Mines I haven't seen. It's still probably a strong option, but
no tabula, by the way.
It's just nice to have these different sort of ways to play a build, right? I think that's what makes Path of Exile Path of Exile. They're very cool. Very, very cool.
He has some pretty solid gear in a few places. He's got Life, Move Speed, Tri-Res boots, which is quite nice, with a Leech enchant. And a couple rings with some good Chaos Res on them, but no tabula. I was misinterpreting the 3D art of the thing he was wearing. This is why we check.
This is why we check. Cool. You can go cold conversion as well with a sanguinate if you have the insane gear. And I know, talking about cold conversion, I know Crouching Tuna, who is a min-maxer, and you might have seen him on the latest podcast with Chris Wilson, did do a spectral shield throw, like maxed out mirror gear with cold conversion. So if you want to see that build, go check him out. That's like the other side of the spectral shield throw sort of lifestyle. We know we've seen a lot of bleed so far in the SSF, but if you want to play trade, that's probably the way to go.
Yeah, the cold conversion raider is a lot harder to do in a solo self environment, though, as getting the conversion outside of the tree is very tough.
Yeah, Watcher's Eye, gloves, it's not easy to get, right?
Those are some scary bears that Lighty was taking on, but his positioning was consistent throughout the whole thing. Yeah. The shout that those bears do will slow attack speed and move speed pretty massively, and can be really nasty on totem builds because I believe it can debuff you and your totems at the same time, which will then make the totems start attacking at a snail's pace.
Yeah, double dips.
But he was never within the radius of it because he's very good at the video game.
As it turns out, the and if you want to include the original Awakener race, 3-time champion is pretty good at the game.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Your information checks out there.
Terrence's single target is actually a little better than I anticipated. I wouldn't say it's anything amazing, but I wasn't expecting, even decent out of Spellslinger Exsanguinate, to be entirely honest. I'm a doubter. Yeah. But it worked out. He killed the map boss in a clean enough fashion.
Well, it's nice that you're able to take advantage of both Reap and Corrupting Fever as well. Like, if it was pure Exsanguinate, like with Spellslinger, it just wouldn't be going anywhere, but you're able to sort of stack these debuffs one top another and kind of squeak out net damage.
Dang, yeah, his damage is quite good considering, because he's only on 4 links.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's neat. His mana reservation is maybe a little close to the wire, though.
It will fall off like early reds, maybe even late yellows. I mean, it can still be used, right? But he is probably going to want to go self-cast or some iteration of that later on. But it's cool to see that he has like this transition that he's capable of doing, right? Like, I know Spellslinger really fit that mold really well for Chaos skills. Before he went full ED in the endgame, you were able to like go Chaos Slinger until like reds and farm really efficiently.
I think the smoothest setup, I gotta say, if I were to like rank the various builds that we've seen played so far, is and this is as a Pock fanboy. My character in the Gauntlet is called Pock's #1 fan, something like that. Is probably the Toxic Rain. Yeah. It does have the worries of rough sustain, as we saw right there from a bunch of stacking blights. Probably a bit of an issue with Chaos Res for Lighty, and also very little regen. But the actual like mapping playstyle and the single target, even on budget gear, seems really consistent.
Yeah, I mean, Toxic Rain, even after several sort of rounds of nerfs, still one of these super strong contenders for like starting skills. It just it kind of does everything you want it to do, and now with the new sort of ballista stuff, or at least support this patch, it kind of really made it shine again. Not that it was ever not shining, but you know what I mean.
It's very difficult for it to be like truly awful.
Yeah.
The numbers would have to be really low because its scaling mechanisms are just really potent. Things that AoE overlap are generally quite good in Path of Exile, and then it also has the ability to scale off gem levels really hard, which historically has been quite good in Path of Exile, and scales off attack speed. So it's just got all the ingredients of a super powerful skill. So even if the numbers are a bit low, that was an Exalted Orb that Lighty just dropped.
Yeah.
Interrupted a little bit.
Yeah.
That's, I think, the second one that he's dropped so far.
I think so. Yeah, he had one going into this stream, so I imagine that's the second. And I think I think he said he needed 7 to like sort of guarantee the craft, to make like a multi-mod bow. But we'll see. But having that option is really great too.
Even just a couple can be useful in the instance that like you find a bow that's just like an Exalt Slam away from having +1 gems.
Yeah.
So it would also, I guess you'd need 3 in that instance because you'd need 2 for the cannot roll attack and then 1 to slam it. But that's honestly like essence spamming. That's not too terribly unlikely. His current bow is +1 socketed +1 bow. So that can be improved rather easily by another gem level if he just gets a couple more dreads and gets moderately lucky.
Yeah, like I think that's and you mentioned it like just now, but like one of the best things about that skill is there are all these different avenues that you can go to, like to multiply your DPS, right? Let's say you just have I have level 21 gem, but I have no attack speed. Okay, you can get a quill rain initially, right? Oh, now I have a +1 bow, and now I have attack, and I can roll attack speed on it. Like you have or I have plus projectiles on my quiver. You have these different sort of pieces that you can get. You don't need them all at once. I mean, the more the better. But a lot of other builds have to focus on like one specific thing. Like, oh, I really need this one thing to get me to the next point. But it's really nice that you have these different options. Like just from finding gear on the ground that can multiply your damage like in major ways.
And I'm going to be keeping an eye here on Lighty, which I guess is not really out of the ordinary, but specifically to see whether or not he's going to complete this contract or leave it unfinished. Because the quest contracts, if you leave them unfinished, will continue to drop. And obviously they all are a particular type of contract. There's a quest contract that's lockpicking, there's one that's demolition, and so on and so forth. So if there's one kind of contract you really want to farm a lot of, you can leave that quest unfinished. This is typically done with demolition to get cluster jewels. I forget the name of the quest itself. Grocery orders, I think it is. Yeah, grocery orders.
So, yeah, to get the. Sorry, I always forget the name. The not essences. The
delirium jewels is
delirium.
Often what's used to target. I don't know what else is on demolition.
No, but there's one used for metamorph. Not the samples.
Yeah, grocery list is the name of the one we're talking about there.
It is grocery list. Okay. Sorry.
But that's not the one being run right now. So I think he's aiming to finish these handful of quests in his inventory and can't click on the thought extractor because the hitbox is tiny. I know that struggle. I'm not laughing at him. I'm laughing at the game. I know that struggle. I swear some items are just covered in soap and are slippery. Anyways.
Catalyst.
Get sidetracked there.
Catalyst was the word I was looking for. Metamorph Catalyst, which, because you don't really want to engage with Metamorph like as an actual league modifier because they're just incredibly scary. But if you can just grab them from your friendly neighborhood heist, maybe that solves your problem right there. Yeah,
I mean a similar thing to be said about Delirium even.
Yeah,
Delirium and Metamorph are arguably two of the most dangerous league mechanics in the game.
Yep. We actually see Rise about to do a harvest. Well, I hope he doesn't skip it, and hopefully he gets a couple of rerolls for his trouble, and maybe he can roll some a better axe because right now he's, as you put it, like at the sort of the baseline for maps, right? Like it really should only get better from here, right?
Let me see whether or not he swapped to that upgrade. I'll bring up his profile.
Steel Mage. Buying all the chance orbs, all the gem cutters. Love to see it.
He did manage to 5-link the Chaos Res chest, so he
awesome.
Got that upgrade, but his weapon is still the old dinky little mind beak choppa that he has from earlier with a top end of 513 at the most, which is pretty minimal for a chopper. The one worry that I would have for Rise's weapon is he's leaning on it right now for res. It's got 12 cold res and 26 lightning. So hopefully he's able to swap off that easily and he's accounted for it if he is trying to make a weapon upgrade. Otherwise it might be a headache.
I mean, I guess as Marauder he has access to something like diamond skin and stuff near his tree, but you really do not want to be using your weapon to to cap your resistances. That just feels terrible. I mean, if it's coincidence and it's a great weapon, great, because they're all suffixes, but that's pretty disheartening.
He did get Tessalio recently from the Ascendancy as well, which takes a lot of pressure off gearing. 100 free fire res, particularly in Gauntlet, is a very powerful tool. Mm-hmm. And it's probably the least powerful part of Tessalio, which means Tessalio is a very powerful Ascendancy. I love Tessalio.
Oh no, it's awesome. Like 100 fire res? Come on. Like that's it's just solving one of the problems.
I think it's 110, right? Because there's 10 on the small node. Something like that.
Fair enough. I mean, 110, right? I mean, just nuts. And it's just taking mitigating fizz damage. Like, it's just such a good Ascendancy node.
And it looks like Lighty is completing this quest contract as well. I forget the name of it, but Huck's quest contract. He's not going to be interested in rerunning that a bunch. That was a scary pack of Templars there.
Yeah.
I mean, what pack of Templars isn't scary though? Like, I'm worried. Look at that.
I mean, it's just terrifying.
You can bait their combined attack with totems, but he's not going to bother doing that. He's just running past. He's not engaging if he can avoid it.
But I think that's the right decision, right? Like, why subject yourself to, like, I mean, it's for little bit of EXP and probably no financial reward, right? Like, there's the mobs in Heist don't drop a lot of items, so just ignore it, right? Just dash on through, or like blink through, whatever skill choice you prefer.
And we've got dangerous content everywhere. Rise is doing some harvesting right now as well.
Yeah, scariest content in the game, by the way.
They're not leaving the risky stuff on the table. Templar heists are freaking nasty. I feel like the pack sizes are bigger in Templar heists as well.
Yeah, it always feels like just busier, right? But I don't think you can ignore the scary content, right? At least not day 1 or 2.
Lady just like walked past them all. Freaking raider, man.
Living that phasing lifestyle, brother.
Yep. His game must be bugged. Why does he keep walking through the monsters and not getting hurt?
That's such like I can't believe someone actually typed. That's such like an innocent, like wonderful thing. I love it though, because like that player now knows. Hey, look, just go pick Raider. Solves all your problems. Move speed, phasing, dodge.
I heard horror stories about Oak. Is he killable for TR Raider without Frostbomb? Actually, the top level TR Raider players that we've seen have not been swapping to Toxic Rain that early. Both Lighty and Ventrua swapped at the earliest, like Act 3 or something, or end of Act 2. I think Ventrua swapped a little earlier than Lighty. Lighty went all the way to like early Act 4 before he swapped.
Yeah.
And he was initially using steel skills to level, so like lancing and shattering steel.
Yeah. Which, I mean, it was rough going for him. Like at end of Act 3, like his Dominus fight was a nightmare. So was his lab, but just didn't have either the gear or like the support gems to really support his decision to transfer over. But yeah, early on, like Toxic Rain can be a little rough, at least in Gauntlet, right? Because you just can't sort of overrun these bosses with damage, which the steel skills do have. So, you know, having like a leveling build before you transition, and whatever that point is, right? Maybe that's level 75 for some builds. In Lighty's case, it was, you know, 28 to 30. But having a real plan of attack and how you're going to sort of progress through the campaign is pretty damn important. So whatever these guys are doing, I'm not saying you have to copy them, but taking notes wouldn't hurt either. And Terrence just, I'm not sure if he's crafting his boots right here. Oh, they don't have anything on them. He got leech boots from lab and is just now like all crafting them, praying for.
Oh, is that the pair from earlier?
I think so.
Wow, that's quite the gamble for him. Yeah, it's Carnal Boots with Leech. I doubt he has 2 pairs of Carnal Boots with Leech. Because these had Cold, Fire, Lightning Res, 84 life, and 15 move speed before. And he scoured that off to start crafting on the base again. So he's confident he's going to hit something usable. Unless he has another backup pair that we haven't seen. Oh, that might be it.
I mean, they don't have move speed, though. Like, the thing is, move speed is survivability, right? I mean, obviously, it's clear speed, and that's super important. But being able to actually dodge abilities... like, take Azaro's Wind Slash, right?
I'd rather not.
Fair. My point exactly. And especially in Gauntlet, when you have Onslaught, where these animations just come out so fast compared to the regular game, having the move speed to gives you the option to react actively to these things.
That is a scary Carcass boss. Maven has twinned it, and the twinned version of the Carcass boss doesn't leave the arena, but it did vanish at this point. The twin variant timed out.
That's the exact boss that ended my Gauntlet spree last time. Except it was an actual twinned version. That was Maven Witness.
Oh, and speaking of bossing, hiding behind the massive bulk of the Carcass boss, we have Drox.
We cannot go full screen, but we can watch. I think this is this must be his either 8th or just he's beginning his 2nd rotation or even 3rd rotation of Watchstones, because we did just see him fight this boss previously.
Yeah, judging by the eye level, he's in like lowish yellow maps, so I'd imagine it's the 2nd rotation of Conquerors. Yeah. And if anything, this is much faster than the first, so that's a very good sign. The damage is scaling to keep up with the content here.
This looks pretty buttery smooth. Just gonna pop this bubble phase, and what's really nice about these totems, they're keeping the mobs as well under control. Especially if you have some smaller AOE skills or using conk, it can be a little bit troublesome, but he's handling it really well. Just getting all these the banners down as well, keeping his cool, dodging all the fists. And just keep being very aware of his positioning, right? That's what the totems allow him to do, and he's really not in any danger just yet. Don't want to jinx him, and it's done. Perfect.
And if there's any of the Conquerors that this build is going to excel at, it is Drox.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He does primarily physical, I believe, maybe a little bit of fire, but might not even have that. It might just be pure physical, and Chieftain is very competent at mitigating that. Well, obviously with Gauntlet mods, there's some amount of LE damage and everything, but
yeah. But it's nice to be able to sort of mitigate physical, which can, for a lot of builds, is currently a big problem, right? Having lost a lot of these defensive layers, Fizz has become like scarier and scarier over the last couple leagues, I feel.
Where this build, if we see any struggling out of the Chieftain Warchief build here from Rise, it's going to be dealing with like large tanky packs of monsters. So stuff like the Abyss that he's currently dealing with. If his damage starts to fall off to the point where he can't kill off the rares quickly enough and they start to build up, he's not going to have dodge, he's not going to have, you know, block or any sort of avoidance to deal with masses of monsters at once.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very different playstyle, right? He's going for sustain and using his totems. To be fair, like, the totems do tank a lot of damage for Rise, right? Like, they're taunting enemies, they're keeping them away from him, but not having, like, the raw mitigation of either dodge or block does hurt. But, you know, maybe he's going to run Val Grace or something, which isn't very reliable, but, you know, you can pop it before something like a Legion encounter or something like that. Maybe support it with increased duration, right? Which is something I would like to see out of him.
Yeah, there's it's a possibility. The build presumably already wants Vol Molten Shell and Vol Warchief, so you'd be splitting your souls quite a bit at that point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean,
it's not terrible.
I mean, when you put it like that, yeah, you know, I did forget about his Vol Molten Shell, to be fair, but I don't know, like it feels like a really strong option given like just being swarmed is so rough for a build like his. Like if you can't out regen the incoming damage, you're going to be in a scary spot. I mean,
yeah, I think Rise's plan, without knowing the specifics of it, is probably going to be to lean into the strengths of Chieftain, and ideally just get to the point where you out tank it all. I don't know. It sounds pretty straightforward. I'm not trying to be facetious or anything.
No. But you're not wrong though. Like
that's what the Chieftain tries to do.
Yeah.
You don't pretend to be a raider on a Chieftain. You just get big, thick, meatball, tanky man.
Just tank.
That's your job. I mean, manual avoidance of dangerous things in boss fights. Of course, you don't sit there and purposely face tank like a big slam from Kitava or something. But
and that is what he does best, right? Like you have the totems to also just tank stuff for you, and a taunting thing. So like it has its own form of mitigation. So hopefully that's enough. And we do see him to do a witness, and I think this is 4. So it shouldn't
be 2 on the top. It's probably mirrored on the bottom. So yeah, I think 4 is correct.
So it should be pretty straightforward here. I love seeing the when he summons the boys, the guys here, the whole team of totems, and they just start whacking away. Pretty nice.
He's gonna get revenge on that Carcass boss. No map mods or anything that time, so it went down way faster. Also, it can't run away in this fight.
Goddess being a bit of an annoying boss for a lot of people, but having the regen that he does, and to just ignore that effect nearly. It gets chunked really low by this cemetery boss.
Yeah, this guy is really nasty. I often avoid witnessing the cemetery boss on the chance that it rolls the 1 in 3 for the archer, because I don't know why. He just does ridiculous damage, and I swear they gave him Resolute Technique, too. Like, every evasion-based build that I play, he just doesn't care, and he hits you.
No, he's, I don't know, he's one of those bosses that I just feel like I always struggle. Like, I'm always getting hit, I'm always getting chunked, I'm always spamming my life pots against them, until the point where my build just is able to run over all content in the game. But especially early on in the league, I never have a good time in there. That's never fun.
There are some enemies that they've given. I'm sounding crazy now. I'm sounding paranoid. There are some enemies in the game they've given RT or hits can't be evaded to. Duresso has it, and so does one of the mini bosses leading up to Duresso, the ground slam guy, whose name I don't remember. Magnus something.
Yeah, I mean it's not Magnus Carlsen. That's the chess player, but it's Magnus something. Magnus something. Chimera has it. I imagine some mobs have it on specific abilities as well.
Oh yeah, it might be Valrain of Arrow. That's a good point.
Yeah, so he's just using Valrain of Arrows like every attack rather than.
Yeah, because there's a Rogue Exile that uses Valrain of Arrows too, and that always hits.
Yeah.
And is very annoying because it locks you in place because they cheat and use the old school Valrain of Arrows that's not in the game anymore for players.
Now, I think you had answered this question. I don't know why I'm having a bit of a brain fart here, but accuracy and like RT only affects evasion, right? Like your dodge is still its own separate instance of avoidance, correct?
Yeah, evasion and dodge are separate systems.
Yeah. I'm like 99% sure, but just
there are some abilities that enemies have in the game that have a reduced dodge multiplier on them, though. A good example of that is Maven's Arena Explosion. Has and this is from PewDB. It has minus 9,000% chance for enemies to dodge.
Just in case.
You definitely do not get to dodge that.
Just in case. I mean, the thing is, How did they pick that number? Right, 9,000. Like
know.
you cap at 75, and they're like, just in case they break the game, just in case these guys.
No, it's
figure it out.
-9,000%. It's a percent multi on your dodge chance.
So
there's not even any percent increased dodge chance anywhere in the game. It's not a stat. So you like they could just do -100%, and it would work the same. But in PoEDB, it says -9,000.
I mean, is it literally just for the meme that Spider-Man mentioned? Like, just because it's over 9,000? That feels just insane to me. Just like you. Oh my god! How do you even get? You can barely even get to 75. Like if you're not a raider. And these people are like, no.
The idea is don't stand in Maven explosion. That's the takeaway.
They have way too much faith in the player base. GGG like really believes in our ability to break their game.
Maybe it heralds that they'll be putting percent increased dodge into the game at some point. That would be a very strong stat.
Can you imagine? Well, I guess every build now just goes phase aggro or acro.
Yeah, I say very strong. It depends on the caliber of the numbers.
Yeah, true.
Like 10% increased dodge would be at most 7% dodge, right? Because your dodge cap is 75, so like 7 point something percent would be 10% increased dodge, which is about how much a T1 dodge roll on something like Influence Boots would give you. But if it's like 30%, that gets pretty silly.
Makes sense. I think Drux Balboa brings up a good point. You could just be like Darky, or Lighty, as he's more commonly known as, just tank it. That being said, I think that's that was one of the core reasons they actually reduced Fortify effect on the tree, which I was not opposed to. I thought that it was getting out of hand for a little while there, but they saw people tanking something that they primarily intended to be. It's one shots you no matter what, and they were like, okay. We need to adjust some numbers on this Fortify stuff. This seems a little obscene here. Yeah.
I think there's still some Transcendence super armor stacking builds that can tank it, but they're much more specialized and harder to put together characters.
But that's kind of fine to me though. If you're making this niche build, be like, I have 150, because I think at one point you get 200,000 armor. I mean, mind you, it's mostly coming from your flasks and stuff, which is really hard to do nowadays. I know you go Pathfinder, but that's okay to me. If you just have temporary immunity or temporary strength, but just having this flat all the time permanent fortify as a champion, that just kind of felt a bit cheesy to me. It was fun, but it felt a bit cheesy.
And somebody asked what Terrence was playing up in the top right. That is a Spellslinger Exsanguinate Reap build with Corrupting Fever presumably as well for a bit of extra damage. He's been handling white tier maps, which is what most of the players are up to. A few players are going to 6s and 7s at this point. And he's been doing it on just 4 links, so he's it seems to be a pretty effective build so far.
You're gonna see a lot of players just sticking around in white maps for honestly for a long time, outside of specific eye level bases for your weapon or some pieces of gear that you might specifically want an influence base. Really, you can get everything you need in a white tier maps 1 through 5, right? It's just safety is paramount in days 1 through 3, right? Unless you feel incredibly confident that you can just take on everything with the build, there's no real reason to push into heavy reds or anything like that outside again of those eye level requirements, which we might see players just dip into red maps. Okay, I have my eye level 83 axe now. Now I can go all the way back down, or now I've triggered ROG to always give me these higher bases, and then you can just farm them out in these white maps, which is pretty cool.
We found the guy that Steel siphoned luck from. Apparently someone in global chat was complaining about opening 10 sets of the Lion without seeing a shield.
Oh no.
For reference, Steel got it on his first one.
Oh, no.
While leveling through the story.
Goddamn Steel.
He got it before he could use it. Though I guess it's not that weird if you're farming it in X6, because it does have a decently high level requirement. You're gonna fall off in XP.
And correct me if I'm wrong here. Chat's Simple Musings letting me know that ROG is based on your character level. I thought you still had to re-roll him in a high level zone at least once.
Nope. Okay. It's based on character level. I don't know the exact equation, but by the time you're level 93 or 4, you're gonna be seeing I-85, I-86 bases sometimes.
Wow. I mean, because by the time I actually sort of started experimenting with ROG, my characters were already at that point. I just thought it was. I thought you actually had to do it in the proper zone. My mistake.
Yeah, you can get I level 80 and change, like I-82, I-83, before you're even level 90, which is really, really useful for solo self-found.
Mm-hmm. Well, even if you don't love the crafts he's giving you, just get the base. Then you can use harvest rerolls or whatever you need, specifically for weapons or for shields, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Awesome.
And Man with Hat is correct. There's no difference between rerolling Rog in a map or rerolling him in your hideout.
Oh no, I just for some reason in my mind I thought Rog specifically had to be done like not. I mean, yeah, you could re-roll them, but the first re-roll to get the high bases I thought had to be done on a high map. But as I've just learned, chat, you learn something every day in Path of Exile. It's based on character level. Really cool.
Yeah, you never stop learning in this game.
No, never.
You embrace that.
I think that's what part of the fun is, right? Like finding out new mechanics, new interactions. Like I love there's this guy on Reddit occasionally. He's like cool. He always posts like cool and new, interesting interactions that you may not know. A lot of them, to be fair, I do know because I've been playing copious amounts for tens of thousands of hours or whatever. But it is really cool to see like the comments of people like, oh my god, I didn't know that worked with this, or I didn't know you could skip this part of the campaign with like if you flame dashed over. Or, I don't know. It's really cool to see like that there are all these nuggets of wisdom that we can garner from the community.
There's a few standbys that whenever I do them on stream, somebody is like, "What the heck? You can do that?" Yeah. So I'll just rattle a couple off here.
Do it.
If you right-click a shrine buff, it'll turn off. Actually, that works with almost any buff. So if you like have hatred on your buff bar and you right-click hatred, it'll unreserve the hatred and turn it off.
Awesome.
Not that that's that useful. The reason why that's useful is on some builds in hardcore, you don't want Echoing Shrine because you don't want to accidentally flame dash twice and then die.
True.
So I usually turn off Echoing Shrine. And when you enter an abyss, the loading screen will tell you if it's a lich. If the loading screen is a map device, it's a lich. If it doesn't, it's not.
Oh, I thought you had to do it with the music. I always did it like music-based.
Music too, yeah. The loading screen's the easiest one, the easiest tell, but the music is also different if it's a lich.
So if you see a map
and Steel
device...
almost died there, and now he's out of flasks.
Map device is the lich. TY for the info, dude.
Wait, did Steel give them immunity by accident? Because he was doing like next to no damage as he was running away there.
I feel like that's probably the case. Like his build should be just chunking these guys. Even if they have like big life regen, it should not pose a problem to him. Red map device, red background. Awesome.
Also, for quick reference, things that have a green outline on your bar up at the top are classified as a buff. Things that don't generally aren't. There are a few very specific exceptions to that, but for the purposes of scaling off of something like each emoji, what you care about are the things with a green outline. So, Flask, for instance, those don't have a green outline on your buff bar. They're not technically a buff for each emoji purposes.
Very cool. Very, very cool. I don't know. I always love the trivia facts or like the nuggets of wisdom, as I like to call them, in the Path of Exile community. You know, because there is just so much. I know like Uber Dan, who we don't have on stream just now. I don't think he's even playing the Gauntlet. He knows like all the facts about every single different like monster in Delve.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I knew this is conversion. I knew that. Like, I was like, oh my god, this guy actually broke this down so he could like find out exactly how to navigate in hardcore through this wilderness that is Delve. Pretty damn awesome.
Yeah, I've learned a lot of things from watching Uber do some deep delving. The point that I've talked about a couple times where like zombie clouds are based on main hand damage and thus will scale off of like gained as extra mods. I didn't know. I had like thousands of hours in the game and I didn't know that until I watched Uberden doing some deep delving. I'm sad it's not something that gets done as often anymore. Delve has become kind of like much more niche. There's still people pushing it, but particularly in hardcore and hardcore trade, which itself has become a lot more niche. There's barely any delve pushing going on.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I always thought it was like a great way to just. The thing is, like, the second fossils became they nerfed fossils a little bit, like the crafting mechanism, and then harvest got introduced with like rerolls and stuff. It just feels like, I mean, they're still incredibly powerful, but they lost a bit of their flavor, right? Because they were this go-to mechanism for so long. So.
It is really profitable in hardcore trade, though.
Oh, yeah.
Because nobody delves, so you can get away with selling one-socket resonators for 2C each.
Get out of here.
And that doesn't sound like a lot, but you can turn 300 Azurite into a resonator, and you get, like, 1.5k Azurite from an Azurite node. So, like, all the Azurite nodes on your chart are worth, like, 5C baseline. Yeah. And then you get all the other currencies from delving. So that's advice for anyone playing hardcore trade. Let me see if I can find some more irrelevant advice.
Well, no, my advice. This is you trying to stockpile the market. I'm sure Octavian here wants to go buy some fossils. And he's like, oh guys, look how profitable it is in hardcore. Just
no, I've been selling resonators to fund my builds. Don't do it. No, nobody do it.
No, it's actually fun fact. That was one of the richest leagues I ever had. It wasn't Delve, but it was before Harvest, and where like fossils were like the best crafting method. And I just went to Delve depth like 400 to 600 and just grinded Azurite for like a few days and had like hundreds of exalts or whatever. Pretty damn cool. Maybe not hundreds, but maybe 800.
I mean, that's quite respectable still.
It's pretty nuts, yeah.
It's 2C in softcore sometimes too. Oh wow! I mean, in softcore you have an economy, so that's great.
Yeah, people buy bulk, right? So you just list like 70 to 100 like single socket resonators or 2-socket, and it just instantly get bought out. It's pretty cool. Is my console strat? Yeah, I imagine on console this stuff is extra spicy.
Lighty's doing a boss. Well, not yet, but he just laid an explosion on a boss in a expedition. This is Verana, I think.
Can you try?
I think this is Verana.
Can you try and full screen them on your tool, and then I'll try and refresh the observer, and maybe that'll like trigger it or something. Because that would be pretty. Because that is the first.
Okay, go ahead and give the observer a refresh.
Yeah, it's like,
it is going to be a little bit before he does the boss, though. He's still setting up.
But this is going to be the first expedition boss we see. I mean, like that we see attempted, right?
Mm-hmm. I think Rise did a Verana, but it was after we were done broadcasting.
I don't know. I like the logbooks, like similar to like blight maps. I just find them so much fun, dude.
Oh, they're great. They're Expedition is a very, very good league.
Yeah,
in my opinion. The mechanic itself is straightforward enough to be relatively easily understandable, while still having some amount of depth to it that makes it interesting to replay. In my opinion, obviously this is all fairly subjective.
Of course,
you're allowed to hate Expedition if you hate it, but
I mean, I feel the same way. I feel the same way. I think just fun.
Yeah, and there's no mobs that are like truly bullshit. The thing that comes closest to mind is the shield dudes. For some builds, they can be really frustrating, but they're not nearly as bad as like the on death stuff from Original Harvest or the Red Cloud of Death from Legion, that sort of thing. They're just annoying. They're not overtuned, in my opinion.
Correct.
And then the bosses are just all really well designed. That's my favorite thing about the league.
Oh no, they're. I mean, a lot of people have said it on Twitter and said like this is like the best set of bosses they've made, like potentially ever.
Yeah. I don't think they needed immunities though as a mechanic.
I mean,
I disagree wholeheartedly with that. But here we're into the boss fight.
Yeah. Okay, here we go, guys. Let's see how he handles this.
Yes, Verana, for those of you who haven't seen Verana as a boss, she's essentially Reaper. That's what her ability set is. Reaper with an arena, and there are some arena hazards. If you see those little orbs spinning around the edges, when you walk in line with those, they will fire off a projectile at you, which, of course, in Gauntlet will be 3 projectiles.
He's really managing his flask super well, not going too low. His damage is it's really not great, but it's not terrible either. He's still managing to tick it down to about 3/4 life now.
He does have the advantage of doing damage over time, which against something like Verana is going to be really useful because these bosses have ward and they have resetting ward mechanics, some of them. So Dot doesn't care about ward and makes it a very powerful playstyle for pretty much all of the expedition bosses because they all have some amount of ward. I think Uhtred has the most.
Oh my god, that's half life from a swing.
Oh.
Yeah, just
you can go back into the arena.
Yeah. I agree with it. Hey, no flasks. Get back. You paid for 6 portals. You should use 6 portals, right? Don't feel afraid to log preemptively. I mean, you do risk getting the DC timer, but I mean that's a risk all the time. So
I don't actually know whether not Veritania, sorry, Verana. I got distracted because Madaki called her edgy Veritania, which is a great name. I don't know whether she can damage you outside of her arena. But he got back into it safely enough.
Yeah.
There's always that worry when you're going back to a boss fight after a log or a portal or something that you're gonna get BS'd by some off-screen cheese. Oh god, the proj. Oh man, the slash is a projectile technically.
We're doing a lot of
triple.
damage. Yeah. A lot of damage. Huge.
He's completely out of life flasks, and the Raider Toxic Rain doesn't have a lot of sustain outside of the life flask.
No, if he gets hit again, he's logging. I think he's just staying while he's full life. Yeah, logs the second he got hit. Cool. I'm Exile did reroll with a very funny name, Still Winnable Copium. So hopefully he can live up to the name.
I think he's right.
I think so.
I think he's right. We're not that far into the race.
He's just down on himself. I don't blame him. The man, he died day 1 last time as well. It's just, it just sucks, right?
The reward here, by the way, again, for those of you who haven't done the Verana fight, will be one of Verana's uniques, but those are not really that strong. The Ward Flask is kind of nice, but probably not going to be thrown into most builds. But more importantly, a big stack of exotic coinage. At this eye level, you're going to get between like 8 and 10.
Huge.
When you're doing red maps versions, you can get up to like 20 exotic coinage from a Verana kill.
Yeah, claps for Lighty. Honestly, I mean, he worked for those coins. That is, yeah.
He's got 11 so far from this map that I've seen.
Crazy.
He does have the rest of the zone to clear, though, and it's not going to be a cakewalk.
No, not at all.
There's a lot of prod spam from the black side monsters.
I mean, thank God he has all this dodge and all this avoidance. Like, it just... And honestly, the phasing, too. Like, he can just dash in and out of these attacks, but... Wow, a lot of stacks. Oh, wow. The buff they made to those things recently really makes these things feel so valuable, eh?
Yeah, the bosses, their drops got buffed as well. At the very start of the league, for like the first 4 or 5 days before they buffed them, the bosses would drop like 3 or 4 coinage or whatever reroll currency. So a much needed buff considering how difficult the boss fights can be.
Well, I think it's also just part of the fun, right? I think even if you don't get an Exalt out of 2-gen or anything like that, it's just like the fact that you're rerolling the shop is just fun. Like, I don't care if things are expensive and I have to save for them. I just want to know that I can.
That's a good enough argument, yeah.
I just want to know that I can reroll it, even if I have to save up for something. I'm like, oh, okay, because seeing the same like stack of like one rusted scarab for a tormented scarab just feels terrible, for ages. Sorry, I interrupted you there, but
no, go right ahead.
No.
I've interrupted you a couple times as well. Apologies.
We are working on it. I tend to be a bit of a bull in a china shop. I talk over people, so please do not feel bad. Oh, you actually had a hidden zone as well.
This is a scary side zone. He's just running into it. This man is braver than I, but he does understand the limitations of this character really well, as he's played quite a bit of it over the last month.
I have a not an odd question, but something that I need a bit of confirmation on, because of course Exhibition is new. Expedition. If you don't kill the mobs off the first explosion and you go all the way back, right? Do the mobs that were originally popped gain the mods from the later pops? No, so it is just progressive, right?
Yeah, they care about the modifiers when they spawned, not when you kill them.
Perfect. They don't add it up. Okay, awesome. I assumed that was the case, but just for some reason that question never came to mind because I've always just killed them as they came out. I always just followed my own track, but because of the boss there, he had to backtrack a little bit.
That was not Verana 85. Nobody has any 80 plus content at the moment. Actually, I think I'm Exile technically dropped a T14 map from an incubator. I saw a clip of that, but yeah, nobody's running that tier of content right now. That was 73 or 74 Verana.
We had a couple people ask, I think, where Ziz is. So, because this is his channel and it's been cast over by myself, BigSil and Octavian. But the CEO of production himself, will be back here in like 12 to 20 minutes. So we'll be handing off to him soon enough.
Yeah, we're coming up on the end of our cast here, guys. But there'll be more. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, we're gonna.
There'll be more. Yeah, there'll be more immediately with the Zizaran picking up the mantle of twitch.tv/Zizaran, and then for the same time, same place, every single day of the Gauntlet, we'll be here.
Yeah. Which is 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. EST or EDT. I'm not sure currently where we stand. But it's just a lot of fun, and we're just happy that we can bring you content. And tomorrow, hopefully, we can get those clips working so we can do a bit of a review of the first weekend of Gauntlet. That'll be a lot of fun. We have Zerios asking, is the Act 2 boss hard? He's not easy, and the Onslaught buffer, the Turbo mod, makes him pretty nutty. His animations come out just really fast. So just, especially for the lasers, usually you can sort of get in and attack in between each one. Probably don't do that, just keep running around and just try and avoid as much as you can. Make sure your lightning res is maybe capped, because that beam, when it shocks you, does a lot of damage on the subsequent hits. So if you can avoid that, that'd be absolutely fantastic.
Good skill combo for Pre-Brutus Witch. The usual pickup is a Orb of Storms and a Stormblast Mine. Or before that, you would do Freezing Pulse and Frostbomb.
And you might want to take a Ranger and Mule a Decoy Totem.
Yeah, other secondary skills are also quite valuable. Things like Steel Skin on left mouse button, or, as you said, Muling for a Decoy Totem.
Yeah. Honestly, that's 100% what I would do. Like, for an extra maybe 20 minutes of your time, you're going to be able to go through there quite handedly.
I do actually like the suggestion of Holy Flame Totem as well. It's decently powerful early on. If you're not doing the strategy to Mule Decoy Totem, you probably want a Holy Flame Totem and Flame Wall along with it. You can even throw Combustion in the links for some extra single target damage.
And even if you're, especially if you're using like Freezing Pulse, if instead you choose to use Freezing Pulse instead of the Mines, I'm not sure why, but your Flame Wall will affect that as well as your Totem. A couple different options, but like you really want to stay at range and kite him over and over again up and down his hallway, because if he hits you, you're probably gonna have to re-roll there. So, and you could also grind out some extra gear with Gwenin early on if you so choose, but that feels like a lot of investment just for Brutus, but definitely an option available to you if you so choose.
Summoners can work, but you're going to need minions that are somewhat disposable early on. I mean, that's the case normally anyways. Like, zombies are just slow and squishy and not really a thing you can make work in the early acts, but doubly so in Gauntlet, where monsters have all the extra damage.
Yeah.
So you'll need, like, SRS or Skellies.
Actually, Skellies are post Brutus, so it has to be...
True. Yeah.
Which, I mean, unless you get it... on like an alt, right? Like if you already had skeletons and you went to a Val side zone and you got Val summon skeletons. But yeah, it's just tough, right? Because he can probably one-shot all your SRS, so it's not even that they won't kill him, it's not like the mana cost can prove to be really brutal over the length of that fight, right?
And look at the result of all that exotic coinage from the Verana fight. Look at Lady's inventory. He's just been sitting here haggling with Tujin. He still has another 2 rerolls left, so he's almost done.
I mean, we're talking about 15 Alex, 4 Chaos, 7 Val, or 2 or 7. It looks like 2, but just a lot of currency. 35 Alcorbs. Never mind. So he's gonna be stacked for going into it. Wow. Yeah, definitely worth it in the end. Yeah. Oh, and gets an annul, which is actually like very significant, right? If he drops a nice bow that maybe has some crappy prefix mod but has the +2, he has the opportunity then to maybe essentially target scour it with well, I say target. Hopefully target scour it with an annulment.
Yeah, what annulls are you using? Not the same as me.
Well, depends if we were in Harvest League or not, right? But no, it gives him a chance or an opportunity to sort of fix an item which otherwise wouldn't be available to him. So annulls are pretty important actually early on. Target scour.
Well, he's even going so far as to change into some more Tujin currency. You'll see a lot of the players hold on to their Dan currency as long as possible in order to only use it when it's strictly necessary, which is a very, it's the strat to go for in Solo Self-Found. Rise is doing another Maven fight. I don't really think he's going to have much trouble here. It looks like the bosses he's fighting are almost purely physical damage-oriented ones, and that's what he deals with real well.
That boss, though, in particular, I think it's the Crimson Temple boss, can be pretty damn spooky, though. Crimson Temple? I think it is, right?
Yeah, it's Crimson Temple. It's spooky if you're not a Beefton.
Very true. Yeah, like he shouldn't have a problem with that. And it was only the first tier of the Maven Witness, so cakewalk for Rise.
He's hyping himself up after the fight. A little animation there.
He's the man. He's feeling himself. He hasn't died yet. Like, we have a lot of top players already died day one, right? Some of them died multiple times day one. And Rise here, who is, people like to meme him. He rerolls a lot. He dies a lot. I don't know, man. He's doing pretty damn well. And his build choice, although at first glance might have not seemed great, is proving to be an absolutely fantastic choice. At least for me. I mean, but I like the playstyle as well. So, I'm a little biased.
Ziz wants to make bosses even rippier. Is that leaks for next Gauntlet?
Oh my! AOE and LMP.
Everything. No vendor.
And hard
Please
mode?
don't do that. No vendor is the worst.
Yeah, that's the thing. Some of these private league mods just, they make the game not even more difficult, but just more tedious. And I think that's there's a fine balance between those two things, right? I think some tedium is good for a game, right? Like making things a little bit difficult, not making it too easy to identify items or whatever. But like there are things that just like why can't we spawn the hideout or this or that? Like there are pieces of the puzzle that I think slowly we are going to get fixed over the next coming months, especially now with 3.16 looking to be a mammoth of a patch. And I really hope. I mean, it's tough for GGG given this climate, you know, COVID and everything. But if anyone can do it, I feel like they can. So, yeah, I have faith. I'm a believer.
I think previous Gauntlet was won by IMExile in answer to the question in chat.
Correct. IMExile won the last one, and he died day 1 as well. So maybe it's par for the course for him.
It's a warm-up round. You gotta do your warm. You gotta stretch before, you exercise. Same thing here. Steel is watching a clip of some sort. This might be someone's rip clip. We can watch Steel watch rips. Potentially. Yep.
That's yeah. Do you want to avoid that? That's yeah. Izaro is actually one of the scariest bosses in Gauntlet. Like all of his attacks, like he's physical based. He benefits from LMP. He's just, you have to fight him 3 times on the way to getting your thing. Like he's very, very scary.
The size of the AoE on that. Oh, that was scary.
Yeah. Basically, someone asked what Gauntlet is. So it's a private league brought to you by Zizaran and Viro. That is essentially a challenge league. It's purely, it's community based, made by the community for the community. There's a prize pool associated with it. If someone could post the rules, Mr. Medicki, or our man with hat, that'd be fantastic. But essentially, it's just upping the difficulty of Path of Exile. Like mobs have 40% more life, they do 30% more damage. They've added physical, elemental damage as physical, or physical as elemental. You have reduced resistances. All enemies have LMP. The game is just way, way harder, right? And it's also in hardcore SSF, right? So it's a bit of a race element to it. So there are points if you kill certain bosses, and physical prizes to go along with that. So have a look at the rules, and if you have any questions, please feel free to DM us or talk to us in chat. And now Zizaran is going to take over in the next 10 to 15 minutes, and then hopefully he can answer your questions too. But it's a lot of fun, and it's a free community event. You click Path of Exile, bottom right says join event, and you're in, and you can sort of take part in this wonderful community event and share some laughs and some memes with us. So hopefully that answers your question. Thank you for the links there, Mr. Medicki.
Is your tool updating properly, by the way? I changed a streamer out. Did it update on your end?
I don't think it did, but I'm clicking F5 and IMExile is now on the top right.
Cool.
Thanks for the heads up, though. I think until we get this sorted, just
Yeah. We want to make sure we're watching the same thing, so if I commentate on something, chat isn't confused. Well, more than usual.
I like IMExile's title. He's like, he's not reading chat, he's focusing on the game, and if you don't like hardstyle, I would suggest Doc leave. The man's focused. He knows what he's doing. He knows what makes him feel good, makes him focus. So yeah, he's in it to win it.
He's building himself a winning environment.
I mean, yeah, I think honestly that's what it takes, right? I know last time he after his rip in Act 5 or on day 1, he just didn't stream, and then he came back like the day after, and he was like level 75 or whatever. He's like, yeah, I didn't want to talk to chat. I didn't want to see anybody. I just wanted to like focus on getting back to where I needed to be, and obviously it worked out, right?
And I imagine he has some quite decent leveling gear stashed aside. You make a habit of doing that if you're playing content like this. It's really not a... Oh, he's already swapped over to the Exsanguinate trap setups, too.
Yeah,
clear. He's still using Lightning Spire, though, so He's kind of like at a midpoint right now.
Maybe he dropped Deerstalkers or something, right? Like,
true.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen his gear. It doesn't look like it, but he does have a gold rim, which really helps his resistances, right? At the very least, it's 90 res, which really helps you circumvent the minus 30 res penalty just overall.
That is a scary crit aura that's next to him, but he's okay. No. Excel's fine. I'm rooting for this man. Okay, I don't want to see him die.
I don't think any of us do. And we
certainly not the lab traps.
The CEO of production himself has just joined chat. Hey Ziz, how you doing, buddy? I hope you had a good sleep. And I'm really excited to see how well you pushed today, man. Pretty awesome. As I'm sure you know, chat's been raring to see you. People have been very excited to see how you do. Yeah, very people cozy. Hey, I don't know. There's a new up and coming streamer Naraz that Zizaran has a very close relation to. They look they could be twins if I'm honest with you. They look very similar. So we'll see. We'll see who squeaks out the other in the end of the race. But for now, we just see Rise QT doing a bit of delve. He's actually been in there for a little bit, and we saw Steel Mage in there before. So, a lot of players like to just stockpile their sulfite and just, some of it goes to waste over the course of the maps. But we are seeing a lot of these players just do it incrementally as they're getting it. Just to keep their eye on it, because it is now worth up to 3 points if you get to delve depth 300, which is a very realistic goal for a lot of players. And look, and maybe you can even skip a boss, right? Depending on where the points lie, it's nice to have another like both time sync and like gear sync, you know, for the end game point system. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how if these players can do everything, or if there is gonna be a case where people skip something and try and squeak out 1 extra point in the last hour of the gauntlet.
And there's a good number of fairly useful crafting recipes you're going to get early on as well. So, especially for Rise, who can occasionally have trouble coloring his bases, through no fault of his own, just bad luck. Yeah. It's useful to have access to those. That is a spooky-looking Azaro for Exile. He dropped a little bit low to the prod spam from the Lightning Golem, but the Lightning Golem being there in the first place is just more dangerous for the buff that it gives Azaro, as it's a miniature turbo buff in its own right. So Azaro's going to be double turbo now. Yeah,
I know like the damage and obviously LMP is the scariest mod here, but for me the second scariest has got to be turbo, right? And for the simple fact that it just like muscle memory over the last few thousand hours of playing the game, like I'm used to how fast Azaro's attacks come out. I'm very used to seeing how like Veritania reacts to things, but now like the second you add turbo, things get a little bit crazy.
Yep. I think we need to finish up our portion of the broadcast here, though, guys.
That's all good. Let's see. I will. I think we got a couple ads to play for you guys, but don't worry, they're tailored for the for this event. So hopefully I can get that going for you guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. Let me get our faces on, and then I'll run some ads. But yeah, it's great to see everybody. It's been a wonderful cast. I'm excited for tomorrow. And hopefully there's going to be some great content. Hopefully the clips work and we can give you a big recap of both today and yesterday. But until then, guys, I'll see you next time.
Hi there. I'm an advertisement. Nobody likes advertisements. What about advertisements with Zizaran in it? Nope. Guess I'll leave then. But not before telling you to go to shop.zizaran.com and buy a Gauntlet t-shirt to support everything we do with events. Thank you for the support, and I hope you're enjoying watching the Gauntlet. Shop.zizaran.com. Buy merch to support the Gauntlet. This is a threat. Don't sue me, but it's still a threat. Thank you. Nice.